Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Today is the Wednesday gathering. We are going to be doing some lifting today and just shooting the breeze. Oh yeah. Hold on one second. All right, I put the link in the comments section. And if you want to come on, it's right there. Hold on, let me go to my channel so I can pin it to the top. Let's see. Oh, that's not the one I want. Yeah, there it is. Okay. There, it's pinned in mine. All right. For all those of you watching, feel free to come on and share your thoughts on the stream. I'm just inviting some people. Well, if you have something on your mind, feel free to come on the show and share with us. I'm just going to be trying to get other people on the stream right now. All right, here we are. Start with some pull-ups and some slow negatives, right? All right. Nice little warm up right there. 2, 3, respirate. Well, Kenny, you can come over here, keep me company. Why are you on Jack's show anyway, Kenny? Come on, you know this is the place to be. Let's show him. Kenny, why don't you ever do workout streams? Yeah, but we have to say, put our foot down and say, you know what? Just because it's busy there doesn't mean we're gonna stop what we're doing here. We need to show that we are the dominant stream. I guess you're one of those if you can't beat them, join them kind of guys, huh? All right. Let's see if you another. Who we got? Sean? I don't know, Sean. We got to put the banner up. Hold on, Sean. I can't see you. What up? Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Yo.
Yo. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show, Sean. What is on your mind?
What's up? Yeah, I was on this show a few times. You probably heard of me.
Yeah,
No?
You sound familiar.
Yeah. But yeah, so humanity's still alive. Civilization's still kicking.
Yeah, you think it's...
Probably... What?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Elon Musk is probably going to go to Mars. Trump is probably going to die in about 10 years.
I think less than that for Trump now.
You never know, man. He can have like surgery or something, or drugs that keep him alive for a long time.
That's true. That's true.
And then we'll have a liberal eco guy in power, and he'll try and save the planet. That's it.
Wait, who's the liberal eco guy?
It's going to be who's going to replace him? It's probably going to be lefty guy. Probably going to be like from who do you think is going to win the next election in America?
I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention to that enough. I don't think, yeah. So
have you voted?
I voted for Camilla in the last election.
Do you think Kamala would have like went to war in Iran and all that shit? She probably would have.
I have no idea. Honestly, I really don't know.
Yeah, man. I mean, the shit going on in the Middle East, man, it's non-stop. I mean, come on, lads. You gotta chillax.
Yeah. Well, according to Cougar Doomer, we don't really have much time left anyway to worry about any of that other stuff. The Earth is gonna be so fucking hot in 10 years. Like, millions of people are gonna die from that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, to be honest, I've researched climate change, the end of the world stuff since last 10 years, maybe more. I was panicking about economic collapse when the recession happened, and I was preparing for like economic collapse like way back when. And I was always worried there was going to be economic collapse. You know, they're always saying that there's going to be economic collapse next year or something like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, honestly, now it's probably more likely than before. I mean, economic collapse. What else? Environmental collapse. What else could happen? World War III. I mean, so much shit.
Well, I think like a lot of people hope something happens because they're looking for excitement, you know. And DNW was on here for a second. I don't know where he went. But yeah, you know, I think that it's like people are hoping that something crazy is going to happen because it feeds their. Because what else? They would just be bored otherwise. This would just be another boring, like it'd just be a boring existence. It'd just be like, oh yeah, things are just the same as they ever were. You know, they're hoping for some catastrophe because at least that means that's like a call to action. You know. Some people want there to be an Armageddon or an end of the world kind of thing. Third set here.
Yeah, my internet just cut off there a bit, so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I think people want the excitement of like the end of the world.
Yeah, that's why you have people who are preparing for it and all that stuff. I mean, during COVID, I bet you there's a lot of people trying to. I mean, there's a lot of people around the world that are trying to prepare for this shit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised, especially now with the internet. People know this shit more, so they're all preparing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But like, it's like a game. It's like a video game or an action movie. You know. I feel like that's what it is for a lot of people.
Well, yeah, life is a real life game. Like, life is the only game we got.
Right.
It's pretty scary sometimes, though.
Well, but it's also very mundane, and that's why people create, like, I think, catastrophize about things. You know?
Yeah, but I think Cougar Doomer is probably correct, but he might be exaggerating because I remember following this guy called Guy McPherson.
Okay.
He used to be a climate doomer back in the day, and he said that the end of the world is going to happen, like, total collapse is going to happen in 2026, and he was wrong on that. So there was a lot of doomers that I used to follow back in the day that said that was going to happen way before, and it never happened. I used to follow economists that said the economic collapse was going to happen any fucking day now.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. So there's a lot of people out there who say that the end of the world is going to happen and it never really happens. But I still think that there is something big going to happen. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's possible. What do you think that'll be?
Well, it could be a mixture of things like political crisis. I mean, the environmental thing, I think is mainly correct. But there's some environmental guys that I follow that are exaggerating it. But I still think it is pretty bad, though, to be fair.
Political, environmental. Yeah, there's always a crisis. There's always someone trying to take over the world and, you know, something.
I mean, yeah, I mean, life is always a crisis. I mean, to be fair, historically, humanity has been in a crisis since forever, you know what I mean?
What? Wait, say it again.
the history of humanity has always been a crisis. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Existence is a crisis. Sorry, I'm trying to get people I know to come on the stream right now. That's why I'm sending out sending out the link.
They're all Jack Talcott's trying to save the planet.
Yeah, what is this obsession with Jack Talcott? Like, seriously.
Well, I guess a lot of people like him because people are ignorant. You know what I mean?
You want to expand on that?
Well, Jack Talcott is not the smartest man in the planet. You know, he's got some delusions, I think,
For sure.
and he's giving people false hope. You know,
Absolutely.
people like to, you know, people are not very educated, and they believe in things they don't understand, according to the song. You know. But he could do a lot of good things, even though he's talking smack. A lot of the stuff he says about religion is woo-woo. He could still do a lot of things, good things, with the false beliefs. You know, people do a lot of good things, believing things that are not true. You know.
Well, I just don't like. It's not like he's the first dude to be like, yeah, we just need to love each other, man, and like, but I don't know like why they all congregate around that. Like, like you said, it's they're ignorant or whatever, but I don't know. People are just very, very sucked into him for some reason.
He's got a lot of haters too, though.
I guess he does. Hello, Noodles. Shout out from the hole. What's up, Black Hole? Feel free to come on the show. We're battling Jack Talcott's live stream. We're gonna show them who the live.
Have you ever been to Gen X Jeffs? Have you heard of him?
Who?
He's another YouTuber that I watch called Gen X Jeff. He's like a conservative gay guy that likes Trump and politics and philosophy.
No.
And I call into him sometimes.
No, I don't know him. But we gotta show where the real Gnostics are, and they're right here on the Finding Gnosis show. Right? Lifting, fucking getting it in.
Yeah, man. We gotta share the gnosis. We gotta share the knowledge. The wokeness. Dude,
yeah, right.
I work out sometimes. I do what they call the elastic bands.
Oh yeah, the elastic bands are good.
Yeah, I do a few squats.
Yeah,
and
man, you got to do something. You got to keep everything tight. You know, you'll feel better.
Got to move your body, man.
You'll have a better quality of life.
Yeah, especially when you get older. If you don't have muscle mass, I heard you can die.
Oh yeah,
when you're older.
It's highly correlated. The more muscle mass you have when you're older, the I think it's less all-cause morbidity and less all-cause mortality, probably.
Yep. So when did you become vegan?
January of 2016. I became vegan.
How did you become vegan? Who convinced you? What changed?
I kind of went looking for it, and I found Vegan Gains, and then he was presenting a lot of the science about plant-based eating, and then he talked about Gary Yourofsky, so I watched Gary Yourofsky's speech, And right as I finished watching the speech, I went vegan. I said, "That's it, I'm vegan." And yeah, wavered.
Yeah, I remember I saw Cowspiracy, I don't know, 10 years ago. But I never managed to become vegan. I was just always eating less meat.
So what's holding you back? It's
just the pleasure, man, and it's the convenience. Because sometimes you forget. Excuse my voice. But anyway, so that's the story. But now I'm mainly vegan. I'm like 90% vegan or something.
You mean
I eat a bit of eggs.
You mean 90% plant-based?
Yeah.
A vegan is someone who believes we should be extending human rights to animals, and if you believe that, you wouldn't be paying people to, exploit and abuse animals for your taste pleasure.
Yeah. But I still think like we could maybe kill some animals, like the invasive species.
We'll start with humans, and humans are the most invasive species on the planet.
Well, we do kill each other. We do kill each other already, like, wars and shit. So
you're talking about systemically annihilating beings based on your perception of them being invasive.
Are you talking about wars, like military stuff?
No, I'm talking about what you just said. You said, "Oh, it would be okay to kill some animals that are invasive," and I said humans, and you say, "Oh, well, people are killing people," but that's not the reason they're doing it. You're talking about killing.
There's a lot of invasive species coming around everywhere now because humans bring in these invasive species.
Well,
so to protect.
Then why not? Then why wouldn't you make a case for killing the humans?
The invasive humans.
Yeah, why wouldn't you make the case for that? Why are you just gonna kill like?
Well, we kind of do it already by doing national parks and no-go zones for wildlife and stuff, but we should probably do more of it. Do you know what
I mean? I just don't understand why not just go vegan, man, and have that be the role that you play,
Yeah. I still think veganism is probably mainly correct, but I still would like to have maybe a tiny bit there, because I don't think in a futuristic world, let's say the whole world went vegan, would we have to have police that regulate people to not eat animals and stuff like that?
Well, do we have to have police to regulate people not to rape and murder each other?
Yeah, I mean, we do that for each other, but
so difference.
Animals.
Well, we already
are
like, if you find like a few people have been sentenced to prison recently for torturing dogs and cats. So I don't see what you just extend. You just make you just extend it to the other animals. That's it.
But like, what about insects? Are we gonna can we eat insects?
I mean, I think it's a lot harder to regulate that sort of thing. And I think it's easier. Like, let's start like that. That's 2% of the problem or less. I think the main problem goes like for the animals that we know that are obviously sentient and that obviously we can protect a lot more easily than like the billions of little creatures that are so dumb they fly themselves into fire. Like, let's worry about what we can do and what the main problem is, which is we're fucking up we're hurting, the humans are hurting and harming and killing like all these sentient beings that want to live, that don't want to suffer and die. and we're forcing them into a situation where they're gonna suffer and be killed.
Yeah, I don't know if I think veganism is going to keep on growing, but do you think the growth of it will are most vegans vegan because the ethics or because of health and environmental stuff? I think it's mainly ethics.
Well, veganism is only about ethics. It's not a health thing. Like, people can eat plant-based for health. That doesn't mean they're vegan. Veganism is purely about, extending human rights to other sentient beings.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably right. I wouldn't be surprised if there's those aliens out there that are vegan stuff. Or it could be. I mean, we have the technology now. I mean, since 1948, there's no really ethically wise, no excuse now to become not vegan because of B12 synthesis. I heard they can make vitamin D out of lichen or something. Because usually vitamin D is made from wool.
Yeah, I take vegan D3. It's made from lichen.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because you can't really get vitamin D, a lot of vitamin D from plants. No, it's harder to get.
Yeah, I mean, even the people that eat animal products are low in D. They're recommended to take D. So just take a D supplement.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's it.
Yeah, man. So
I mean,
go vegan.
yeah, you're right. I don't have much more to go. I just got to get rid of the eggs. I don't eat dairy anymore. And that's it.
Just get rid of the eggs.
Yeah.
If you want, there's egg white protein that's cultured. Doesn't come from an animal, but it's the same exact protein. You can order it on Amazon. And you just add water and it turns into an egg white, and you can make egg white omelets with it. It's the exact same molecule. It tastes just like an egg white.
Yeah, cool. And there's a company in Israel that's making fake dairy that tastes just like dairy out of fermenting bacteria.
Yeah, there's a few. Actually, I think there's a few companies doing that. They're making, cultured whey with using precision fermentation. I had some of the cultured whey, and yeah, it tastes like whey. It's the same thing. It's same exact molecule. It's just it doesn't come from an animal.
Yeah, pretty cool what they could do nowadays.
Yeah,
they genetically modified the bacteria to make dairy proteins, and now it can make milk from bacteria.
That's right.
Do some what do you call the squats? I don't have weights, so I don't know how to do it. You just squat and you pick up the thing.
The deadlifts.
Yeah.
I'm doing dips right now. I got a workout plan that I'm doing. So I had AI write me a workout plan because I'm trying to lean out and then also get my bench press up at the same time. So it's tough because I'm eating a lot fewer calories, but I'm eating pretty high protein.
Yeah, man, you got to get those gains, man. Get those gains. Dude, Vegan Gains, right? I'm kind of disappointed with him because he kind of like supports Israel and like he's a bit crazy. He likes the guns. And he takes steroids.
I like the guns, and I
Yeah,
would
but he also takes steroids.
take them if I could easily get them.
You what? Steroids.
Yeah, I would take steroids if I could get them more easily. It's not as easy to get them in the States.
I thought everybody took them. All the big guys take steroids.
Yeah, I mean you can, so you can get steroids. It's just like, I don't know, you have to order from these companies, and then the thing is, if I like go out of town, but here's the thing. It may be so that they're not as dangerous as people think, like particularly testosterone. But there is this thing where if you take it for too long, you can become hypogonadal for the rest of your life if you don't continue taking it forever. And I don't know that I want to be dependent on that right now at this point in my life. So
What does that mean? Hypergonadal?
Hypogonadal means your balls stop producing testosterone.
Right, that's because of taking testosterone supplements.
Well, it's not. It's exogenous testosterone. If you take it, I mean, the thing is, once you go on it, you should just expect that you just shouldn't come off of it, and you should just expect that you should take it the rest of your life, because some people get lucky and I mean, I guess I don't know what the stats are, but there's a lot of people that can take it and then stop taking it, and they have some drop off, but then they reboot and their balls start making testosterone again. But then there's certain people that take it and it completely shuts them down for good, and they have to take it for the rest of their life. And I don't know that I want to be dependent on it, for the rest of my life. I don't know. So.
Jeez. I guess Joe Rogan is taking some. I wouldn't be surprised. Old people take it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like one of these things where, like, if it was as simple as wherever I go, I can go into the pharmacy and just pick it up, which it is like that in some countries, then I might do it. But like, I travel a lot. Like I travel to London, I travel to Jamaica. I don't know what the laws are like there. What if I stay there longer than I planned and I can't get any, or, worried about bringing that stuff into the country when I'm not allowed to, it's just, that becomes kind of like too much for me to think about. So,
yeah, there's a lot of bodybuilders that die young. It's because all the drugs.
That's probably because of their diet. It probably has more to do with their diet.
All right.
All right.
Dude.
What's up?
You should download Ecosia. It's a non-profit search engine that plants one tree for every 45 searches. And they got an AI. Ecosia. They're like a search engine, but it's like they plant trees, and it's very eco-friendly for the environment. And they're like a search engine based in Berlin.
Ecosia.
SEECOSIA.
All right. I'm looking it up right now. That's a good one. Thanks for that, Sean.
You're welcome. I guess hopefully a lot of other people will download it as well because it's pretty good. Like it's got like, and it's better for the environment because they're all carbon neutrals. They're not like Google or, but they still use the Bing search engine, the Microsoft search engine,
It
but
has
they're still not. Yeah,
So I mean, that's using something.
they say they're more eco-friendly than the other search engines because they have loads of solar panels and windmills and stuff, and they plant loads of trees.
Right.
That's cool.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like Google. You know the way Google said they were going to be carbon neutral by 2030, and they've stopped that goal.
Yeah.
It's probably because they're all the AI stuff, the data centers.
I don't know why we would believe that anyway, you know? Why would we have believed that anyway?
Man, these tech billionaires, they gotta woke up. Like they gotta get woker. You know what I mean?
Get woker. I don't know. I mean, we just need, we need people with a lot of money being like, oh, we want to invest in good things, which, I mean, that help the world and help people and animals. And I think they wouldn't be billionaires. The only reason they got to be billionaires because they don't care about that stuff, because they're.
So you're saying that you can't be a billionaire, you can't save the planet and be a billionaire at the same time?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you can, but like a certain amount of those billions have to go out to to help someone else, and then you're not holding on to them. So then you're not a billionaire, right?
Well, to be fair, I think Elon Musk is probably greenwashing. He could be the first eco kind of billionaire, but he's not really that eco. He's scamming.
All right, that's my last set of dips. Now on to the close grip bench. Give myself 3 minutes of rest.
Dude, how many more shit do you have to do?
What?
It's gonna be painful, man. How much more exercise do you have to do? It's gonna be painful.
I have 3 more different exercises.
You do it like 3 times a week, twice a week?
What's that?
Do you do it like every second day?
I do it 4 days a week, sometimes 5. And then I do like cardio several days a week. Let's see, Music Junkie. Hey, was that last live? Sure was something hot. Yeah, well, man, that's what it's always like on here. That's what it's always like. You should come on and join the live. We need the vegans to dominate here. We got Sean. Sean's going vegan, ain't that right, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, man. Oh boy. Do the right thing.
That's right. Were you ever religious?
I think at one time I was more spiritual, and now I'm not.
Yeah, man. I remember when I was religious, I was like big into it, but not anymore. Do you ever pray a lot when you're religious?
Did I pray?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I still pray now sometimes, just for the hell of it.
Yeah. For the placebo effect.
Yeah,
Feels good.
exactly. It's falling apart. Let me look at my plane here. People. Oh, you'll leave if they appear again. Well, no, we need. Man, that's not the. That's retreat. You can't retreat from the battle. You gotta. When they appear, that's when we need our numbers to rise. We can't just disperse. We have to be able to push back against. Music junkie. Evil never sleeps. You know that evil never rests. So why should we got to make sure that good is there to stand against it.
Well, a lot of it is ignorance too. Like, I mean, I remember I changed my mind on a few things, and it was through watching the internet, educating myself. I never really got convinced by people talking to me. I convinced myself on changing a lot of things through the internet, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think if people talk respectfully to each other, you can convince a lot of people. Obviously, you should also fight. I mean, emotions are high. Fighting is part of it. But I think a lot of people can be still convinced by just rational, calm talking.
Not a lot of the idiots that come on this stream. That they truly are completely lost in their ideology, in their dogma, and I think it's very emotionally based. I mean, these are the people. This is why we need legislation. We need laws protecting animals from these people, because these are the kind of people that'll only be stopped with the threat of force, Music Junkie says, people like that Kenny guy have been how many times on here? Some won't listen, bro, and it's not worth using all your energy on such people. Use it on people that want to change. But Music Junkie, if there aren't more vegans on here creating the the signal for cultural shift, saying, look, this is the trend, this is the dominating idea, that because people are chimps, they're tribal, they need to see that there's a majority vote, right, from the community about something. Then there's not going to be more people that come on here looking to have us change their mind. We can't just flee all the time. Sometimes we have to stick our flag in the ground and say, this is fucking vegan town, right? This is vegan world. And you better get with it. You better get with it, because it's going to hurt if you don't. You'll be left behind.
Yep.
Joseph Buttenberg says, gotta be a Chad to get anything in life anyways. Well, that's not totally true. Some people get certain things without being a Chad. I'm not a Chad. I've gotten some things, but maybe being a Chad would help me get more of what I want.
Yeah, you gotta become what's it called? Looks maxing?
That's what I'm trying to do right now, man. I am looks maxing by working out, by lifting,
Yeah. Well, no, he was doing extreme. He was hammering his jaw. What was he doing? Hammering his jaw?
He was doing his cheekbones, but there's no there's no evidence that that does anything.
Oh, so he probably just had plastic surgery.
I don't know what he had, man, but he would inject. Did he do Botox or something? Clavicular?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You also, yes, if you're also a non. Music Junkie says they won't see it. It's not fleeting. It's using the energy more wisely. I know when people are ready to listen or not. Those people aren't. They'll keep sticking their head in the sand. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. We want to make this a vegan gathering spot because inevitably those idiots are going to show up anyway. So if at least we have, and there's more of them right now than there are of us. If we have our spot and they come here, then we can put up like a good, we can put up a good show, man. We can put up a good fight. Because I'm the only. It's just me and DMW on here, really. I mean, Chickpea comes on.
Chickpea.
Yeah, she helps out sometimes, but. All right, we have Sir Wildheart. Hello, welcome to the show. What have you got for us today?
Good day, sir.
Good to see you. I've not really got anything. I've just started watching, so I'll carry on and I'll catch up.
All right. All right. Let's
My
see.
fellow Scottish atheist. I'm a bit Scottish myself, so.
I'm not Scottish. I'm English. I'm from Manchester.
Oh, sorry. You sound Scottish.
Yeah, no, I'm English.
Are you from the Manchester?
Manchester, yes.
Yeah, I'm from Cork, Ireland.
Cork. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Red Panda's asking about the song. It's called Duty to Act. It's called Duty to Act by Nikki Lewis. I'll put it, let's see. Here, I'll type it into the, or I'll put the YouTube link. Actually, I'll put the Spotify link because honestly, I want more people to listen to it on Spotify, but it is on YouTube as well. And you can find it there. It's just, the thing is Spotify is unfortunately 75% of the game, people. So this is put it, hold on one second. Put it in the chat here. That's the Spotify link. We need some.
Is this like an AI song or something?
No way, man. That's my music.
And sorry, I'm a little bit confused. This is Finding Gnosis' channel.
Yeah, this is Finding Gnosis. I'm a co-host here.
All right, yeah. There seems to be a different host every time I join. It's weird. It confuses me. That's all.
Did you go on a lot of other panels, Wildheart? Me too. I go on other panels too.
Yeah.
Joseph, why don't you come on the show and tell us about what you're feeling, because you seem to be quite concerned about this whole Chad thing. The link is in the chat.
Sorry. Oh, can I just ask? Am I okay smoking on camera? Some people don't like it. I'll turn the camera off if you want.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay, cool.
Smoking is vegan. You're fine. They use nicotine as a herbicide. It's one of the most powerful herbicides in the world. Nicotine.
Oh,
Yeah.
so-
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's quite interesting, actually.
I was aware of that either.
So Wildheart, were you ever religious?
No, I've always been atheist. I went to 2 Catholic schools, but it never stuck. Like from the age of 5, I realised it was all bullshit, basically. Yeah,
5 years old. That's like your earliest memories, mate.
yeah, like yeah. I've never been religious. I've always been atheist. It's clearly bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously.
I mean, the UK is what, 50% atheist now? I mean, Europe now is pretty atheist.
Yeah, I don't know the percentages, but it's something like that. Yeah, I think it's more atheist. The UK is more atheist than not. I don't know.
Why wouldn't smoking be vegan? Is it because there's animal products in the cigarettes?
No, he said smoking was vegan. Yeah, there's no animal products in tobacco, as far as I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way I studied horticulture, so I was thinking, how could we grow plants veganically? Obviously, we could grow plants with human waste, artificial fertilizer, green manures. But like, will we be able to use herbicides and pesticides in a vegan agriculture?
That's a great question, actually.
Or what about plowing? Because in plowing, you kill a lot of worms and bacteria. So I think we could. There's ways of farming now where you don't need to plow, and it's actually better for the soil and the crop.
Yeah, with like pesticides and herbicides, it's still like killing animals. So if you're vegan, I suppose that will be a bad thing. So yeah, that's a good question.
Yes, you will reduce your yields of your crop, but you'll still have some, because it was the case since the history of agriculture. Organic was always the case. We only started using pesticides and herbicides like 100 years ago, or like 200 years ago.
So here's the thing: there's veganic gardening. You can make compost and fertilizer. Well, one, you can make fertilizer in a lab, like chemically. You don't need to use animal waste of any kind. And in terms of, you can use,
it just uses a lot of gas. That's the problem, though.
You can use plant compost also, which is fine. And I mean, I do think it's reasonable to protect crops from other animals eating them. But I also think that at some point we're going to get to a spot, hopefully with technology, if things don't fuck up too bad first with the climate, where we can build like vertical greenhouses that require no kind of soil or anything, just hydroponic. Let's see. Music Junkie says most commercial cigarettes are not considered vegan, while tobacco is a plant. Conventional brands frequently include animal-derived additives like beeswax or casein. What about American spirits? They use glues or filters made with animal byproducts and a long history of unethical animal testing. We have Danny Shine in the house. Danny, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show.
Oh, hello.
I don't know. Let's see.
Hello.
Hello.
So what's on your mind, Danny?
Nothing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's just a gathering.
Agriculture.
What we were talking
Sustainable
about.
agriculture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, specifically like tobacco, and whether someone said inside chat that it does use like animal products, so it's not strictly vegan, which I didn't know. But, yeah.
You're not gonna say that we should not have kids anymore. I mean, come on, mate. That's like, I understand the reason for it, especially nowadays, but I still think people are still gonna have kids, like no matter what.
Yeah, because they're dumb. They're dumb, stupid, or morons, and they're ignorant.
Yeah, but
And
do you
they-
want the
and
human
they- and
species
they
to go
are-
extinct, though? Would you
Of
want the
course I
human
do.
species to go
Why
extinct?
would anybody want it to carry on with all the pain and the trouble and
Yeah,
you know, the
but
design
like
of human
other-
the design of the human body is so bad. You know, it's so awful. It's pathetic. It's a horrible design. It's
No, but
evil.
why-
I would say the
Yeah,
design
but
of the
like-
human body is evil, and the human mind is evil. It's sick,
No, mate.
right?
Nature
a
itself
bad-
is evil.
Nature is evil. Of course it is. Nature is the most evil thing I could ever think of. It's sick. Whoever thought it up, I mean, I don't think it was thought up. But it's just like our bodies are torture chambers. Our body's a torture chamber. And I don't understand how anybody, I mean, I do understand, but I kind of, how anybody can create a torture chamber like that for no good
So
reason.
can I ask you outright? Are you an antinatalist? You think people should?
I don't call myself anything, but I see what I do is what I think I have done is I've seen through this whole joke of a reality. I've seen through it, and all it is just it's a rogue piece of code, right, called DNA. Yeah, which has run rampant and is at play everywhere, and it uses us all. It uses us all for its own means. It's the selfish gene. It uses us all for its own means, in order for itself to can perpetuate and go on and on and on. It's just a horror show. The whole of the sentience. The idea of sentience.
Come on,
the
mate.
idea of
You would be dead by now if you really thought that. You'd be like suicided.
No, I don't agree with that. Many people have said that.
Don't use the word here, okay? Because we gotta keep the channel, safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unalive.
That's a ridiculous observation, a ridiculous point, and it's been made many times. That's not the case, because once you're born, it's very difficult because we've got such a strong built-in drive to survive, and I've also got personally, I've got a lot of connections around me.
So Danny,
that,
forget the labels. Do you believe that humans should have babies?
Right. I don't deal with shoulds, because shoulds are just, for me, it's just fighting with reality. What I would say is, I would question anybody, and I have questioned thousands and thousands of people, right, and asked them why on earth they would do such a thing. Yeah, and I've not heard any good reason. So, for example, have you procreated?
I've not personally, no.
No.
Danny,
Great.
what about hoping that their child will bring love and joy into the world and create well-being?
Yeah. Okay. That's ridiculous load of utter nonsense. Because it is a ridiculous. It's a ridiculous answer, right? Because I'll tell you why. If someone said that what they wanted to do, in other words, if if someone said that their priority is to bring love and well-being into the world, yeah, then the last thing you would do in order to do that is to gamble with somebody else's life and with your own life, right? Because in order for the child, firstly, you've got to then use all your resources and all your time and your money and everything just to get the child to a state of, you know, when they're 18 or 20 and they can start bringing love and well-being into the world. You've got to do use your resources for that. Whereas instead of that, you can use your resources and time to do that yourself. It's ridiculous.
Right, that actually isn't an argument against what I said, because their child still will experience well-being, and
well, they might not. You've no idea what they're going to experience.
Dude,
to be honest with you, I was thinking. To be honest with you, I think that it's not like there's only one person in the world that's having a terrible time. There are thousands and thousands of different.
That doesn't mean that they experience well-being, though.
Yeah, they might experience well-being, but they might also experience absolute hell. They might experience terrible pain and suffering.
They will inevitably, Danny, they will inevitably experience well-being. So it's if you're asking what their good reason is, that's their reason. You can't really argue with that, because their child will experience well-being to a certain point. And you haven't demonstrated why that is like objectively bad.
You know what? Seriously, I don't know what's wrong with you with this whole argument. I'm really not interested. All you're interested in doing, listen, mate. All you're interested in doing is having stupid, inane arguments, right? And I'm not interested in having. I'm not interested in having arguments. I'm not. Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and listen, because I'm going to go if you're just going to get into stupid, inane arguments.
It's not.
Listen. Are you considering at any stage in your life, are you going to bring someone into existence? No,
but that does not mean that you
shut the fuck up then. Shut the fuck up and start arguing. Stop arguing for the sake of arguing with it.
You got to accept that if you're going to make the argument, I think that using this line of like, oh, I haven't heard one good reason, I don't think that's a strong case to make. I don't think that's your strongest argument.
Oh, that's a terrible reason.
There's loads and loads of reasons not to bring people into existence. And the main one is because you've got your own little child to take care of, mate. Everybody has. And you need all your resources to take care of your own child, especially in this world. Yourself. Take care of yourself, mate. Look at what you're doing right now, right?
So,
it's great. I'd love to see you. I'd love to see you doing what you're doing right now. And you need to use your resources to take care of yourself rather than start somebody else's bloody problems off.
Shush. Right. So are you saying there's never been anyone in the history of the world that has come into being and brought well-being and goodness?
Well, I don't know anybody. Do you? Who? You tell me who.
Jesus.
Yeah, I wouldn't go with Jesus, to be honest.
Yeah, look, I'm just saying, it depends on your moral framework, Danny, and that anyone can make a reasonable argument depending, like if they have, you can say what stems logically from certain people's moral framework allows them to ethically create humans, probably. And I think that if you're going to try and open up this, like, give me one good reason and I'll give you £100 or whatever. I mean, you're just going to, dismiss someone if they're making
I've already explained to you. Firstly, again, you are not going to do it, right? So that's
not the point. If you're making, I'm trying to show you that you're not. Your point is not logical, Danny. You have to.
If anybody wants to come online here and tell me why they themselves think it's okay to roll the dice and gamble with somebody else's life, I will happily argue with them, because I've not come across any human being, any individual that's come up with something that makes any sense. And your argument makes absolutely no sense at all to me. The argument that the child is going to experience some well-being. So fucking what?
If you're asking people, if your question is, give me one good reason or whatever, that could be somebody's good reason, depending on their framework.
It's an illogical and unethical reason. It doesn't make any sense.
Depending on their moral framework, it could be ethical, Danny. It could be ethical.
In what framework can it be ethical? In what framework can it be ethical? In some twisted religious framework, it'd be ethical. But let me get a bit further before I go, because I can't really be bothered to hang around.
Yeah, please go, because you talk way too much.
Let me just.
No, Wild Heart. Let's not do that.
Sorry,
let's not stoop to your level.
He just never fucking stops. You know what I mean?
No, let Danny say your part. Say your part.
Yeah. I'm kind of like, I'm not so into this whole idea of kind of getting into some hypothetical argument about whether there is a good reason and not a good reason. I'm not really that interested. I'm more interested in speaking to individuals. One second. I'm more interested in speaking to individuals. I'm more interested in speaking to individuals if they are perhaps thinking about procreation or not. Yeah, I'm happy to speak to people about it and to question them about it. But to have just an argument for the sake of argument and debate for the sake of debate, to me, it's just not a good use of my time. It's not something that I particularly want to do. And I think that, I know that you like a good argument, Vegan Equilibrium. I understand that. You like it, you get off on that, and that's fine.
Look, if someone says they know that, for example, humans are the only beings that can grant rights in this world, especially to other sentient beings here. And they know that the only way to keep being able to do that and to have hope for a better world for all sentient life on Earth is to bring humans here, which from what we know is that is the only possible way. If we're gone, those animals don't even get palliative care, anything. From that framework, they could say it is worth bringing. It seems worthwhile bringing someone here for the sacrifice. Now, I had you admit to me in certain trolley problems that there are certain scenarios where you'd say, okay, it is more ethical to procreate. You did admit that. So that's what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying like, oh, give me one good reason why you should procreate, blah, blah, blah. Well, you even admitted that there's one.
Yeah. It's like a toss of the coin or a roll of the dice. It's like a toss of the coin. Shut the fuck up.
No, Sir Wildheart. We're not doing that.
Yeah, he just keeps interrupting them.
I didn't interrupt. I just asked him what he said. I wasn't interrupting, but I don't really care. That's fine. I'm happy to go if you to go. I don't mind.
Fuck off.
Okay, no problem. Oh, he's gone now.
Did he go himself or did he kick him out?
I didn't. Obviously, I didn't. No idea.
Well, so, Yerf Dog says he doesn't want an argument or a debate. He only wants people who agree with him. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Again, I don't relate to him. I don't like his whole. I cannot stand that guy. Cannot stand what he does and what he's into. It makes me sick. I don't want to.
But I think Red Panda Bear asked me about the cushion for the back. I'm doing that because I have arthritis in my C7, and so it's better for me to have my head tilted forward more rather than laying flat. But yeah, look, Danny, I mean, I'm one of those guys, when I hear somebody who's planning on having kids, I don't call myself an antinatalist or anything. I run the whole question. I give them all the questions, man. I try and get them to think about it, because I do think, but at the same time, I'm like, that's on a purely micro deontological level. If you zoom out, then we don't know if we're getting fucked by that or not. So it's It's
Listen,
tough. Man. It's
I
tough.
was more interested in hearing. I think I caught you speaking about the environment because, I mean, recently I've been subjecting myself to some, to some explanations about what's happening with the climate, and I'm hoping that this whole system. I mean, I'm scared about it on one level, but I'm also hoping on another level that this whole system collapses and that hopefully billions of people will be wiped out, and and we won't have so many people on this planet because there's just too many people, and most of them are, maybe all of them, but certainly the overwhelming majority of them are completely and utterly useless. Right? They're living ridiculous
There are
lives,
a lot of.
just
There are a lot.
consuming.
There are a lot
What's
of
that?
fools. There are a lot of fools here for sure.
Yeah. Oh, here we go with the Earth Dogs. Anyway, I'm not even getting into discussion with him and his just madness with this CSAM addiction to all that rubbish, absolute nonsense. Anyway, he can go.
Well, Cougar Doomer says we only have a few more years left until millions of people start dying from the heat anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly. So that's obviously, I think that is, if you look at it from a wider picture, even though we're all, I mean, the thing is that we're all going to die, right? And most of us are going to have horrible deaths anyway. So what difference does it make? And we've screwed the environment up, and I've been part of that just as much as anybody else, right? We've screwed the environment up, and the environment's going to bite us back, and hopefully there'll be a massive drop in the number of people here. And I understand the argument about about being here to try and help the animals. That's when that's when I would turn to what the pro-extinction nutcases have to say. They're also nutcases in my opinion, but they want everything to go extinct as soon as possible, and I can see the benefit in that. This whole idea of as in Mendham puts it, and in my opinion, in Mendham
let's not bring up his name here. All right.
Yes, let's bring up his name. Why should we bring up his name?
No, you're asking. Asking. It doesn't have to be how he puts it. Do it how you put it, because
no, I'm gonna quote him how he put it. Why can't I do that?
We shouldn't platform. We shouldn't platform that guy.
Oh,
like
shut up.
you're complaining about. Why
shouldn't you platform that guy? Why not?
Because he
made a few
awful shit. Because we don't.
Rubbish.
No, you're complaining about what Yerf Dogs is saying in the comments, but you're egging the whole thing on, man. You're asking for it if you bring that guy's name up here. I'm just saying.
Okay.
You're asking.
I'm asking for what? Who cares about Yerf Dogs? Who cares? I'm going to sleep.
Just saying, dude.
You can carry on with this stupid bullshit. Anyway, as Gary very beautifully puts it, and Gary, by the way,
or beautifully puts it, or as John Wayne Gacy beautifully puts it, maybe a broken clock is right twice a day. All these people.
Yeah, right. Okay, I don't care. I've said it already, and I'm going to continue saying it. If you want to chuck me off the machine for quoting in Mendham, then do that. I don't care. As he says, I'll stop being so ridiculous. As he says so eloquently, and he's very eloquent in my opinion, as he says, the creation of something that can go ouch is the problem. It's a terrible problem. It's a horrible, horrific reality. And there are trillions of things on this planet that go ouch, and they go ouch a lot. Yeah, they suffer a lot. Billions of humans and trillions of animals. Yeah, and that whole thing is a disaster. This life is a horror show.
The majority of humans.
The sooner it ends, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
The majority of humans,
and we are bringing the end closer with climate change, and then hopefully AI will be smart enough to realize that we need to get rid of humans. We don't need them anymore. There's just no need for humans anymore. There's no need for this whole reality. There's no need. This is just a waste. This whole thing is just a total waste of energy. It's madness, the whole thing. What are we doing? Sitting here right now, you're doing that, pushing all those weights up. But at the end of the day, what are you doing it for? Right? And no doubt you've had a shit today, just like all the other 8.2 billion people, right? Having a shit. That's all that's going on. Billions and trillions of creatures eating stuff, predation, and then shitting it out and then dying.
Are you really serious? I think you're joking a bit now. So, because
I'm not joking at all.
What caused you to become like this? Is it? I mean, you probably weren't like this your whole life, right?
No, I wasn't like this my whole life. However, what has made me come to this is not actually attrition. It's what made me come to this is being exposed to the arguments and being exposed. Like, for example, maybe about until 3 years ago, I was completely ignorant about wild animal suffering. Yeah, because I've been subject to all these lovely documentaries and programs about how lovely all these animals.
The documentaries always show the negative stuff. Since I was a kid, I knew there was wild animal suffering.
They don't always, and in general, Mother Nature, as it's so often called, is often romanticized. Yeah, but
Danny, why is it that most humans, if you ask most humans if they are glad that they were born, they say yes?
So what?
Well, I mean, clearly they feel that the suffering they went through was worth it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that. They can do what they like. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, you're saying that ouch,
people have got
think something can go ouch. That's the problem. But for a lot of people, they don't think of it as a problem. They think of it as just an experience.
Okay, they can have their experience and they can have as many ouches as they like. I'm not going to do anything to stop that personally. Yeah,
I know. But you're just saying
all I advocate for is at least to think. All I advocate for is what you were saying before, and that you advocate for was that at least before someone rolls the dice with somebody else's life, they should at least think about it very, very carefully, right? And all I'm saying is also that we are anyway heading for. Look, we are going extinct. One day we will be extinct. Yeah, we're not going to be here forever. Entropy will have its way. And it looks like we're bringing it closer to ourselves. That's all.
Well, yeah, we know that. I mean, humans are having less kids nowadays anyway. With all the technology and stuff. But yeah, I'm not probably going to have kids.
Good.
Not planning to have any.
Good.
But that doesn't mean like people are going to have kids.
I must warn you that it's not because of the way the dastardly and awful horrors of your own DNA programming. Yeah, your DNA, right, wants you to have kids, right, so to speak, right. Your DNA is programmed to get you to procreate. And obviously with some people, if they're gay, for example, that can be a bit of a problem. Although some gay people do have kids, which is, to me, like twisted in as well. It's like even worse. But, so when you say you don't plan to have kids, yeah, you be very careful, because if you don't plan to have kids, there's a big difference. My son, for example, one of my sons has said he doesn't plan to have kids. And I've said to him that, to me, that's not good enough. Because you have to plan not to have kids rather than not plan to have kids. Otherwise,
get a vasectomy.
Yeah, absolutely,
dude. The vasectomy is the greatest thing I ever did with my life.
Yeah, I think so. I think I have a huge amount of respect for you for doing that. Huge. Forget all this. You forget all the arguments. If you had a vasectomy, well done for that. That's a fantastic thing.
Can you always get it back though?
Well,
can you reverse it?
It's considered you should consider it unreversible. But you know, with $50,000, you have a 50-50
Probably.
chance.
Is that what it is?
30 to $50,000 and a 50-50
Wow.
chance.
Really? 50,000 for vasectomy? Holy moly!
No, it's for the reversal.
All right.
If you're in the U.S., your insurance covers vasectomy.
Wow. Yeah, but anyway, I social experimentalist. I'm surprised that you care so much about this thing. I mean, you probably will convince some people, but antinatalism is not going to be popular for. I still think humans are still going to have kids when the shit hits the fan. You know what I mean? Like,
of course they are, because they're fucking stupid, dumb fucks, and they have kids in war zones. They have kids even though they've got terrible genes. They have kids despite the fact that, you know, like for example, myself. How stupid I was, right? I'll give you an example about myself, right? My mother died 20 years ago, I think. Must have been 20 years ago. She was about in her early 60s, yeah? She got breast cancer. And, you know, the medical system when it comes to cancer, don't start me on that one because that's a whole nother story. And I've been through it myself, right? But basically, you know, I'm not sure if it was the cancer that killed her or the treatment, but she turned into a vegetable towards the end. She had a hell of a life. The last 2 years of her life were the absolute hell. And then, right, it didn't occur to me because I was so dumb at the time and so ignorant that, hold on a second, if I have a child, another child at that stage, that child could end up having cancer just like my mum did. But it didn't even occur to me that. And so we had another child. Because people are just so stupid. People are so ignorant. People are so ill thought through. And because DNA has done its job of getting us to reproduce. So yes, of course, people are going to carry on doing it. Of course they are. That doesn't mean that nobody should speak about it.
It's like the movie Idiocracy. I don't think that's fully correct, though, because I still think there'll always be smart people. But you're right. I mean, anyway, I'm just saying that humans will always have kids. We'll probably have less in the future. We probably will go extinct, but it's going to be like maybe sooner than I think. What else? There will be probably people more nihilistic. And yeah, that's it. It's not very fun, the subjects nowadays that we're talking about today. No, sorry. I mean, social experimentalists, do you think about this all the time? Do you talk about this all the time?
Yeah. I'm kind of I would say I'm neurodiverse in some I'm on some kind of spectrum, and I'm neurodiverse, and I got ADHD. So my kind of the typical, it's kind of, I don't know, for me, I get very intensely engaged in a particular subject, and this particular one, to me, this is the ultimate subject, because procreation is the cause of all problems, and stopping it is the solution to all problems. It's just as simple as that. And I do agree with you that I do agree that total cessation of procreation will have a problem, because then there's no one to take care of the animals. Yeah. But that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen naturally, because the sex drive is so strong, and because people are so dumb, right? So that's going to be carrying on and on and on. Yeah. But that doesn't take away from the fact that people are so engaged and worried about downstream problems without paying attention to the cause of those problems. And that has, I've kind of spoken about this many times on this channel and others. That has very practical implications for individuals. So in other words, whilst I think it's a pointless exercise debating about whether everyone should or shouldn't have children. It's a pointless exercise because people do what they do. They're going to carry on doing what they're doing, and they're going to carry on having sex because it feels so good, right? But understanding that the root of your problems, for example, are your parents for having unprotected sex. They are the cause of all your problems. Has very has practical implications, because once you understand that, then you will, if they have any funds, then those funds are really yours. They should be using those funds to take care of you, and so that has practical implications for each individual once they understand that the problem that the problem is their parents. When I go to protests, for example, and I have my megaphone, I very rarely go to protests because people are so angry. But when I do, I often say, "What the hell are you doing here? You should be at your parents' house," because it's only because of your parents had you that you've got these downstream problems.
Yeah, would the Battle Axe like to come on? It seems like she has something to say. Battle Axe, if you're still listening and you want to come on the show, please join us.
What's this apologies for CSAM? Have you apologized? Have you supported that, social experimentalist?
I'm not even going to get into that whole discussion. I think it's a completely ridiculous side discussion. I'm not interested in that. It's just absolute nonsense. The importance of the argument, whether it's in Mendham or whoever makes them, is the argument itself about the nature of this horror show, about the nature of suffering, about the nature of this predation that's going on here, about the nature of things that go ouch, and extreme suffering. Yeah, that's the important thing, right? And he's just completely, Yerfdog is completely obsessed with certain things that he's said over the years that he doesn't like about CSAM. I'm not interested. I'm not going anywhere near that discussion.
Finding
Not of interest to me at all.
will continue on X.com. This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now. Share the stream
Calcott
somewhere
finished?
now to bring in new voices for our conversation. We do not want to become an echo chamber. Share the stream now. Bring in some new thoughts to compare and contrast our ideas with theirs. Because Gnosis is not found in isolation. Good places to share the stream include your social media platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, YouTube, community posts, Reddit, Discord. Share now. Bring new voices to help us all find Gnosis.
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation.
All right, back to the Finding Gnosis show. The link is in the chat, folks. Feel free to join the stream. We're talking about what we usually talk about: animal rights, antinatalism, the environment, the drama within all of those scenes. And yeah, carry on as you were, folks.
Yeah, so socially, you've got pretty controversial views. Have you ever been attacked physically?
Very, very rarely. I've kind of know how to kind of try and play along the line. I mean, the only time I'm in danger is if there's drunk people. It's only when there's drunk people around. And when that happens, I usually just relocate. So I have been attacked not badly, but I've been attacked on the odd occasion because of the amount that I do it.
Do you go on Speaker's Corner? I think I've seen you in Speaker's Corner. Well, watch your videos on it.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. I used to watch the religious debates there on Speaker's Corner. It was pretty fun.
Oh yeah, they're a waste of space as far as I'm concerned.
Well, a lot of things that humans do is a waste of space. You know, we find meaning in wasting our lives.
I guess so.
Life is meaningless. We find meaning in the meaninglessness.
Yep. I remember once I went to I went to this thing called Landmark Forum. Have you heard of that?
Oh, that's a load of crap.
It is a load of crap, but they had some good things there. It's not all crap. There's some nastiness in it. It's
Well,
very culty.
You know,
It's
it's
good
like, you know, Hitler probably, you know, he was right if he said 2 + 2 = 4. I mean, he was right, right?
Oh, I understand that. But comparing them to Hitler, I think it's a bit much. But anyway, one of the things they used to do is they used to put up a sign saying life is empty and meaningless, but it's empty and meaningless that it's empty and meaningless.
So that again, I don't get it.
The fact that life is meaningless is in itself meaningless.
Right. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this conversation is meaningless.
Yep, certainly is.
But we still keep on going, you know, we still have to stay alive, you know, staying alive is the main thing, as Cougar Doomer says.
Why do we need to stay alive?
Well, I don't want to die horribly of starvation or stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but then you should make sure that you've got something, a plan, so that if it does get bad, that you've got a way to run off, to get out of this whole thing. If the shit really hits the fan, which it could.
You mean like exit plan?
Yes.
Weirdo says, in the world of worlds, this is the best one we got. We might just get the best out of this lifetime as possible. It helps to have a few hobbies.
That's true. I don't disagree with that.
Well, this is my hobby. I call into loads of channels on the internet. Yeah.
All right, I'm off anyway. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
All right. Good night.
I'll probably close the show out now. Danny, do you want to say some last words?
No. What am I going to say?
Come on, you're so passionate about certain things, and now you're just you have nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll very briefly relate to what Music Junkie said. He said my mum had breast cancer in her early 40s. She went through chemo and survived, and she's 60 soon, and that's great. And I don't, I've learned from my own cancer story that cancer is it's a very individual thing. There's different men. I don't know how many different cancers there are, and there's different stages of their cancer, and then there's each individual and how they deal with it. Personally, I didn't have chemo or radio, and I had one of the worst cancers known to mankind, and I'm still here, but I'm only here. I'm only 15 months on, so that I've got an ongoing journey. Who knows when it will come back, or if it will come back, or whatever. But as regards to that breast cancer that your mum had, I would say most people don't think of it this way, but I would say that what caused your mum's breast cancer was sex. Sex is the cause for all disease, because all diseases are sexually transmitted. And so when I got my cancer, I would the buck stops at my parents for having unprotected sex, which led to my birth and then eventually my cancer. So if you are going to have a kid, yeah, then you have to understand that if your kid gets cancer, which is quite likely, yeah, that's your fault. You're doing if you have a kid.
Well,
and
you're kind of like Jesus, because Jesus taught the end of what was going to happen in his generation. So he told everybody not to have kids, not to worry about the kids and all that. St.
Good.
Paul too.
Good. Well, then, if I'm reminding you of Jesus, that's good. I'm very pleased about that. And he must have got something right.
What are those people who taught that the world was shit? What they called it, Gnostics? The Gnostics.
What's that?
They were Gnostics back in the day. There was people that thought that the creator of this world was
Yeah, the
evil.
Gnostics, yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, Danny,
like that.
what you were saying about the sex thing.
It's okay. I'm going now because I
Wait,
can't.
hold on, I just
Yeah,
want to say
because you're
one
too much of a
thing.
fucking chicken.
Yeah, go on.
All right, come on, let's not have all that.
No. The guy comes on here. He promotes Gary, who's a CSAM advocate, as a moral authority. None of his opinions matter. That's the end of the discussion.
I just wanted to say the thing about what he was talking about. It was like blaming sex for everything. I was gonna bring up how like a lot of times when I'm in a if I use ketamine and I'm in a K-hole, I get this like thing where all the visuals I'm seeing, even if they're not like what normally would think of as sexual in nature, like it makes me think everything working together is like a form of sex. Like every time you pick something up, or literally every action in this universe relates to sex somehow. And that's just like how where my mind goes when I'm in a K-hole.
No, I think you're right. I mean, and it's all just a process. You know, everything. Sure, sex leads to reproduction, which leads to other things, which leads to sex. It's all a circular thing with no real beginning or end.
It's like one thing, because it's all like everything is one thing enveloping another thing, right?
Yep.
Or like something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
That leads
Excuse me. And also one thing, like there's just a couple of things listening to that conversation. And forget the other stuff, but two things. One thing is Danny's little game of, please tell me, I'll give you 100 quid if you give me a good enough reason or an ethical reason, whatever it is. You can't win that game. It's just for the point of argumentation or having a fight, because Danny refuses to define what is a good ethical reason. And Danny believes, like most antinatalists believe, that they have a monopoly on what correct morality is. And they believe that their position is absolutely, it's waterproof. It can't be, it's unassailable, which is just nonsense. So, you know, that's the first thing. The second thing is I can't say most because that would be an empirical statement, but in my experience, and I get the impression that a lot of antinatalists, they agree with antinatalism because it conforms with their predispositions, or it matches their worldview. They're already sympathetic to the view before they come across the reasons.
Right.
And then they learn that, yes, there are in fact reasons in support of it. And then they say, well, because there are those reasons in support of it, I must be right. So it all works backwards. I heard Danny say he was convinced once he became aware of the arguments. I don't know anyone who's argued into antinatalism. For myself, I'm pessimist through and through. So the antinatalist point of view, it resonates with me. And I went through the phase as well of, I thought it was, found the reasons. The reasons look great. Why? Because they resonate with me. But if you actually look into it, they're not actually that, well, they're good, but they're not great. They're not watertight. There are other opposing views.
Well,
Sorry,
you
go.
To cut you off, I just want to say Danny does owe me £100 because he didn't do this on today, but off of live stream one night, I was talking to him and DNW, and I did get him to admit there's a scenario where it would be reasonable, ethically reasonable to procreate. I got him to admit that, and because I just gave him a trolley problem, you know? And so if that's, so he actually, so he owes me 100 fucking pounds. Fuck, I didn't even think of that at the time.
But of course, he'll say that you didn't reach the threshold because it doesn't conform with what his expectation of correct morality is.
Well, I don't know. In that scenario, I got him to admit, oh, yeah, I guess.
Oh, okay, right. That's, yeah, okay.
So I don't know if he would then say that, oh, well, that's just not pragmatic. We're talking, he go that line where it's, oh, we're talking about the real world, or I don't know what he would say. I just remembered that he owes me 100 fucking pounds.
Yeah, he owes a few people. I mean, I could put myself in that camp as well. The whole idea of the question, give me an ethical reason. Well, there's plenty. There's plenty. It's just that they don't align with his morality, which he believes he has a monopoly on. It's nonsense.
Yeah, what's up with that pedophile stuff? What are you talking about, Gary?
Okay, so I'll just say it quickly. There's a guy in antinatalism has a problem with a CSAM advocate.
Just saying, I'll let you go, but I do not want to hang on it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just want to clear this out so it's done and dusted. And Danny says that we should look to that guy as a moral authority. I think that's nonsense, and I think for the sake of the channel, let's just leave it there. And,
right.
And we don't.
And he supports that stuff.
No, let's just leave it there,
Gary.
Yeah, he excuse me. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. It's yeah. I mean, if you want to take it up with me later, I'll put my channel name in the chat, and then you can go over there and have a look at it. But yeah, let's
everything you want. So
I didn't get that, Noodles.
I said everything Sean wants to know about it is on your channel.
Yeah. Let's leave. Let's just leave it there. Yeah.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
I'm still trying to figure out where he put the sound. We have to figure out what's going on here.
You should just record yourself saying that. I heard you say that yesterday.
I don't know. Is it this one? I don't know where he put it. DNW, if you're on here, yeah, tell me where to find that thing. He just entered.
Just record it yourself.
I know. It was so good, the one he had. Where is it, DNW?
I just got it. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the soundbite of, like, we have to know what we're supposed to be doing.
There isn't a soundbite. It's a video, and it's like a minute long or something. So I'll have to edit out that bit of audio. I can do that, though. That's a good idea. I'll do that.
Yeah, well, but where's the video?
It's there. I can play it, but...
Wait, is it called post-truth?
Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Happy now.
What's that called? Oh, I see. It's called OWLLL.
It's video project number 7 down on the bottom right in the video.
Right, I see it. Okay. But yeah, you should, if you can, clip that last bit out. Like,
The
we need
audio,
to
yeah.
find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing.
I've got the audio. I had to put them together, so I've got the audio somewhere else, so I can do that.
Yeah, well, finished my workout. Guess I have a few other things I should get to if you want to
I didn't know you were doing this. I didn't know you were doing this. I was about to stream Jack's show and then do one after, but it's okay.
Wait, is his show right now or
Yeah, I was already on his show.
And it was earlier, right?
It's literally no, it's running right now.
All right, well,
it started earlier.
if
I was
you
on
want-
there and he got a bit annoyed with me, which was well
What are they
because
talking about over there?
he was saying we need to stop lending money.
To who?
We need to stop borrowing, lending, and all this, and we need to stop people profiting from lending.
Oh,
I don't think that's right. I mean, I
Yes.
agree. I agree that like extravagant or extortionate amounts of interest are a problem, but lending itself isn't a problem in my view. It's a good actually.
well, does
Anyway.
it mean we should be lending to each other, like people who
He
participate?
thinks we should just be sharing and not expecting anything back, in return. No profit made from sharing.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't take into account. Like I was trying to explain to him, like that's all very well, but there's bad actors in the world, and when you give to people, it's a risk.
Also, there is a
guarantee they're going to pay you back. So that's
well,
why
there
you.
is also a good reason for interest. I mean, other than just like the pressure of making sure that people return the money, but also that doesn't it have something to do with like inflation to a certain degree?
Well, you could have, but that's a side point. I mean, you could have it pinned to inflation, but that's not really profit. That's just getting the same amount back.
I mean, but there's other
Well, I mean, look, the other side to it is it's kind of insurance, because if you lend to 100 people,
That's what I'm saying.
a percentage of them might not pay it back. So that's why you add on a little bit as insurance, so to make sure that you recoup the funds. But the point is, aside from all of that, I mean, I don't see a problem with people paying a fair amount, for the benefit of receiving funds, that they wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. You have to give people an incentive to do it, because they won't do it otherwise.
Well, you're giving people something that you own. You're renting it to them.
Exactly.
It's like renting a car or something.
I was trying to explain that to him as well. It's no different to like providing your services. You're when you go and work for someone, when you're self-employed, you're taking a gamble. I fucking know this. When I was doing my landscaping, I did it for like 5 years. I think one person didn't pay me. Yeah, that was a right fucker, but it did happen, and that can happen. So even it's the same in when you're lending money. Someone might not pay you back, so you have to.
Yeah, no, that's a great
and
point.
also there's the whole comparative advantage. You're actually putting your time into doing something that you could have been doing. When you're sorting it all out, the admin and shit, you could have been doing something else, making money. So why not? Is time not valuable?
Right. Well, like for example, if let's say you earned that money with your time, and then you definitely should because then you definitely should look at it like the money is your labor.
Yeah.
I mean, some people just look at it like that. Like money is like is kind of like a unit, just the same as your labor. It's a unit of like potential.
So what was his grief? You said he got annoyed with you. How did that play out? What did that look like?
Well, it wasn't. He was frustrated the whole way through. I think he thought that we weren't on the same page. I mean, I agree with his sentiment that, ideally we'd live in a world where people didn't need to fucking make profit out of, things but that we're not in that world. We don't live in a world. We live in a world of limited resources and of competition. We're not in a utopia yet. It's a dangerous world, and there are malactors and people who will take advantage of you and fuck you around. And as I said, there's also limited resources, so we're just not in a position to do things for free. Provide everything for free.
And I think also that the system he's proposing, as I understand it, unless people are compelled to lend money, then some people are just going to get ripped off because they're generous. They're just going to give their money away. And other people are going to go, I'm not giving any of their money away, so I'm just going to keep everything.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to provide an incentive for people because they're not going to do it. They're not going to share. I mean, look at the rich. I mean, look at people in general. They don't like paying tax. You know, they want to fucking move their money offshore. You know, do all kind of tax loopholes and fucking all manner of genius, or not genius, but interesting accounting methodology to avoid it. So.
Yeah, and religions are non-profit too, and charities are tax write-offs, are they? A lot of them are.
Yeah. I actually had my accountant kind of half seriously suggest to me start a religion.
Yeah, I remember you saying that before. Yeah, which is worrying, and it is worrying in this day and age.
That's a worry, right? Yeah.
I think it's a worry because, you know, I noticed since the kind of breakdown of religious institutions, and when I say religious institutions, I mean like the main kind of mother churches or father churches, whatever you want to call them. We have these kind of plant churches, the fact that anyone can just start a church. I think it's a problem, man. It's a huge problem. Back in the day, these religious institutions weren't really for profit, were they? You know, but now they can be. You know, and I just. It's worrying, and especially they don't seem to be regulated. And you know from the discussions on here, people are easily swayed, they're easily persuaded, they're looking for a leader, they're looking for solace, and unfortunately they can be taken advantage of, and they are being taken advantage of, you know, in a lot of these so-called religious groups. You know, there's a lot of people making a lot of money.
No, I agree with that. It's too easy to exploit people. Sorry, Sean, you go, Sean.
Well, the Mormons, I heard they're very profitable. The Mormon Church, they're the richest church in the world.
They all are. Yeah, I have no doubt. You know, I mean, any church that offers you the chance to have more than one wife is going to be popular, isn't it?
No, I think they stopped that policy. It's only a minority of Mormons that do that now.
Yeah, you are. I think what do they call themselves? They have another name, don't they?
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
That's it. Yeah. That's their kind of international brand. When you go around the UK, you see those churches in different places, and that's what they are, isn't it? Mormons.
I had a mad crush on a Mormon chick back at high school.
Really?
Jesus. Oh, mad. She was gorgeous.
I met a Jehovah's Witness bird when I was about 25. She was absolutely stunning. And I met her like when I was on a break from work, and I got her number, and she arranged to like meet up with me. But then she brought with her a load of these fucking Watchtower magazines, and it was really, she was trying to recruit me, you know. So there was nothing on, but she also said we're not supposed to be talking because it's meant to be like man to man, woman to woman when when they're trying to get new members. But
oh, mate, that means she was breaking the rules for you, mate.
She was breaking the rules, but I just thought, even though it wasn't worth it. There's no point in me becoming a Jehovah's Witness just for her. You know, twice actually. Funnily enough, on both occasions, it's been a woman trying to make me a Jehovah's Witness. Some woman knocked on my door randomly and tried to make me one as well. She was relentless. She kept coming back. And knocking on my door.
Okay, now you're just humble bragging, mate.
No, I made the mistake of fucking talking to her the first time, and I was kind of dismissive the first time, you know.
Yeah.
I think I literally said, I think I said, if there is a creator, he must be evil. That's what I said. And then her and her friend looked, their jaw dropped, and yeah, they kept coming back to try and save me then.
Yeah, I remember they came to our house, and I loved talking to them, debating them, criticizing them.
Really?
And
my dad used to always say, "Go and may your God go with you," or something like that. Like you should say.
There's a
Yeah.
few JWs here. They hang around outside stations giving away their.
They're not good people
watchtowers.
to debate with because they. Sorry.
Because why? Sorry, they're not good people to debate with because.
No, they're not. Like you shouldn't talk to them unless you're really willing to fucking have them come at you again and again because they don't give up. You know.
Right. You got to be
That's what
prepared to go the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally on this mission to, you know, they think they're doing good things. They think they're saving souls, you know, and that by bringing people that, you know, a certain number of people are going to be saved, and they have the key to it. You know, they're all the keys to salvation,
Right.
and they can bring others to it. You know, I think there used to be a number, didn't it? 144,000 or something, but now I believe that's changed. As far as I'm aware, I think it's changed now.
Okay.
It used to be that there was a number like 144,000 were going to be saved, and that's it.
Right. I remember that. Yeah, that rings a bell.
But I think they realized that probably wasn't good for economics. We need to expand the fucking congregation. So they disbanded with that one.
The multi-level marketing scheme needs more plebs at the bottom.
Oh God! Do you know what though? It is sad. It's really sad. It is really sad because on the one hand, I don't actually have a problem with religion in many ways because at the end of the day, it's just another opinion, another ideology. Everyone's got their opinions and views on what's going on, what we should be doing. So I don't get as enraged with them. Say as someone who has different politics to me. It's just another extension of someone's outlook and identity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've softened over the years. I used
Yeah.
to be pretty hard line. My problem these days is more with Islam. I do have problems with that, but yeah, Christianity and stuff. I really, I don't know. Maybe it's just getting older. We're not as strong as we make ourselves out to be, and we don't know everything. And I totally understand why people would reach to the numinous for comfort in a way. I really get it. I totally understand.
Topics, whatever you want it to be, Squatch. Do come on.
Yeah, we're kind of boring at the moment. Bring something up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, guys. I'll let you go. Nice talking to you guys.
Oh, we're
Sean,
about to
did
talk
you-
shit about Islam?
So you want to talk about Islam?
We're about to talk some shit about Islam?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Noodle's
go on.
girlfriend is Muslim.
I don't have a girlfriend, so I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Not
Okay.
singular. Not singular.
I don't know why
Squash.
people do that on here. People are like I'll invite a girl on here and like, oh, is that his girlfriend? Like,
Come on, Noodles. I
dude.
reckon you're. Come on, mate. I think you're.
I'm sorry.
You're a
I'm
dark
sorry.
horse.
I meant wife. I'm sorry.
Fuck off.
Common law wife.
Yeah. Squatch, what's going on?
It's hot,
How are you,
bro. It is hot. It is so
Yeah, well,
hot. Listen. It's so hot and humid out here. I have mushrooms growing on my eyebrows. I have a ringworm that has jock itch and won't stop telling me about it. It is hot out here, bro. It is juicy. I'm sorry. I'm just
Thanks.
Apple
Thanks for the
cider- apples-
contribution.
Apple cider vinegar. It will sting the fuck out of you, but it will work. It will get rid of it.
get rid of it. I just want it to shut up. No, I'm joking. I don't have a ringworm.
Tea tree oil is also a good one for that too.
I had jock itch before, and it is horrible. It is horrible. It's a fucking
I
Dude,
only had
nightmare.
it
Down
once,
here, that stuff is pathology.
and I used the what was it, Vagisil or whatever, or whatever.
Clometrazole or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Clomazepam.
You have to. You might have to spread eagle with your duvet off tonight and let the air out it. Keep it dry, Squats. Keep it dry. Don't let it get moist.
Yeah, you say that, but then I have to swim to my mailbox, bro. Like when I walk out my front door, it's like putting on a sogging wet hot sweater. It's like it's not good. I don't like it.
Where you at, dude? You're American, right?
Yes, sir.
what part
I'm
of-
in the South. I'm in Georgia, not
Okay.
terribly far from Florida.
Right. Okay.
Oh wow. Mm.
Righto.
Noodles, you were saying it was 107 degrees Fahrenheit. I had to look that up. That is like 41 degrees Celsius or something.
I don't know if it got that hot here today. It was in the mid 90s, but we have a warning out that in the next 2 days it could get up there. So yeah.
And Squats, what's your opinion on all this? Is this man-made is this human caused climate change, global heating, global warming?
I don't buy the global warming fear mongering. I'm not saying humans aren't affecting the climate. I'm saying that they're focusing on all the wrong mechanisms and trying to force economic policy based off of fear mongering. Now, do I believe that we should transition as much as possible to renewables? Sure.
And
But cobalt is nasty, bro. Cobalt is some really, really dirty stuff. And the more cobalt you get involved in the world, the worse everything on Earth is going to be.
Tell us about the cobalt.
Isn't cobalt necessary for everything?
Isn't that
Tiny trace amounts, yes. But when it gets, I don't even know what the percentage is, but it's really, really, really low.
Okay.
Is it used in like electronics and batteries and shit like that?
Batteries primarily.
Yeah,
it's a rapid discharge mineral of some kind. But
and
I mean, there's all kinds of horrible things associated with it. It's in its own way, it's worse than the blood diamonds of Africa, because the people that are digging this stuff out of the ground aren't doing it in a big industrialized strip mine or anything like that. They're doing it with a bunch of hammers and shovels.
They're getting fucked up.
And all of them. It is right up there with sweatshops and shoes,
Right. Yeah, terrific from what I've seen.
And unfortunately,
hi, Andrew. We've met now.
Yeah, we're friends.
Andrew, welcome. What did you think, Andrew, of Jack's show? I mean, he got a bit flustered, annoyed with me and everybody.
Yeah, I think sometimes Jack gets fucked with so much that he almost thinks that people are fucking with him when they're not at this point. Maybe a little bit of that's what was going on. But he's also kind of, he has a short temper to begin with anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
what's Jack's vibe exactly? Like, is he trying to kick off a cult or what's his thing?
That's what I got.
Some people, I got that impression as well initially. And a lot of people still get that impression. But I suppose because personally, I'm not really that type of person that's going to follow a leader,
I don't know, man. You were how do they say, glazing him quite a bit?
Look, I support his sentiments a lot of the time, and I'm sorry. The glazing side of it was my personality flaw. It was a joke and stuff, and maybe I overdid it. But I do actually like him as well. I don't dislike him. He's an interesting guy.
Me too, honestly. I disagree with almost everything he says, but I actually do. I have a lot of love for Jack.
And by the way, I've spoken to him privately as well. And, I will say that he comes across as a nice guy, when he's off air. Me and Dirty Lowlife chatted to him a few times backstage, and I think it's hard to say. Look, we all have a good and bad side, every one of us. And I will say his good side, I think, is definitely well-meaning. Well, it's good, obviously, but he definitely has a good side. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. Anyway, look, OE is here. Objective Ethics, brother. Good to have you here. You were talking about, we were talking about Jack's ideas, and he was a little bit annoyed with some of the stuff we were saying. We were just going into that and what we thought of that and what we thought of his ideas. And also, we didn't get into your stuff, but it was interesting what you said about.
I'd like to get into that, but sorry, I'd like to get into that. I'm just finishing up. I just got out of the shower. Just give me like just a couple minutes, and then I'll be right there.
No worries. Kenny, you're here. Interesting. You don't seem to change, Kenny. We might have to get that hat surgically removed, and those sunglasses.
He hasn't moved since yesterday.
You haven't moved since yesterday. You know what, Kenny? I will say one thing to you. Whilst you've got your hair, you might as well show it, brother. Because you've got a good head of hair, so why are you hiding it? I mean, at your age, you're kind of ahead of most people.
Wow. Good hairline too.
No pun intended. Ahead. But anyway, Kenny, What is going on?
Is it just me, or can anyone else hear DNW's microphones quite bad?
Yeah.
It's audible though. It is bad, but I can totally understand you.
I'll try and turn
I can
it
hear I can hear Andrew's one all right. Yerf Dogs, can you give me a sound test?
Yellow.
Yeah, you're
Hello.
fine. But DNW, your mic was cracking up. Can you re-ask the question, please?
Well, I didn't ask anything, only what's going on with you and what would you like to say?
You might have your gain turned up too much there, DNW.
didn't really love
Something
anything
with your settings.
Yeah, I'll go into it.
Maybe.
I mean,
didn't really have anything particular to say. I just thought I'd come on and
yeah.
join in.
No,
Join
not
in
the
the
StreamYard
chat.
gain,
You
your actual input gain. But anyway, I'm whatever.
on Bluetooth fucking AirPods or whatever you call them. Yeah.
I thought you
Yeah,
had
sure.
a microphone. Don't you have a desktop? Are you not home at the or whatever it is?
No, I'm not there right now. I'm not in that room,
Right.
so no.
Right.
I sound like I'm talking through an 80s telephone. You found me out. I'm
Yeah,
from.
exactly.
I'm actually calling from a 1987 telephone.
Yeah,
I am
he's
actually in the
literally in a
1980s.
phone booth.
I'm a time traveler. Yeah. Anyway, I better shut up and let you guys talk, seeing as I sound intolerable. Go on.
Kenny, you're serious about this MAGA stuff, huh?
Of course, yeah.
How does that happen to? Or did you say you're Scottish?
I'm Scottish, and Donald Trump's half Scottish. His mother,
Yeah,
Mary
I know.
Cladd, was from the Isle of Lewis. Stornoway. He's got 2 golf courses there.
How did you get an interest in Donald Trump?
So I started listening to his debates and speeches when he was first running for presidential candidate in 2015, when he was debating against other Republican candidates like Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio at the time. And I loved his sense of humor and his vision for not just America, but his alternative vision for the world and his foreign policy speech. Yeah. I liked it.
He was all
I liked
about
it
the
was an
wall back then.
outsider. I liked it was an outsider. Like the
I remember he was always
Marco
talking about the
from a
wall,
shaky
build a wall.
system, you know? What's
Yeah.
that?
He was always talking about building the wall back then, and I don't think he ever done it. No.
He built
Remember the wall?
like a steel structure, some of it. You know, he couldn't get enough funding to build across the whole length of the border.
In fact, when different companies volunteered to come in and set up sections of the wall, the state required, or the Biden administration sent out people to go take down the sections that had been put up by volunteers and donated materials.
Really?
Right.
Really?
Say that
That's
again,
insanity.
Squat. Sorry, mate.
So like he said, he couldn't get the funding to do the whole wall. Instead, what ended up happening is it got broke into I can't remember what they called it, but it was like little 1 or 2 mile sections of stuff, and they kind of different companies volunteered either money or labor or time or material or whatever, and they went and put up sections of the wall. Soon as Biden gets in, some of the same companies were sent to go take down sections of the wall that had been put up because it can't be done on federal land without utilizing federal methods. And that was the reasoning behind them taking down those sections.
So basic, yeah, okay. So was it meant to be like the Corps of Engineers that built it or something, or because you got this?
Well, no, the government can contract that type of stuff out. The problem is it has to be contracted, and these people, these organizations, these companies were basically just sending in a letter going, "Hey, we'll go set up a section of the wall," and the administration was like, "Great, which one?" And there's supposed to be more accountability, more continuity, more record keeping, more bureaucracy, more of all of that. When I think we all understand that in reality, the reason why the Biden administration didn't want the wall to go up is to leave that border open. But that's not my concern. I don't think walls are the answer. I know fences work with neighbors, but we have more than one border. And what do you do with the Canadian border?
Yeah, you got to keep those Canadians out. I mean, that should have been the first preference.
I don't have problems with Canadians. I don't even have problem with Quebecois. Like, they're okay. A little weird. I love Nova Scotians. You ever met a Newfie? Newfoundland?
I'm only joking. I like Canadians as well. Yeah, Nova Scotians are interesting people.
They are. Newfoundlands are even more interesting. They have a program on their little island.
St. John, St. Paul's, the city there.
Right.
They in Nova Scotia. They actually still speak Gaelic in Scottish Gaelic and Irish Gaelic in parts of Nova Scotia, even though it's been hundreds of years since they left.
It mainly for cussing and yelling at neighbors. So I understand it. But Newfies are interesting.
The Canadian Army has more Scottish regiments than Scotland does.
That checks out.
You seen that film, The Devil's Brigade?
No.
When they're on their
But then
kilts
again,
and playing
America
the
might have more Scottish regiments
and they're
than
playing
Scots
Scotland the
do.
Brave. Well, that's the Canadian Army.
Oh, so they wear kilts, do they? Okay.
Yeah.
That's because the Scots always tried to get as far away from the rain as possible.
And the Highland clearances as well. After that, a lot immigrated to both Canada and America.
How common are kilts in Scotland, Kenny? Like nowadays?
Say that again?
I was just asking, how common are kilts today in Scotland?
Mostly at private events like weddings and parties, or the rugby and the football matches, for the national Scotland national team. But it's not very often you see like just your ordinary day people wearing them in the street when they're going shopping or taking their kids to school. It's they're just dressed traditional jeans and
Yeah, it's more formal occasions. There's a lot of Scots down in New Zealand, and it's the same thing. Formal occasions, the kilts.
Yeah, it's like black tie events. They wear them. You can hire them out, isn't it?
Yep.
I say they should bring it back. It's honestly a hard ass look. Bring it back, William Wallace. That shit. You do it.
All right, guys, I'll let you go. Bye.
Bye, Sean.
See you, Sean.
Bye. Yeah, that's surprising to me. I guess I don't know why. Maybe I'm just uncultured. I guess I would assumed that like a third of the population was still wearing kilts or something.
No, it's just for events and weddings and parties and private functions, and if they have some excuse to party, or if the national football team's playing or the rugby team.
It is a weird garment. I mean, it's every clan had their own tartan or something, and then they had it all recorded in books, and there's a registry of it and all that.
The actual kilt that's in the shape of a skirt, that was like kind of invented by an Englishman for health and safety purposes, because when they started opening up factories in the lowlands, the traditional plaid that the Scots really wore, it came down below the knees, and it was too low for them to work in the steel factories because it was a health and safety risk. It meant they were more likely to, burn the bottom of it and get set on fire. So some Englishmen decided to cut it above the waist so it functioned like a skirt and bring it up above the knees. And then that became more commercial. So they started selling it for tourism, and that's how the kilt in its current form began to be more popular.
Wait, so it was like originally a skirt? It was like a skirt with a top built onto it?
It was the one that went over your shoulder, wasn't it, and come down? That's what you said.
It was called a plaid back in like the days before that. It went round your shoulder and back and around your mid-side and just kind of wrapped around you,
Oh.
And it was the Scottish Gaelic culture that had it, which is interesting because they say the Scoti came from Ireland. They were Gaelic invaders that invaded the west coast of Scotland, and they brought with them Gaelic culture. But the kilt I think originated in Scotland. They didn't bring it with them. It came from Scotland, obviously. Though they probably had a predecessor that wasn't tartan.
Yeah,
they probably, they probably had like some kind of robe or something that didn't have the design.
but they had the same kind of, it was the same kind of garment, but without the design.
Yeah, it's
We
like
need to
the
go back to
bagpipes. I
olden
reckon it was inspired by the Indian flute, the Indian horn, you know?
Yeah, the bagpipes they have them in Pakistan, Afghanistan, everywhere, don't they? Different versions.
Mm. Fascinating.
Mate, I feel really embarrassed now because my family's goes back to Scotland. And I don't even know any of this stuff. So thanks, Kenny. It's interesting stuff. I need to look into that, learn a bit.
Me too.
Scotland's an interesting country because it's got the Picts, who are like thousands of years ago, and then you had the Gaelic invaders from Ireland on the west coast. And that's where a lot of the kind of the Scottish, like stereotypical Scottish kind of culture comes from, like the language, the Gaelic language, the kilts, the music, and all that comes from them. But then you also have the Norse,
the Vikings,
Norse,
as well.
yeah,
Came
the
over.
Vikings as well, yeah. So you got the Picts, the Gaels, and the Vikings, and then obviously
believe
you also
Druid.
had the Saxons came up as well.
Did they not have druids in Scotland too, or was that Ireland
They
only?
did, yeah.
It did, yeah,
They
but
had
that would have been,
druids.
yeah.
Yeah.
Those are an interesting.
Scotland
group.
actually
We
means
don't
land of
know.
the Scoti. The Scoti were from Ireland. It's from kind of, well, I think they're from Ulster region.
Yeah.
Really? So the Irish named Scotland?
Well, they don't like to say that, but that's what the Scoti were. The Scoti were an ancient Gaelic tribe.
And
Nice.
a lot
I'm
of
starting to
people in
feel really,
Ulster are also
starting to feel a
unionists,
little
right?
bit sleepy, so I'm going to go into my bed and go into listen mode. All right.
Take care, Kenny.
All right. Take
There's
care,
a
Ken.
Scottish contingent in Ulster, is that right? They're the unionists. Have I got that right?
Well, the Scottish Presbyterians went there. The Scots Irish, basically, a lot of people in America who called themselves Irish are actually descended from Scots Irish, and so they wouldn't have even been considered Irish in Ireland. They would have been considered foreigners.
Okay.
But they call themselves Irish, but even though they're not actually Gaelic. Well, funnily enough, they actually are. The hilarious thing here is they are actually still Gaelic because their ancestors left Ireland, went to Scotland, and then came back to Ireland as Presbyterians.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's all the same. It's the same people fucking fighting each other all the time, just with different fucking beliefs. Yeah,
That's crazy.
No, I'm quite embarrassed. I should look into that and learn a bit about that.
My family's
too.
tied into the base of all of that crap, like all of it from all over that.
Me too. I got family from England, Ireland, and then ancestry from the Scots Presbyterians, the Calvinists, the Presbyterians. They had their, which is where I think I get my belief in hard determinism from, because they had their belief in, what was it called? The view that
Predestination or something.
yeah. So that's probably where that comes from. They were on about that, but they seem to think it was okay. I don't particularly like it because they had this view about reprobates and the damned, and it was okay that certain people were born to be damned, and that was okay.
And which are you, mate? Are you a reprobate?
Probably.
I try.
Definitely am.
I don't know if I've raised myself to the point of reprobate yet, but I try. Bro, if I go more than like 4 days without clearing out my freaking email, I'll end up with 4,000 emails in here I've got to delete. This is crazy.
Yeah, mate, I've given up on email. I think it's I mean, I need it for certain things, but it's just a nuisance.
It's the primary way I utilize. It's the primary method I communicate with people that I don't want to give my number, and I don't want attaching to me on Facebook or anything like that. But now YouTube has its own messaging thing associated with it. I'm not sure how that is going to pan out ultimately.
They have a thing over here in Japan and Korea, which is popular. It's called Line. And you don't need your number, but it's like a messaging app, and it's
what's it called?
Really, Line, Line. It's
I'll
run
go
by
look
a
up
company
now.
called Naver. Or maybe Yahoo bought it out. But
Line,
you
Japanese
don't need
app.
to give your number. It's a great.
Okay.
It's not necessarily secure, but it's not bad.
Interesting, yeah. Okay. There's no English. Is there an English version of it?
Yeah, just download it, and it's all in English. That's the way people do it here. Emails only really. I mean, they still use fax machines here though, but email is really just turned into a business thing.
I have a fax machine.
You still have a fax machine?
Well, the house that I bought was owned by old lady. She died like 10, 12 years ago, but she lived here for like 33 years. And she did a bunch of business stuff and whatnot. And so she had like the fax, and then later when the internet started, the modem thing, and then later
Is it
when
plugged in?
Yeah, it works.
I was going to
It's
say,
over
do you
there.
still get spam faxes? Because I remember where I used to work, you used to get
Actually, that thing hasn't made a noise other than to like, because we got all the ringers and everything shut off on it because you can't talk on it, right? It's just a fax. But it still operates like an old school phone call. And so we got everything muted over there. And every now and then we'll be in there playing games or whatever. And suddenly the little light will start blinking. And me and my wife just look at each other and go, and go back to what we're doing. We haven't even looked at it in like 5 years.
So do you actually receive faxes still sometimes?
Not well. Okay. So if
you don't have paper
something
in it,
comes
do you?
up and we need to do something, because it doesn't do anything if there's no paper in it, right?
Yeah.
So we just keep it empty. But if we need something to be faxed, we do use it.
But basically, you get the red light coming on showing that something is being sent to you, but there's no paper.
Well,
or it.
somebody's calling basically, and it's almost always a wrong number.
Of course, and it's probably like spam. I can't believe people are still sending like spam fucking faxes in this day and age. Wow.
Well, no, it's a basic phone number, and so
okay.
if you just call a random number, it'll light up, but it won't have none of the rest of the signal to it. You know.
I got you. Yeah.
And everything else is easier in email for the most part. But there are very few things in business today that still require hard copy type faxes.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, when I went online first, it was like analog, America Online, AOL, I think it was. And
same here.
Yeah. And
did they mail out the discs to you guys with like 1,000 hours for free?
I actually don't know where I got the disc, but you got the disc from some. I think they used to give them away free with magazines and shit, and sometimes you'd get a different one. You just use that.
They came in the mail in America.
Okay.
For free. I loved it. Internet for free for years.
Mine was after the millennium though, like when I started using it.
Yeah, 99, maybe 2000, right around this, right
maybe
around
2001 or something.
I've used mine twice in the past year, and we'll probably have to use it several times in the next couple of months because of some business changes that are taking place in the way we're doing stuff. And those things are supposed to be hard copied, so email won't work.
For whatever reason, my grandfather, he owns a pretty big junkyard, like an auto salvage yard. And for whatever reason, he has to send faxes like 5-6 times a day.
I remember I had older siblings who had a Commodore 64, like when they were kids. And I had a Nintendo, like a NES and a Super Nintendo. But I remember seeing that Commodore 64, man, and that actually had an internet. They didn't have it, but there was internet on the Commodore 64, and people were using it.
Holy cow!
Does anybody remember trying to download Prawn back then?
Oh God!
47 hours to get to the top of the areola.
Yeah,
memories all alone in the night.
I remember turning on the Commodore 64 when I was a kid and just watching it, like, and being amazed at how long they took to load the games. It used to take half an hour for a fucking game to load. And the graphic, the graphic they had on the screen whilst it was loaded, it looked amazing. You get really excited because it was like, there's really cool cartoon picture which looked amazing. And then when it fucking loads, it's like fucking 3 little blocks moving around.
I remember that. It's so true. Yeah.
It's an anticlimax. And also, a lot of those fucking games, right? Because I remember there's one game, I can't remember what it was called, but I think some of those games, the coders just gave up, because there was actually no end to them. They were just complete. There was a start, and then the coders just gave up, and you couldn't complete them. There was no way out. I think that some of them were just money making.
I remember playing Jet Set Willy. I don't know if you guys remember that game.
No,
that was my introduction to the whole
thing.
The
weirdest game I ever had was, and I think I mentioned this before, it was on the NES, and I remember buying it in Argos. and I didn't get computer games much, but I got this one. And it was called A Boy and His Blob. Now that was one weird computer game.
Yes, that was weird as all get out, wasn't it?
Was it that
There
you had it as
one.
well?
Yeah. There was another one that was I think it was associated with the same studio.
I don't know where it came from, but it was the weirdest game ever. And none of my friends had heard of it. And I was this weird kid with this fucking computer game, A Boy and His Blob, no one had ever heard of. And it involved, right? You were like a teenage kid going along. It's a platform game. And you were walking along and you were trying to entice a blob that looked like a blob of jelly with eyes to follow you. Right? And you had to like throw it jelly beans to fucking keep it following you. And every so often you could demand it changed into different shapes, like a ladder. I don't know what else, a seesaw or something, so that you could fucking get over different obstacles.
All right, hold on. I can fix all of this. You're not quite understanding how the game works. Let me clarify.
Go ahead.
In other games, you go and find things that you carry with you until you use them to accomplish a task, right? In this game, your blob, I think, eats things and then can mimic them. And so, like a ladder, a seesaw,
yes,
little bridge thing. I think he could spit like a bean, which was his attack. I think. So
basically, you use
like a fire extinguisher or something too.
To be honest with you, it didn't keep my attention. I didn't play it much, but like the game itself. So you saying when you came across a ladder, you could tell the fucking blob to copy it and become a ladder at a later stage. Is that it?
Once you reach that point in the game that you need a ladder, it would give you a prompt when you encountered, I guess, the right ladder, maybe.
Got you.
This is like old school platforming.
I'll tell you one game I liked. You might remember this one, seeing as you had a NES or whatever it was. Jackie Chan. There was a Jackie Chan fucking game, and that was pretty cool. That was pretty fucking cool. I remember that one. That was like a platform game as well, and it involved like it was like a Super Mario, but with Jackie Chan as the character. And I just remember there was a lot of jumping over fires and fighting, and shit. It was a really good game. I can't remember what it's called. It's Jackie Chan something adventure. I don't know what it was.
There's this one game called Shining Force.
Guys, I'm loving the nostalgia. I'd actually like, really honestly, at some point, rather get into some of the substance that we were talking about earlier, like the climate change denial and other things we're talking about on the other channel. But just really quickly, if I may interject, Andy, you said you might want to be a part of that show on Sunday. I'm making the thumbnail right now. Are you interested in actually being on the panel with Johnny and I at the beginning and doing more of an organized, addressing some of those contradictions? You could do New Testament to Old Testament.
Yeah, there's so many of them. I would love to. Yeah, that's this Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's this Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. So sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys, but I'm just literally in the middle of trying to get this typed out right now. So yeah, Andy, I'm going to put you in. I'll send you the private link. I think I have you on Discord or email. I can't remember which.
You have both. You can either get me at Discord or email. I wanted to point something out to you, Daniel. Today, I'm saying this because you have an upcoming debate with Jill about slavery in the Bible.
Yeah, what a mess. Yeah.
So today at work, I was listening to Genesis in my headphones, and I noticed something that I'd never noticed before. And it's talking about, it's actually right before this, the angels come and tell Abraham that he's going to get pregnant with Isaac, or Sarah's going to get pregnant with Isaac at like 100 years old. And it says, it's talking about Abraham's slaves. And the verse is something along the lines of like the slaves born into his house and the slaves purchased from foreigners. It literally says those exact words. And I've never even noticed that before. That's a super powerful argument against what Jill was saying the other day about it being foreigners that came over willingly and sold themselves. It's literally,
you're talking about Abraham, so that'd have to be in Genesis then.
Yeah, it's prior to the Moses thing, but for God to allow it to go unpunished is a big point in the direction that Jill's incorrect.
Very good. I appreciate that. I'll make a note of it. Yeah, I've got that, and I actually owe Vegan Equilibrium an apology because I'm supposed to set up a debate with him on veganism, and I told him that I was very busy, which I am, and I won't even be able to get to it till sometime in August at the earliest. But then I just took this debate with Jill because Jill has been calling me out, quote unquote, for ever since our last debate where he got stomped. and he's been trying to find a way to save face, and so he's been he won't debate me just on slavery, blah blah blah, and it's just been going for literally ever since the last debate. So it's got to be at least a month of him every time he gets into a live stream. Oh, he won't debate me on slavery. He's afraid to debate me on slavery. So technically, this did come up before I wanted to debate VE. So
what's
I hope
the
Vegan
premise? What's the premise of it, brother? Sorry about the slavery. Well, what is the?
Does the Bible just condone slavery?
Okay. Yeah,
Jill
I think it does.
Yeah, Jill is somehow. Well, of course it does, demonstrably. But Jill is. I don't know if you know who Jill is. A lot of people in the theist, what do you call it, sphere, know Jill. He's got quite the reputation. But if you saw the last debate that I had with him, is about biblical morality. He quit in the middle of the debate. He got so frustrated. And so he's just not. Yeah, he thinks he's still won. I don't know how you can win a debate where you quit in the middle of it. But yeah, like there's been at least 3 different people who've done reviews on that debate on their own channel. And there's probably been at least 50 or 60 people that I've seen, and probably more than that, probably over 100 people that I've seen between all these channels doing a review on that debate that are literally just saying that Jill got dog walked in that debate. And it's not, I'm not even trying to say that I won or I did so good or whatever. That's irrelevant. He just did so poorly and he quit. So just as an example, so I pinned him down in 1 Samuel regarding God telling Saul to kill women and children of the Amalekites. This is in retribution for something that happened hundreds of years earlier in the Exodus narrative. And I asked Jill a yes or no question because it was my time to cross-examine him, right? And I said, Jill, was it morally ethical for God to tell Saul to go kill women and children? And Jill literally refused to answer the question. He said, this isn't a prescription for how you're supposed to go to war. I said, Jill, that's not what I asked. And then he wanted to talk about Japanese internment camps. And I said, Jill, I'm talking about the Amalekites and Saul specifically. It has nothing to do with Japanese internment camps. You know, he got so upset. He's like, well, you're not going to let me answer how I want to answer. I said, you're right. I'm not going to let you run away from the question. And at that point, he said, well, I just want to go to the closing then. Yeah, this debate's over. I was like, all right, that's fair enough. You know, whatever you want to do. And so now he wants to debate slavery, which was brought up in the debate because it was about morality, and I mentioned slavery. But yeah, so anyway, so that's how that all came to be. But I will debate VE if we could come up with a proposition for the vegan debate, because I've actually been doing quite a bit of research into that, and I feel like I have a pretty strong position on it. I think veganism is a net negative, actually, on suffering when it comes to suffering. But
tallow is absolutely necessary.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had finished. I just wanted to quickly give you the verse and chapter for that. It's 17:27. Genesis 17:27.
Yeah, I'll look into it definitely. There's another issue there too when it comes to the virgin birth. You know, Mary specifically says that she is God's servant. Now, this would be more the type of event that would be like a maid servant sold into servitude. Could be sold into servitude or could be voluntary. It's tough to say on that one because Mary is, you know, but as a servant, Mary doesn't feel like she has any autonomy to say, well, I'll do it because I want to do it, or I'll do it because I think this is great. You're going to bring Jesus into the world through my womb or whatever. She literally says, well, I am the Lord's servant, so it shall be done. You know,
you're right. I mean, it was basically imposed on her. The angel, was it Gabriel, comes through the window and says, you're going to give birth. I mean, she didn't have a choice.
Hold on. If the archangel of God comes to you and is like, hey, you're going to have this kid, your response is not going to be, what? No.
Well, that's the whole problem. That's one of the arguments that I make against libertarian free will, because coercion, when you make a coerced decision, you're not making a free will choice. So that's just, you know, that does it. So if somebody held a gun to your head, or sorry, a pew to your head, or a weapon to your head, however I'm supposed to say it on this stupid platform. If somebody threatened you, right, and said, if you don't do this, I'm going to do this to you, and say, okay, I don't want those consequences. I'll do what you're telling me to do. That is not a free will choice. You are coerced into making that decision. And that's what happened with the marriage.
Exactly. It sets a poor precedent, Squatch, in my view, because it says, you know, you can impose things on people without giving them a choice if you think it's right. Now, you're going to say, obviously, it is right because it's the angel Gabriel. But, you know, is it not true that maybe God and the angel Gabriel should be leading by example and showing that as objective ethics says, we should be able to use our free will to choose our way forward rather than, have things imposed on us.
Well, I don't actually believe it. I'm a compatibilist. I'm a soft determinist or compatibilist. I don't think there actually is any such thing as quote unquote free will.
I don't either, but for the sake of their religious narrative, I mean,
to put yourself to grant as much as possible to the interlocutor. I think that's well put. Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, I didn't want to stop you guys from the nostalgia, because those are fun conversations, and a lot of people do play these games, did grow up with these gaming systems, and it actually was a big part of people's lives. And I'm working on this thumbnail, so I did want to touch on some of the stuff that was brought up.
Apparently we smell, according to Zill. Zill was saying we smell, so.
Yeah, he says he's just a buster. He's just a buster throwing shade in the chat like a sucker would. Sucker. I love that guy when he says that. It's so
hold on.
funny.
How the word? Wait, how old are you, sir?
Who, me?
How old am I?
89, bro. He ain't nothing but a buster.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I'm
35.
50. Yeah, I'm a 50-year-old man myself. Yeah.
Yeah, so the heat, gentlemen, the heat. I don't know where. Look, fucking Vegan Equilibrium starts the show, then he fucks off. I wasn't even going to have a show. Where has he gone?
What's a Commodore 64? Is that like the Nintendo 64 for Britain?
Look it up. It's quite a beautiful machine. It is actually quite a beautiful machine. It was like it looks like a PC, a personal computer. It had a keyboard, and you used to have a joystick with it, if I remember rightly, with a red knob and two little red buttons.
Yeah, you had the little paddle things.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? You could get a keyboard that you could put on top of the like a piano keyboard that you can put on top.
Well, it's been nice talking to him. I hope he gets his stuff worked out. There he is.
Oh damn! I never actually used one of these, but my mom's uncles, my mom's younger brothers had one of these. I never actually used it. I've always fantasized about using it, but they were too cool for me.
D&W, I don't think your mic's working.
Son of a bitch. I never had a Commodore 64, but I had a Nintendo 64, and that shit was boss.
I had a Nintendo 64 growing up, yeah.
Dude,
Donkey Kong Country was my favorite game.
Oh, for Super Nintendo?
You didn't play GoldenEye? Oh my god, I broke so many controllers playing GoldenEye. And not
GoldenEye, I think I played that. Yeah, I did play that. And I had an Indiana Jones one as well. I had an Indiana Jones game. That was pretty good.
Dirty Lowlife pointed out that he played Atari. I actually had an Atari C2500 when I was a kid, and we had Super Breakout on that shit, and it just felt like the future when I was, even though it was from way before my time.
Revenge. Have you ever played Yar's Revenge? I think it was on the original Atari.
I don't think so. I've never even heard of that.
So the premise of Yar's Revenge is, if I remember right, I might have some details off, but aliens attacked Earth, and we were just barely able to shuffle them off of Earth. And now we have to go attack their ships. But their ships have these huge shields that you have to beat your way through using kinetic strikes, right? And so basically it looks like a bug, bro. You look like a bug. And you're basically spitting stuff at this big wall, and inside is the guy that you're trying to get to, and you've got to hit him 3 times. It was a silly game, very much like Breakout, but without all of the fast pacing.
Oh, okay.
Look it up, dude. It's very, I don't know, man. It's not great. I enjoyed it because I didn't have nothing better to do. I lived on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and my choice was either go plow fields or shut up and sit over there. I was able to shut up, sit over there for a little while with Yar's Revenge. What was the other one? Hold on. Wizardry. One of the greatest role-playing franchise in all of history, in my opinion. Most underrated franchises ever.
I don't think I played that.
So there's like, I don't know, 25 of them or so. Most of them were only released in Japan. Wizardry, I think it was maybe Wizardry 5 was the one that was released in the US. I think there were two. There was like, which is weird. The first one released in the US was called Wizardry, but it was actually like Wizardry 2 or 3 in the Japanese market. But when it was released in the US, they were just like Wizardry for whatever reason. And it's huge. It is huge. It is a great maze, at the bottom of which is an individual called Wardna, who is in the process of trying to destroy the multiverse so that he could recreate it in his own image. And it allows you to pick your classes, work them up, rebuild them. It's very complicated for such a low megabyte game. I think it was only 8 megabytes or something like that, like 7.6 or so. And yet the maps in this thing are gigantic. They are ginormous. One floor on this thing covers like 5,000 squares by 5,000 squares, and there might be 6,000 floors. It's nuts. Now, there's a lot of repetitive things. It's not procedurally generated. And so this map actually exists in there somewhere. But the way it got away with it is you could only see like 10 steps, 10 squares at a time. And you could only see in one direction. And so nothing was generated until you could physically see it.
Damn. That's like that computer game. I don't even know what the fuck it's called. It's like this infinite space game where you travel around to these auto-generated planets and stuff with all different life forms and
Star
stuff.
Citizen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is what it's called.
Dude, I tried to play Star Citizen, and you get a randomly generated planet to start off on. And I played it for like a week, and one of my buddies calls me up. It's like, "Oh, you play Star Citizen? Cool. I'll come pick you up. We can go do stuff." And I was like, "Dude, get me off this planet." He's like, "What?" I said, "This place sucks, bro." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" He's been playing for like 9 months. He come and landed on the planet I generated on and died immediately. apparently I had generated on a death world, and I had managed, because he was utterly flummoxed. He's like, "How are you even I would just quit and restart, dude. Like, that's horrible." Good job.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember the name of a computer game, and I can't for the life of me remember. It was on the PlayStation, maybe 1999, 2000, maybe 1998. It was a first-person shooter game, and you were like this kind of sleek, kind of metallic black character that looked like an alien, walk around shooting everybody. It was a really good game, but I can't remember the name of it.
Is that Max Payne?
Sorry?
You're not talking about Max Payne, are you?
Max Payne? No.
Yeah,
If I remember rightly, it had like a kind of a weird abbreviation, maybe like 2 letters or 3 letters or 2 letters and a number. I can't remember though, man.
What's Jack Talcott's position on violent video games?
I don't know.
Good question. I feel like he would just be opposed to them, but I don't honestly know.
Maybe he'll come on and tell us.
What the fuck?
Right, guys, do click on the link. Well, Noodles, you started this stream, so you have to run it, I'm afraid. You can't just start something without the desire to finish it.
What are you cooking?
I am cooking
Barbecue tofu with cabbage and mushrooms.
Oh damn, that sounds good.
That sounds like an allergic reaction that's going to cause me to have diarrhea and hives.
It's a soy-free tofu made with fava beans. It has more it has more protein than any of your animal products. 64 grams in this one block, only 280 calories, and 0 fat, 0 carbs. So, boom.
Legit.
Doesn't matter. It's immaterial. I'm allergic to beans, sir. Can't do it.
Really? That's horrible.
Yeah, it hasn't been fun. I have to be honest. Also, certain chemicals inside sunflower seeds, peanuts. What was the other thing that was in that list? I always forget it.
Peas.
Well, peas and beans are all pulses. I'm allergic to pulses in general, but it's legumes in general. So,
okay.
That stuff called monkey grass or liripy. If I get in that, here's how I found out about this. I went to South Georgia to go visit some family. I get there and they live on 5 acres in the middle of like 5,000 acres of cornfields, sunflowers, soybeans. And if you ever see 10 or 20 acres of sunflowers, they are absolutely gorgeous, right? And what's your natural inclination?
To go get one.
Got to run through those things, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
So like later when I was in the hospital with the oxygen tent, the little breathing tube shoved up my nose and all of that stuff, I was thinking, I'm never, ever, ever touching a sunflower again. My eyes were swollen shut. My lips were swole up like oh
wow.
Natalie Portman's. It was bad, dude. Like I almost died before they got me in there.
And it was definitely sunflowers and not some kind of pesticide or something.
Oh no. It's I went and got checked out for allergies later, and it turns out I'm allergic to like a whole bunch of weird stuff. Blue Lake 40, Red Lake 40. What was the other one? One of the yellows. I can't remember which one off the top of my head. I just don't eat yellow stuff in general.
Sorry, these additives or these coloring?
These are colorings. Colorings.
Yeah,
you know the red that comes from the beetle shells. Can't eat it.
E102, I think it's called here. Or something like that.
It's not great, is all I'm saying. Like, I didn't enjoy it. I ended up with some scarring in my lungs and stuff. What was really wild about the whole thing,
E102 is a yellow color, sorry.
I was, like I said, I was visiting a friend of mine. I went running through the freaking thing. We messed around in the cornfield. We messed around in the soybean fields. And then we went back to the house. And by the time I went back to the house, they thought I was sunburned. Right. And I was like, this isn't sunburn. It doesn't feel like sunburn because it popped up as like a bright redness and then started making little bumps and hives and stuff. And I was just like, I've experienced allergic reactions. This is an allergic reaction. I might need a hospital. But before I did anything else, I went and jumped in the freaking creek with a bar of soap and just scrubbed everything down. And that had been about 2.5 hours after exposure. And when I was washing it down, I literally pulled a patch of skin off the back of my neck. And I went, nope, that's definitely going to be hospital activity. I need to go to the hospital. And my parents weren't there at the time. They were off at some show or whatever. And they were like, well, we'll call your parents or we'll see what we can do and yada, yada, yada. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I have to go to a hospital and I should do it like really soon. Sooner's better than not. And they hee-hawed around for a little while. And I actually I walked almost a quarter mile to the next door neighbor's house, walked up, knocked on the door, was like, can y'all please take me to a hospital? These people are lollygagging around too much. I don't want to die today. And they did. They loaded me up in a truck, took me to the hospital. My parents came back about 2 hours after I left. And I didn't say anything to anyone because I did. I told them I'm going to go find somebody to take me to the hospital, and they were like, "Oh, we'll get you there in a little while," and I just left. And so I go to the hospital. If you've ever tried to sign yourself in as a child in an ER, that is not something they're really making fun of, you know.
Yeah, man, that's rough. That's rough to have that many allergies.
Yeah, so anytime you're talking to one of these vegans who are like, we need to stop animal growth and that whole thing, just stop the farming, you're just asking to kill me outright. So skip it.
Well, I don't know that your one life is worth that of
I don't
many
care.
animals.
It is to me. You don't get to make that choice, and that's not a conversation I'm
why
going
do
to
you get to
tolerate.
make the choice for the animals?
Because I'm alive, sir, and my life is worth as much as yours, and
Right,
it's
but
worth
why are
way
their
more
lives
to
not
me. They are alive, and they taste really good, and I enjoy it.
And can you check your Discord?
Oh, he's frozen.
Did I break it? I think I broke it.
Andy, can you check your Discord really quick? Make sure that went through.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, these people want to be the arbiter of what is good and safe and proper in the world, but they never consider the damage they're actually doing. Meanwhile, we know the damage we're doing by eating animals, farming animals, and producing animals. That's
So
not
wait,
something
why
we're
are-
doing
why
in the
is
dark.
your life- why are their
You're
lives not-
because I said so. It's my life. You don't get to arbitrate that.
Why
you
are
don't
their
have
lives
that
not
power,
worth-
and you
wait,
don't
no,
get
no.
to pretend to have it.
No,
you
why did
are
their
not
lives
in a
not
position
count?
to execute this
Wait,
or to
why did their-
enforce it. So stop it.
Why do their lives not count?
Because they're tasty and delicious.
What if you're tasty and delicious? Is that okay?
Let me
to
change.
kill
Let me
you
change the framework of the conversation. You are eating my food's food, which puts you one step away from being my food.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
It's
Anyway,
perfect sense if you stop and think it through. Because if you're going to arbitrate that my life is worth less than the animals, then yours is.
Squash. Look, I find it hard to believe that you're completely out of luck with eating anything that is not animal based.
I'm sure there's lots of plants out there that I can eat. And I'm sure we could probably
Or
put together a
fungi.
selective diet that would do the thing. Or I could eat a chicken, and that would just solve all those problems, and we don't have any of those issues anymore.
It's not DNW. The issue isn't about him, what he can and can't eat. He knows if he wants to, he could find it. He doesn't care about animals, and he.
But you don't care about me, sir. You
and he
started the
wants them to
conversation with
suffer.
saying that
He
my
wants
life
animals
is not
to
worth
suffer.
more than an
He
animal's.
wants to- excuse me, I'm talking. He wants.
I
these
don't
animals
care.
to
You're
suffer.
saying gibberish.
All right. Well, he wants these animals to suffer. He's just admitted he could figure out a diet, and he's choosing not to because
Oh, no, that's a
rather
no. That's a
make the
big no
animals
from me, bro.
suffer and die.
If he's gonna come at my life, my literal life,
You
right,
just admitted that you don't
Yes.
have to eat animals, so
arbitrary. I
Squash,
didn't admit
if
anything.
you
I
want,
stated it was
Squash,
possible.
we'll be having a world-renowned, prominent vegan on here in August, the first week in August. If you want to come on here and talk to him,
I can try. I don't know what's going on in August as far as the rest of my life. This is like the first time I've had more than like 30 minutes to do something like this in a minute. So
we
I mean,
will
I
have
popped up in Dusty's at night.
the world's most influential animal rights activist Gary Yourofsky on here on August 5th, 4 p.m. Eastern. For anyone who's listening who wants to tune into that, we're gonna do an interview with him. It'll probably last 40 minutes to an hour, and then we'll be taking questions. I think each person will get minutes with him if you want to try some of your
I'll try.
bullshit.
I mean, it's
Noodles,
not
can I ask
bullshit,
you a
it's my
question?
life.
Noodles, can I ask you a question really quick? It's kind of related to all this anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I said I'd like to do that debate in August. Are you okay with doing it like end of August?
Yeah, just hit me up, man, and we'll figure it out.
That sounds good. Just really quick, one last question. I'm just trying to come up with a way to word the resolution that's agreeable to you. I think what I'd like to do is veganism a net negative? Are you okay with that as a resolution?
I have to think about that. Let me get back to you.
Fair enough.
Wait,
All right, thank you for letting me interject, guys.
What is your that's your proposition? Veganism is a net negative.
It's a resolution worded that way, but yeah. So I would take the affirmative. Yeah.
All right, let me get back to you on that.
Okay, guys, go back at it. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
You can email me that so that we can have a dialogue there.
Gramps, I must tell you a funny story.
You said, brother, can you remind me? I'm sorry. You say, do you mind if I say your email address online here?
Yeah, no, it's on my channel. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. I'm gonna go out and come back here on my laptop. Because I'm on my phone right now, so I can't even really read the chats and stuff. So let me log out and come back in, okay, real quick.
All right.
Gramps, I must tell you a funny story. What happened this evening? Dave was meowing outside the door, meow, meow, meow. So I let him in, and he went running to the loo to do his business. This honestly actually happened. I mean, he's got the whole outside world to do his wee-wees and poo-poos, but he had to come in and do it on the loo. I just can't believe it anymore.
He's trained.
Funny.
He thinks he's a human.
He actually, I thought he's got a whole patch of land, but he comes indoors to do his wee-wees and poo-poos. I couldn't believe yeah.
I'm eating here.
What?
I'm eating here.
So?
Just
So
saying.
do cats poo-poo?
Cat poo tastes nice.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Look, I know that English food is shit, but I didn't know it was shit like that.
It's crunchy.
But it was just so funny. I can't believe a cat would actually start doing that. You know? But she did. Little boozer boy.
I enjoyed Jack's show today, Chippy. What do you think of it?
Loved it, yeah. Yeah. Did you stick around to see Dirty's budgies?
I saw them in the video you sent me,
Aren't
yeah.
they gorgeous? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Mm.
My brain is this heat. Aren't they
Yeah.
sweet? He's a lovely
They're
guy.
lovely.
Yeah, lovely to see. Gorgeous to see. I didn't realise that you had. Well, it's lovely to see, yeah.
Mm.
I like men who've got pets. A man should have a pet, in my opinion.
All right,
Animal
I gotta
companion.
bounce. I got to go help settle the kids in. If I get done in time, I'll be back. Much love.
Take care.
Hi.
Look forward to a conversation with you. It'll be great.
Good. Good. Okay, Andrew. I'm noticing your name, Andrew the God. Some might say that's blasphemous.
Definitely is.
Okay, it definitely is. That's interesting. So, what's your take on the whole biblical God, or the biblical version of events and all of that malarkey? Because you know a hell of a lot about it. What is your version of God? Other than you, because you think you're God, but yeah, just tell me, what's your version of God?
Well, I don't believe that any gods exist. I think all of them are mythological, at least all of the gods that we have in written history. There could be a god, like a creator of the universe. I kind of keep an open mind about a god. But as for specific gods, I think all of the historical ones are just kind of, they began as, if you go back far enough in their stories, you start to see that it becomes a lot less personified and more just like them talking about the actual elements. Like the god of storms was literally just them talking about storms. The god of death was literally just them talking about death. You know, the god of fresh water was literally just them talking about fresh water. And so
Yeah.
those things slowly began to be personified over time. And I just think that if you look at these things, like if you go back to the roots of how they developed, it's like painfully obvious that they're not real. And the God of the Bible is a very late addition to that tradition. You know, he's quite late to the party. It's something that had already been going around for almost 2,000 years.
You do, if you don't mind me saying so, you seem to be quite enamored with Jack's version of God.
I don't know. Is there something about this communal gathering and the hope and the good intentions? I mean, God may not be real, but reaching for so-called God is worthwhile, is it?
That's a tough question. It kind of depends on. It just really depends on the person. Like a good person will take Christianity and use it for good things, and a bad person will take Christianity and use it for evil. That's just the way it's always going to be. It doesn't. People will try to blame behavior on the religion, but it's really just the person, I think, because for example, people will make the claim that like Christianity produces, moral behavior. Well, my aunt Elsa, her name's Elsa Garcia. You can actually look her up. She was been on several different news stations and stuff about this, but she was kidnapped as a baby. She was kidnapped as a baby from an orphanage by a pastor and his wife, and they stole her, kept her in the basement of a church. These were religiously devout people. This pastor and his wife. They kept her prisoner in the basement of a church for 18 years, raped her, beat her, broke her fingers, made her be a servant to the family, told her that what she was doing was in service to the biblical God. The father did 150 some years in prison for it.
That's absolutely horrific, Andrew.
Yeah,
poor lady. How is she now? I hope she's okay.
Completely ruined. She's completely ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever. But yeah, my point is that those are some of the most religiously devout people that you come across. You know what I mean? They had a whole church of their own and all of this stuff, and they were still able to do something so disgusting like that. It just completely.
You're right. It's a shield that they use to hide behind sometimes. But my heart goes out to that poor lady. How old is she now?
I think she's maybe 10 years older than me, so maybe like 45.
Right. Wow, the poor lady. I don't know what to say. Only I wish her all the best, man. I mean, it sounds like she's in touch with you and the rest of you guys. So hopefully she's got some support.
I had mentioned earlier that my grandfather owns a junkyard. It's his daughter. And so once he found out that she had gotten free from this stuff, she got free because she tried to end her own life by drinking antifreeze because she was so sick of being tortured. And they took her to the hospital in panic, and she snitched on them. But after that all happened and she sort of recovered from this stuff, my grandfather, who didn't even know she existed, he didn't even know that the woman, my grandfather didn't even know that her biological mother was pregnant. He never knew that he had this daughter, so he found out about it through some family, and he actually drove. We live in Michigan, so Georgia is like 1,200 miles away from Michigan. He drove a car hauler down to Georgia. He owns a car hauler at his junkyard. He drove one of his car haulers all the way down to Georgia, packed up everything she owned, moved her up to Michigan, gave her a full-time job at the junkyard making $20 an hour, and gave her own, I think it was either a 4 or 5 bedroom house. Brand new, all paid for. It was a pretty cool ending to her horror story.
Yes, and well, I truly hope that she finds peace in life, and sounds like she has good people around her. I'm delighted for that,
Yeah, sorry, I didn't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
No, it's fine. I mean, these things do happen, and I think that's the important thing. And that's why
that was that. This whole claim about people, using religion. Religion can be a good thing. Like I hate that idea. I hate that concept. I see it produce more evil than I do good. I see it produce, the most common result of religion that I see, in my honest opinion, at least in the United States, is a hatred for minority groups. That's what religion produces in my country. A hatred for minority groups. That's about the most common thing you see from religion.
Really, you don't see like charity and helping the poor, and you don't see religious groups coming in after a huge natural disaster and being like the first on the scene and giving the most. You don't see that.
I'm not saying that they don't do any good. That's like you're acting like I'm just saying they only do evil. But those things that you're listing are not common.
It's because you're making a hyperbolic assertion about religion. Like, what religion are you talking about?
Well, okay, so in the United States, the primary religion is Christianity. You know that.
Oh, okay. So you're mad at Christianity. Got it.
No, I'm not mad at Christianity. I have a lot of Christian friends and family, and I support them. You know what I mean? I have respect for them.
Okay, so you're making a statement that Christianity in America, the hyper focus of Christianity in America, is oppressing racial minorities. That's your assertion?
Is that what I said? That it's the hyper focus?
You said that's the number one thing that it does.
But yeah, that's the most common product of religion is oppressing minority groups. Absolutely.
Okay.
Without a doubt, no question.
Okay. So what do we have to say about like minority groups that are Christian? Like, are they oppressing themselves?
What do you mean? Like
you
what?
realize like most Black Americans are Christians, right?
Yeah.
So are they spending their time oppressing the? I mean, a Black Christian, by your assertion, is going to be the number one outcome of his religion is going to be oppressing minorities.
Misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying overarching hyperbolic bullshit that isn't true. It doesn't make any factual sense. It's not that I don't understand you. It's that what you're saying doesn't make any sense. You're trying to recap Christian. No, you're doing the typical thing that ex-Christians do, where you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. You're mad at dad, so religion is the number one thing that is causing all the problems these days. You're making a completely ridiculous assertion that Christianity in America is oppressing racial minorities. Can you give me a tangible example of this?
Yeah. So that's not at all what I said. You cut me
The
off.
North Atlantic slave trade would be one great example of it.
And was Christianity responsible for that?
Absolutely.
Christians using Christianity to justify that position? Yeah, absolutely. Have you heard,
They
of the
used
slave, have
the
you heard of,
Bible
like, the
versus-
slave Bible? Come on, bro.
That's a crazy question. I can't believe you said that.
Are you unaware that there were tons of Muslim Arabs and Jews involved in the slave trade?
Yeah,
as well?
absolutely. All three of the Abrahamic religions are definitely a net negative. Absolutely.
Yep, I'm against those just as much.
So, are you also making the claim that there are other religions that don't participate in slavery?
What?
So you think religion in general is a net negative? But I think
Abrahamic yes, exactly. And the reason that you don't like Abrahamic religions is because you're mad at dad.
Bro, you sound like an idiot when you say that. I don't even think this God is real.
fuck does
So how
that
can I be
mean?
mad at something that's not real? You're literally just running away from the actual topic to try and throw these ad hom attacks and this nonsensical mad at dad bullshit. First of all, I've never been a religious person. I'm a lifelong agnostic atheist. So I don't have a deconversion story. I'm not an ex-Christian or whatever. I'm just literally looking at the historical side of things. And the religions, especially the Abrahamic religions, are definitely responsible for hundreds of millions of deaths, oppression, bigotry, you name it.
What have you got there, Lala?
Every human system is responsible for those things. You single out religion.
Doesn't absolve.
You've been on here before and you've talked about it. The reason that you're upset at Christianity is because it's against homosexuality and abortion. That's it.
That's not it. That's definitely one part of it. You're absolutely right. I have talked about that. I'm happy to talk about it right now as well.
Okay, so you're singling out a human system that's no different than any other human system. You're telling me that Hindus aren't responsible for just as much death and chaos as Christians?
I never said that.
Why are you even making
you are saying that because you're drawing a distinction. You're saying
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes, you did. You said the Abrahamic religions are the worst. You drew that distinction.
Definitely the worst. Yeah, that doesn't mean that there's no other participants.
So there you go.
They're the worst. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what makes them worse than?
Because they have
what makes them worse than the Buddhists that did the rape of mankind?
The majority of the global population, to answer your question, brother, the majority of the global population is either Christian, Muslim, or Jew. Statistically speaking, about 4.5 billion people identify as either Christian, about 2 billion, a little over 2 billion, Muslim, nearly 2 billion, and then Jews make up the rest.
And before any of those religions existed, people did the same shit that you're speaking out against under the banner of some other god.
Absolutely.
So basically what you're proving with what you're saying here is that you're mad at dad.
No, you're a fucking idiot.
When did I say
Why-
dad anything?
How did you even reach that conclusion? Like you're
Because
just
he's
being
a
an
fucking
idiot.
idiot. You are a
No,
fucking
I'm
idiot.
I'm using that as a euphemism. You guys really aren't
Exactly. It's
smart
called
enough to
poisoning the
actually-
well.
Then
It's called
say what you
straw
mean.
manning. It's called ad hominem. Deal with the actual argument, bro. Stop
Make-
running away.
dude, fucking
because
make
your
one.
butt hurt.
Make-
I
make
get
it-
that I get that your fifis are hurt, right? Try
Make
and
an
give
argument. No, you're the one whose feelings are hurt. Make an argument.
I already did.
Make one. Which
I
is
just
what?
did. Statistically. Oh, you want to get some numbers into it? How about European empiricism alone? Christians spreading Christianity from the 15th to 16th century. You want to get into it? Columbus.
I would
90%
actually
of 90%
no,
of
hold
the
on,
Native
no,
American
hold on.
population wiped out because Columbus thought he was searching for the fucking the Holy Sepulchre, was on a mission for Christianity. The Great Dying, they called it. British India.
As an aside, as a tasty aside, Columbus was a Sephardic Jew. Did you know that?
And most of the atrocities that we're talking about Columbus committing were not actually in Columbus's original journals. They were added. The journals that you're making reference to about Columbus's missions were not written by Christopher Columbus. They were embellished by another person later on. They're not even accurate historical documents.
Christians coming over to spread Christianity to the North American continent is what I'm
Okay,
talking
you know what?
about. It's
I'll
called
agree
the
with
Great,
you.
It's called the Great Dying. I'm not referring to
Okay.
a specific journal. That's what started the mission.
I agree with you. It was a total waste of time to try to convert all these savages to Christianity. It was a waste of time. They didn't have the capability.
Savages, fucking savages. Thank
They
you for
didn't have.
Thank you for
they-
proving the point,
hold
brother.
on,
Thank
hold on.
you.
Listen,
Thank
listen.
you so much for
They
referring to
didn't
other
have
human beings,
the
other human beings
capability.
as savages. That's perfect
They-
example of what's
they-
wrong with this fucking religion. Thank
Okay,
you.
they didn't have the ability to live up to the standards of Christianity. They just don't
Shouldn't have to. It was their own land. Why would they have to
You
live
mean
up to your
reduce themselves? You mean reduce themselves to the quote unquote standard? It's not living up to. It's
reduce
reducing
themselves. Yeah, you're
Lower
talking about
standard, not higher standard of living.
shitting in a hole in the woods and like eating dogs.
Yeah,
and,
living symbiotically with nature instead of terraforming the planet to the degree that it's led to the global
these
climate change
people were
that we're
cannibals. These
currently
people
in
were
right now. Yeah,
more
absolutely.
like these people were
Cannibalism
more
all
like
over the
cannibals.
world. You go back in anyone's history, and there is cannibalism and child sacrifice.
You have to go back a really long time in European history to find those things before Christianity. You have to go back before Christianity because Christianity saved us from those things, and the natives were the natives were not capable of being saved from those things because that's their nature.
Buddhists have never engaged in that type of behavior. Never.
I
Ever,
wasn't
ever,
talking about Buddhists. I was talking about American Indians.
Yeah, we're talking about Abrahamic faith right now. The Abrahamic faith. It has been indeed.
Okay, now
engaged in
you're moving the
child
goalpost
sacrifice
because you
in
were just
history.
talking about European colonization of America. I made a rebuttal
You
against
just said
that.
that everyone around the world has engaged in this child sacrifice. No, Buddhism has never engaged or promoted this.
Well,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Andrew
I
the
said that.
dumbass said that.
I said that, and I would argue that maybe not in Buddhism, but if you go back in India's history long enough, you will find child sacrifice.
The issue that you take is that Christianity saved the West from paganism. It brought us out of the darkness of that kind of life and made one of the grandest civilizations that human beings have ever seen. And it only faltered when we gave up Christianity. Okay, that's a fact, my friend.
That's not a fact because that's based on so many subjective criteria of what you're defining as quote unquote greatness. A fact would be something that's objectively true, you fucking idiot. You don't even know the words that are coming out of your
I
mouth.
know. I bet that you would say that my subjective idea of greatness is Eurocentric, and that my idea of success is not what real success is. Success is actually being able to like pick as many cherries off the tree.
Yeah, your
and,
idea
like,
of success, British India, late Vatican Holocaust, conservative estimates, 100 million deaths in India. That's Christians spreading Christianity. Congo
Those-
Free State,
those
Leopold
people-
II
listen,
regime, around 15 million.
those
Congolese
people-
French
those
colonialism
people-
in Algeria, over 1 million deaths of Algerians. Christian crusades, roughly 3 million deaths. And don't forget about what Christians do to other Christians, right? They
Yeah,
call it the
those
French
people
Revolution.
are lucky
4
we
million
left
deaths
any of them.
Catholic
These
versus
people are
Protestant.
lucky that we
I could
left
go
any
on
of them
and on and
alive.
on about this. You guys are a disease.
These people
on
should
the
be
world. You're a
thanking us
disease.
that
You're
we allowed
regressive.
any of
Most
them.
flat earthers, most climate science deniers, Christians. Most people who think the earth is only 6,000 years old, Christians. You guys are idiots. You guys are so regressive. Not only the bigotry saying that gay people don't have a right to get married, they're consenting adults because you're back
grow up.
referring to people as savages
You
because
throw out an
they're
entire
not
religion
Christian.
because you can't get
Come
poop
on,
on your
guy.
dick.
Come
Chill
on,
out,
guy.
dude.
Referring to people as savages, human beings as savages.
They
that
were
just shows how
savages.
regressive you are.
They lived in tents and ate each other. They're savages.
They weren't eating each other.
There were cannibalistic tribes, and
Very
they
few
did do
of them.
these things.
In fact, I'm not
So,
actually aware.
were
of
all
any.
of them
There may have
cannibalistic,
been.
or-
I'll grant you there
No,
may
not
have
all
been.
of them. No, not all of them.
What percentage? What percentage of them were cannibalistic?
That's a really good question. Let's find that out. What percentage of them scalped little white children and sent
Yeah,
them back to our
good
villages?
question. What percentage? Is it 1%? Is it 80? Like, what are you talking about?
Listen, these people committed atrocities against us, and we fought back. Okay,
As invaders, as people who invaded their
We
country. they
invaded
defended
their
us.
land, and they stood
Oh
up
my
for them.
goodness! They
Okay,
defended
so
their
hold
territory.
on,
They
but
defended their
let me ask you.
heritage.
But
Do you
can I ask
consider
you?
that to
Hold
be
on,
an
no.
atrocity?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that anyone in the world should be able to immigrate to wherever they want?
With permission from the people that own the land.
They
Same as
never owned the
today.
land.
Do you,
They never owned the
hold
land.
on, hold on. But do you? First of all, Indians don't believe in land ownership, so you're kind of fucked.
Well, then permission from the
But
people
hold on a
that
second.
inhabit the land.
So are you
Whatever.
saying that? So are you saying that all of Europe and all of America and all of Australia have given permission to be flooded with tens of millions of migrants now?
I mean, how are they getting there?
They're sneaking in.
Is that true? Are they sneaking in, or are they coming in legally?
Well, probably both, because our politicians hate us and give us all the tributaries that we need in terms of people coming in. Hold on 1 second, sweetheart. So what you guys are saying is that it's okay for that to happen.
What's okay for immigrants to come in to a
Yeah, I
country?
mean, when the white people showed up on our shores, it's not like the Indians threw stones at us until we went away. They welcomed us.
Sure.
Okay. So immigration's okay. So we immigrated to this country and we ended up outnumbering the people who lived there and we took over the place. That's going to happen to white people now, but you don't have a problem with that, do you?
And that's not going to happen, I don't think.
Then you're wrong. You just don't know the numbers.
Oh, I don't know the numbers. What
Yeah.
are they? Tell me the numbers then.
Oh wow!
Almost every Western nation is set to become a minority in their own country nation by 2050 to 2060. It's already happened in America.
Numbers? Those are the numbers you're talking about?
That's the subject that we're talking about.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's.
I was asking, what are these numbers? You said I don't know the numbers. I'm just saying, what are they then? Enlighten me. I'm right here.
They're demographic numbers. Do you like which ones do you want? It's a complicated subject.
You referenced them. You tell me.
I just
You
said that
the numbers.
every country in the West is going to have a minority native population by 2060.
Is that really the problem, though?
You are not allowed to speak on this topic.
Why?
Because you are going to you're just not allowed to, Noodles. Okay.
Oh,
your
that's great.
your
That's great
perspective is not
reasoning
welcome.
right there. Hey, I think we found Gnosis, everyone.
Noodles, are you telling me that? So the argument that these people are making is that the Native Americans got wiped out and genocided because too many Europeans showed up and swamped the place. So are you now saying that like
That's the argument that you made.
I don't think that it's an issue if everybody turns brown. I think what the problem is if we start losing like a lot of like civil liberties and freedoms and stuff.
But those civil liberties and freedoms are a byproduct of Western Christianity. And if you don't have
that's all well and good. That's all well and good. And I'm saying I don't care. I don't care if white people become a minority. I just care if we lose civil liberties.
But we will if we do. That's the point.
That's not necessarily true.
No, you're talking rubbish, Noodles. I can assure you.
Every historical example has shown it. Istanbul to Constantinople, the Haitian Revolution, Rwanda, South Africa. Every time we lose a majority of a place, we get the stick up the butt, and it's bad.
Look, I'm with you that it would better look, I don't like any religion, but I agree that it's better as a Christian nation than as a Muslim nation. Can we agree on that?
We can at least agree on that.
Okay, and is that what you're talking about, really?
No, because we're talking about is getting ethnographically and demographically swamped by people from all over the world who share no values with us whatsoever, and you're going to have 30 million Indians and this many Haitians. And
Well,
this
wait a
many
minute.
South
Okay,
Americans.
wait a minute. With the Indians, I don't think that they're bringing the Indians are that much of an issue. They're not bringing such terrible things unless you're talking about Islam. I think like
No,
Hinduism.
Indians bring their shit.
Wait, let me finish. Let me just finish. Hindu values, Sikh values, Buddhist values. Those are all pretty good in terms of
Really? Okay, so why is it that at one of the stores that I worked at, and this was in like rural New Hampshire, an Indian family took it over, and it's a bunch of Indian dudes working there, and they treat all the women like shit. Just because they're not bringing a shitty religion into the country doesn't mean they're not bringing a shitty culture.
Bro, Christians treat women like shit.
Yeah, I've seen.
No. Christians venerate women. We
No,
exalt them.
that's bullshit. Christians treat women like shit all the time.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of different kinds of people, even white. I've seen plenty of white people treat women badly. So
the Indian culture has the culture of India has no fucking place in America. Okay, that's the point.
I disagree. I think that they can bring.
You would. You come from a group of nationless cosmopolitans.
Okay, can you stop? Can you stop saying like some bullshit about Jews? I know you hate
Okay,
Jews.
well let's switch it up. Hold on, no, let's switch it up. Should Israel have to take tens of millions of Indians?
I don't see why. I think that they should be able to go anywhere as long as they're not like gonna like hurt people.
Okay, so 20 million Indians should be able to immigrate to Israel.
I don't know. That's something I can't speak on. I'm just saying in general.
You can speak on my country. You can ruin
my
country.
Well, okay. First of all, America's a lot bigger country. I don't know the number that would be acceptable anywhere for any immigrants. I am not well versed enough in how much. Let's just like.
You're not really well versed in anything.
Leave all the cultural stuff aside. I don't know enough about like how many immigrants, even legal immigrants, it's okay to let into a country before it starts affecting X, Y, and Z. I'm not well enough equipped to have that conversation. Okay. But I will, obviously you and I can agree if we're bringing more bad values into a country, that's worse than keeping those people out and trying to work on what we already have here. Right. Could we agree on that?
Yes, and let's take that. Let's take that space of agreement. And hold on, Noodles. I gotta go, but I'm gonna be listening in my earbud. How long are you guys gonna go for? How long have you been on?
I don't know. It's just whatever,
Okay, I gotta step off and take your answer off the air. I'll be listening in my earbud. I'll leave myself on the panel. Don't kick me unless you get a bunch of people. Okay, I might be back.
I just don't see okay, let's say we're inviting a bunch of Buddhists into the country. Obviously no one's going to have a problem with that, right? And he's talking about Indians treating women badly. I mean, I didn't know that was such a, look, I think that like there should be a vetting process. Obviously America's actually all the Western nations are having a hard time with that. When you have a certain religion, and we know which one, where it really one of the things it talks a lot about is, how women are definitely subservient to men. That is not a great thing to be bringing here. But to be fair, before Christianity became really reformed, and I would say even Judaism, I mean, you look in those books, it says terrible things about women. I just know that like Islam hasn't had as long to reform. So, but what are we really talking about here?
I think the conversation started, and I apologize, Andy, for kind of jumping in. It was really your conversation with the other guy, and Andy said that Christianity promotes, at the end of the day, more bigotry than any of the other stuff that it does good for. It outweighs the good. And I agree with Andy. Historically, we can see that. And we saw that today. The Christian comes on here and says, no, that's not true. And then the very next thing he does is start calling people savages because they're not white, talking about how people who aren't white and don't have white culture are somehow lesser than. He literally promoted the very thing and demonstrated the very thing that he said wasn't happening. This thing that Andy said was happening.
Objective
I think,
ethics.
I think I think Andrew actually said religion, not Christianity initially, didn't you, Andrew? And it was when he came on.
Yeah.
He moved to
When I
Christianity.
said religion, I did say religion, you're right. But when I said religion, I was talking about religion in my country, which is almost exclusively Christianity.
Oh.
What country is that?
And then he moved into Christianity, but you were talking about that anyway, and objective ethics moved into all Abrahamic religions, which I think is fairer.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's actually
because we
fair.
look at Abrahamic religions as taking up the majority of the global populace between the three.
Yeah.
Christianity being the biggest religion in the world, and we have a huge sample size of things we can look at, data points that we can look at to judge whether or not what Andy said was fair or reasonable. And it turns out what Andy said is absolutely correct. But the guy demonstrated it here right now in attempting to refute it. He literally demonstrated that Andy was correct. Kenny, you
What does Kenny want?
Yeah, objective ethics sounds like one of these typical progressive white liberal moral relativists where nothing's really right or wrong. And he needs to man up and grow up here and stop being a fucking cuck.
Here, here.
That is very harsh. I mean, he is actually one of the people on the panel who I feel is most concerned with morality. In fact, he's always talking about his belief in an objective ethic. And, I don't think that, I think that's a mischaracterization, but he can defend himself.
Yeah, Kenny's welcome to have his opinion. It obviously doesn't map onto anything that I've said or talked about, but Kenny, I used to think that Kenny was at least a halfway decent person because even though I disagree with a lot of his positions politically and socially, I think that him standing up for what he believed in, carrying the flag in the park, playing the Yankee Doodle or whatever it was, you got to have a certain respect for that. But then once he started the whole situation between Gracie Guru's wife, when Gracie said, "Hey, look, I'm not okay with this anymore," and Kenny said, "Fuck you, I don't care. I'm going to do whatever I want to do with your wife, irregardless." That to me, it was like really fucking showed what a scumbag he was. But then when he did this whole super glue and the lock thing, then I was like, okay, this guy's just a worthless piece of shit. He can't actually fight the fight that he wants people to think he's a tough guy. Tough guys don't sneak around in the dark and put glue in people's locks. That's a chicken shit little bitch move. Kenny's a little bitch, and if he wants to talk shit about me, he's welcome to. He would never say that to my face. I guarantee.
I'm unaware of this lock story. What the hell's that?
Oh, this is good. Grab some popcorn.
That's kind of why I asked, because just from the sound of it, it sounds.
Wasn't it because she didn't give him ice or something?
Give him free ice. That she
Yeah,
told
a
him. She
waitress.
told him, "Look, I pay for the ice, right? We pay to make this ice, especially in the summertime. The energy bill goes way through the roof. Anybody who knows anything about economics and who's run a business knows this to be true. So that ice, as much as it sounds silly, oh, it's just ice. There is a huge cost to making and storing ice. It's not
I
just
can
to
tell
fall on
you.
the
I can
sky.
tell you from experience that running refrigeration in the summertime at a commercial level is fucking killer.
It's a huge
Dude,
expense.
I used to help build fridges. Actually, it's a problem. It's a bitch. It takes a lot of energy.
All right, so we're all in agreement. Kenny was definitely in the wrong there.
I don't know about that. We were talking
Come
about ice
on,
and fridges.
Kenny. That's kind of
Objective ethics
Guys,
is in
the thing is, it
Like
may
we've
not have
been
been
talking
about the
about.
ice. It may not have been about the ice. And I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm not saying it was right, sorry. But I have a feeling it wasn't actually about the ice. It was about the woman's demeanor. And it was kind of his kind of roguish way of being outside of the rules. He took offense to her demeanor towards him. And that's what it was really about, rather than the ice.
He felt.
And I'm not saying that makes it right. I'm just saying I don't actually think it was about the ice. But he can come on and tell us if it was about the ice. Sorry, Nicholas, go ahead.
So he felt rejected, and he's so insecure about being rejected by a pretty lady that he has to glue their locks, man. I mean, what the? Come on, dude.
Did he actually do that, or did he kind of hint that he may or may not have done it?
It's up in the air.
it's up in the air, right? So we don't know.
Can I mention something?
Yes.
So, like, I came in, you guys were talking about mass migration and stuff like that, and I wanted to bring up a point. So, like, a lot of progressives I've noticed, as much as they are for progress and wanting their ethics and human rights and morality, and this is not even an argument against them. This is more like I would ask progressives, hey, could you become historically literate? Not all Abrahamic cultures are the same, and lumping all three together in one is actually very ignorant. Because if they don't know the history, right, 2/3 of the Christian world was enslaved and genocided and forced into second-class citizenship, forced to pay taxes. That funded the jihad expansions of the caliphs of old, all the way up until the Ottoman Empire, and then their collapse by the hands of the British and the French in World War I. Right? This was a long-standing war, and most people don't study World War I, but they study World War II, and they want to talk about Nazis. But they don't want to talk about Islamic fascism. And they have a serious historical illiteracy when it comes to that history. They really do. And I would ask them to study it.
Most leftists are completely historical illiterate.
We don't like Islam either. Islam is an Abrahamic religion.
Look, Christians and Muslims are not the same, dude. Christians are not going to throw you off buildings, okay? They will.
I didn't say they're the same. I didn't say
I mean, I've heard the argument that
Unless you're Roman Catholic,
it's just that Islam hasn't existed as long as Christianity to reform. Christianity has gone through it.
Perhaps I can offer something. Perhaps I can offer a different point on this, from a different perspective. So, as you all know, I live in Japan. They are now starting to have a problem with Islam immigration. Serious problems.
Are you serious?
So you can't
They are
shoot me
burning
down with the
Shinto
white
temples.
supremacy stuff. You can't shoot me
Listen to
down.
you. Yeah, guys.
How is
shut
this
the-
happening? Wait,
Shut up. Everybody shut. Let Yerf talk. This is interesting.
I'll give you two examples. One example, there's it's not a township, but there's a location in Hokkaido, which is now becoming a no-go zone for Japanese as the Pakistani population overtake it and expand. That's one thing. Another thing that has been raised here is in the Islam religion, they bury their dead. In Japan, nobody gets buried. Everyone gets cremated. And so the Muslims are now demanding that Japan change its law for their religion, even though they're still, a minority. And so you can't, I think that the Japanese have every right to maintain their culture. And there was an earlier back and forth about savages. I think we need to get to I think it's fair to acknowledge some cultures are better than others. And I think that the use of the word savage is sometimes correct. So Japan has a very advanced culture, socially, economically it's kind of on the wrong side of the bell curve at the moment, wrong side of the parabol, whatever it is, the line. But you can't. I think that every nation should have a right to decide who's let in and who's not. Okay, and I think it's reasonable to say that the problem, there's a lot of illegal immigration happening, which is not in the interests of nations, and there needs to be, in my opinion, one thing, there needs to be, I'm all in favor of strict immigration. I mean, it took me, more than a decade to get my green card here, and I had to work for it really hard. And you've got to maintain it. It's not something that you just get given. And you have to integrate. You have to be part, again, you can't throw the white supremacy at me because I probably don't see white people for days, if not weeks at a time. So, I'm a terrible white supremacist in that sense. But I'm all in favor of strict immigration and integrating. It's when people refuse to integrate, that's when problems begin and they make demands on their host nations.
My friend, so let me bring this up, guys. Before we go straight too much,
Noodles are speaking first. Noodles are speaking first.
I just want to know. So I always heard that Japan is like super strict on immigration, and they really are
They're very picky about who they let. They don't really let anyone in. They're very nationalist. So how is it that this is happening?
So how did I get in?
But wait, okay, okay. I know that one thing.
There's 29,000 Pakistanis live in Japan.
I get that a lot of
and 0.3% of the population is Muslim.
I can.
No,
explain.
I hear
can
that
explain.
I know that because of a lot of people aren't having kids there. They need to bring in people to help take care of the elderly. Is that what's going on?
Okay, that's part of it. Japan's always had a system of temporary working visas, basically, where people come in, they work, and then they've got to leave. That's always been the case. But Japan is now in a difficult situation, and you're right about the economics and the elderly. A very difficult situation. Japan is no longer the uber attractive country to come to in Asia. It's on its decline. You've got countries like Singapore, Thailand, even Korea is still more attractive than Japan, I think, but they have different issues of their own. But the point is, Japan is competing with the global economy for top talent, and they're not coming here. But they need work. Well, and the idea is they're going to need workers, so they are making it more possible. They've lowered their standards for certain people to come in. And that comes with a lot of baggage. And now there's a massive backlash. There's a big swing to the right in Japanese politics, where Japan is, these guys don't fuck around when it comes to this. Historically, if you search up things like Sakoku, which is the when they just cut the country off to the rest of the world, and there's a big trend in that direction, especially amongst men here.
Right. I mean, look, it is. You are right. This is happening. But look, hold on a second. Hold your horse. Is it not the case that the Japanese culture, as we know it now, replaced the previous culture that was there? And I believe there are these ancient people.
You're talking about the Ainu, which were from up north in Hokkaido. Yeah.
And apparently they weren't very well. This is just what humans do.
I'm never gonna be the guy that says bad things didn't happen. Bad things have always happened. Unfortunately, that's how humans progress. That's just the way of our species. That's what happened. There's very little value in going back too far and trying to remedy things or taking revenge.
So look, the issue is, when is it morally justified to pull the drawbridge up? Considering the actual trajectory and history of humanity and what we've all done to each other.
Well, I would say in the case of Japan, they are, for all intents and purposes, a homogenous society, culturally, ethnically, genetically. And so I would say draw it up. I'm in favor of drawing it up. We can get through this without having to pull in a lot of low quality people, basically. And we don't need Islam here.
So where do you draw the line with
guys? Can I bring up
countries that aren't Japan?
Well, that is a very important question. And
Like,
the
for
reason
example, the specific example that I'm thinking of is, white Americans never wanted to integrate. We didn't vote for it. We didn't want it. The National Guard came into our towns, pointed guns in our faces, and said, "You're going to let these kids go to school with you, or else."
You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, I was asking, drop the link. They dropped the link. And
Shut the fuck up, Sil. Sorry.
So, what we have here in the West is a situation where our sovereignty was literally taken away from us at gunpoint by our own government.
I've studied that. Can I bring up something about?
You see, guys, I think the wool has been pulled over all your eyes. I think big corporate favors, immigration, and if you look at how many people were deported, I think if you look at how many people were deported under Obama, apparently more than under Trump, and also.
You're in a.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
You're gone.
Oh shit! Oh,
yeah,
right.
I can hear you.
You can hear me, okay. And also, look, Japan looks for the cream of the crop to come over and work in these big corporations. There is that. They like that because it brings in the best of the best to work in their corporations.
I didn't hear you. Maybe is it me that's got a bad connection?
It's your end.
Okay, I'll log out. Coming.
Well, yeah. So that it basically it allows the creme de la creme to come to the country, work for the big corporations. It favors them, and that maybe puts at a disadvantage the native population because they can't get those jobs. Also,
it helps big corporate because it creates a brain drain in the countries these people are coming from, keeping them, sorry to say this, but less in a position to defend themselves intellectually, in diplomacy and in their business dealings. So again, big corporate can pull the wool over their eyes in their home countries, take their resources, take their workers at perhaps in a disadvantaged manner for them. And this is the actual issue. It's big corporate, it's big money that is leading this. And they're pulling the wool over everyone's eyes.
Not necessarily the NW, and this is the historical point I wanted to bring up. It's a big blind spot for a lot of people with a businessmen, right-wing,
sucker.
or
Don't do that
progressive.
again, DNW.
So, can you not interrupt me, please? I've been waiting for a little while. When it comes to the blind spot that we're dealing with, after World War One, nobody really studies what happened before World War One, and they should. The Islamic world was collapsed by the Allied powers. The Mughal Empire in India.
I think you've got autistic hyper-focus, brother. I mean, we know these things happen. And
No. My point is the outcome, the lead up to. Why are all the Muslim nations invading everywhere else in the world? It happens every couple hundred years. This is what happens when.
Look, let's not deny the West part in this. We did invade fucking Iraq. We did go to Libya. We did go to Syria.
And
Yeah.
well, when the Ottoman Empire fell, we had like a fire sale where we divvied up the whole thing after World War One.
So unfortunately, we have created a lot of problems.
But DNW, it doesn't matter if we created the problem or not. The problem has to be solved.
And people keep missing my point and interrupting me. Dude, the Ottoman Empire and the Mughal Empire were the two massive superpowers controlling Indonesia, India, all the way to the Middle East, all the way to the Ottoman Empire and more central regions, and then Northern Africa. They were all under control, satrapies to caliphs, right? Sultans. They lost their kingships because they lost to war in World War One.
What is the difference between those sultans and the family dynasties that have been running the West?
No, DNW, you don't comprehend. They want empire. They want to conquer the world. It is their religion, their mandate.
Is anybody here familiar with the game StarCraft?
No.
Yes.
What, DNW? You never played StarCraft?
I'm not a gamer anymore. We were talking about games. I tell you where my computer gaming stopped. It was playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Right.
Okay, well, StarCraft was before that. StarCraft was in the 90s. Anyway,
I played FIFA soccer a few times after that, and some other one I can't remember. Some other football game I can't remember.
Just a real quick interjection for production value. DNW, your mic is like 4 times louder than anybody else on the panel.
Sorry.
I just want to make. I want to hear what you're saying. It's your show for one thing, but I don't know if you're doing that on purpose or if that's
no.
still unbalanced. Yeah.
So in StarCraft, there's a race of aliens called the Zerg. Okay, they're kind of the inspiration for the bugs or they're kind of inspired by the bugs in Starship Troopers. And
I love that game, bro.
StarCraft? You like StarCraft?
Dude, I used to play it all the time.
Oh, my brother. See this? We are brothers, dude. Anyway, so the Zerg spread through space by like shooting alien spores and stuff, and it creates this purple like sticky thing that they call the creep. And as they build more buildings across the map, the creep keeps expanding more and more. The more places they go, the creep expands before them, so they can build more. Yeah, not the same kind of creep, but kind of almost, so they can build more buildings. And that's how Islam spreads through the world. It's this like creep that goes before them, where it's like,
true.
yeah, we have a couple little Somalis in this neighborhood, we have a couple of people from Syria in this neighborhood, we have some Lebanese people in this neighborhood,
In Vita,
and then and those quote unquote refugees or whatever are the creep that comes before the building. And then you have Dearborn, Michigan, where it's fucking a bunch of Somali Muslims that are running everything.
You may be right about how demographics change, but it's not just
this is
that.
beyond
It's also-
demographics. Steve.
It's also when privileged people become educated and more prosperous, they literally choose to have less children. Okay?
Huge problem.
And that will keep rolling. That will keep. So when those brown people, I'm sorry to say that, I don't know, but what you're insinuating is when the brown people come, they have more kids. When they become prosperous, they will then have less kids, and they'll just be replaced by the next people. Income. This is just the cycles of
I understand. I get that, and
we
you know,
don't have
that
to
goes-
tolerate those cycles. Actually, we really
right?
don't.
Yeah, you can stop the cycle happens because people.
Well,
are
I think the biggest problem, if you can hear me, is everyone holding on to the fucking, tailcoats of their ancestry, like these ancient religions. Like, why can't people just let go?
DNW.
And start again.
It's called culture, DNW.
You really,
dude.
you
Come
really
on.
need to understand what happened in Iran in 1979 and why it happened. It happened because enablers like you on the left allowed it to happen. Then they got massacred. Then that's why the state of Iran is in the state it's in now. Wake up and smell the coffee, mate.
Well, you say it's called culture, but look at OE. He's turned his back on it. He's moving forward, trying to bring people together in unison.
But he's a culturalist. He's a culturalist.
He's a culturalist heathen. Why should I look to him for anything?
He's a culturalist.
First of all,
because everybody, listen, I'll tell you.
Hold on a second. How many?
You might consider it because we've all, as humanity, been doing the same thing again and again. Maybe it's time for a new way.
Yeah. How many kids does OE have?
Hey, I'm here for the betterment of everybody, and DNW. I see what's going on here, and I'm just gonna do you a favor here. Noodles, your ass is fired. Okay? Your
You
ass
will
is
not.
fired, Noodles, because you split the chat between mobile and desktop, and you a sucker.
Why are you talking
Noodles,
about
I will say, Noodles, he is right. In future, don't have the mobile version, just the desktop.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you're fired, sucker.
Let me get in
He's
here.
not fired.
Objective ethics.
Yes, you are.
Objective ethics. You said I'm not a tough guy. I tell you what, let's meet up in person and I'll show you what a tough guy I am.
Yeah,
Because I will rip your testicles
I
out.
make good money.
I'll
I make
fry
good
them
money
and I'll
fucking
force
tossing
feed them
tough
at
guys.
you.
I make good money. I make good money throwing tough guys out the door all the
genitals in
time, you
his
little
mouth.
bitch. I make good money. I get paid to
Objective.
fucking handle you tough guys, so don't fucking come to me with that bullshit.
Objective. He was talking about putting your genitals in his mouth.
Objection.
No, he
Let
said
me
he
know when
ripped
the
his
little
wallet.
boys
He
are
said
ignorant
he-
and immature
he
stop
said he
talking.
ripped your
Hey,
wallet.
Don't
Noodles.
one sucker.
Are you tough enough to be
Think you
secure
special? Hey,
enough to
excuse
put
me.
another man's balls in your mouth?
That's-
Are we going
Are
to
you
get
tough enough to be
only a
special?
real man would let someone fuck him in the ass.
Okay, guys.
I'd like to
so
respond to
this
something Vital said earlier, if I could. Please.
We don't agree on that at all.
Go ahead, Yerf Dogs. I love being
That's that
acknowledged.
vegan
I love
stuff
attention.
right there. That's that vegan
Can I
stuff,
ask, why
y'all.
the hell doesn't Mandel Britt come on here? She's always in the chat. She said she lived in Japan, Dogs, for 3 years. I want to hear her coming on.
Who's that?
Mandel Britt. She's in the live chat, yeah.
Yeah, come on up. So Vital, I'll try and say your name as much as possible as I address your points. Vital.
Thank you.
You love that. You raised a good point about the issue of segregation at gunpoint. The reason I talk about Japan is because it removes the white supremacy angle, and it also brings into play the culture angle as well. That's why that's why I raise it, and also because I have personal experience. Obviously, there's so it's kind of like a wedge into that, to opening that door.
I think it's a great thing to do, because this isn't just white people that do
Not
this.
just
It
a white
happens.
issue.
No,
And
it's
there is
not.
actually a
They
quote
do it in
from a monk, I think
do it in
he was either
Africa.
Tibetan or Thai, a Buddhist fella, and he said that with regards to religion, we can live together alongside any religion except Islam, and unfortunately, when Islam comes, we have to take up arms and fight. And
true.
I think historically, I think that is an accurate statement. I think we're fucking foolish.
Afghanistan was 100% Buddhist, full of
when I said
libraries,
it isn't
thousands of
just a
years old,
white
all
issue-
burned to the ground.
When I said it isn't just a white issue, I wasn't talking about being anti-Islam. I was talking about people being nationalists and protecting their ways.
Right. I think my point is that you have a freedom. You should be free to associate with whoever you like, and you should also be free to not associate with people you don't like. As a bedrock rebuttable presumption. Okay, there
What
are
if
going
you
to
want
be.
to join a panel with other people who are some suckers?
Right, you're going off for 10 more minutes.
So anyway, Vital, that was just my point. It's yeah, I think the issue you raised is difficult. I don't have a clear cut response, but I'd like to hear more about that particular discussion. If that, yeah, it's not as clear cut as what's happening over here.
So
But I think
it sounds like
people
we're
have a
gonna
right to
the
preserve
first,
their culture. People
fighting
have a right to
Moses.
preserve their culture.
That sounds like we're
Absolutely.
gonna have, yeah. It's just saying it sounds like we're going to have a Finding Moses UFC championship. Kenny
Yeah.
against OE in the car park of some Walmart, probably somewhere in the back of Beyond in America. If he can get over there, if you can get in, Kenny, you said you have a criminal conviction. They might not let you in. I know he's not a career criminal or something. He done something stupid when he was a teenager with his uncle's car, apparently. So, but I don't know if they'll hold that against him still.
Can I say something?
Yes.
DNW, why do you keep muting me and talking over me sometimes?
Sorry? Where'd he go? You're back, Al. Sorry. What did you say?
Yeah.
So, where did he go? Al, stop leaving.
I'm not leaving, and you're trolling right now on me.
Look, Al, it's just because you have
Just
this.
remember, the
habit-
light knows your name, okay? Just
Yes,
remember.
I am only joking. I'm sorry. I'm not doing witchcraft on you. I know you believe in that kind of thing. No, it's just, I don't know why, Al. I like the way you say things. I like your intellect, but sometimes you talk over people. I know I do it as well.
And
But
I
it
can
just so
talk over
happens.
you?
Go on, I'll give you your chance now. You make a fair assessment of things. Maybe I was a bit harsh this time.
I appreciate your candor with that. And I'm not trying to get in my ego about it either. Anyway, point is, so Yerf Dogs brought up Japan. Let's bring up another country situation, Lebanon. Lebanon was majority Christian, and I grew up around Lebanese refugees who came to Canada who are Christian, and they told me their stories, right? A lot of persecution stories just because they're Christian, and it's crazy. It makes the Nazis look tame, what they told me. And they came to Canada to escape the Islamic fascism. And the civil war that happened there, they told me it happened because of the refugees from Palestine moving into Lebanon. And they were massive pool of recruitment for a certain terrorist group that's been operating out of that region and harassing Israel in the north for a couple decades. And it's been a big issue. And a lot of Christian Lebanese people, I think they don't get their voices heard. And a lot of them probably should. And also the Armenians, the Christian Assyrians, even the Aramaic language is actually at risk of being extinct because of Sharia law policies in certain regions. And it's a big issue. This is not just Japan, this is not just the West. We can also look at another situation. Like the progressives want to bring up, oh, it's a white supremacist thing. You just want to protect your culture. No. We also have Christian African states in the south of Africa constantly getting overrun. This happens every couple hundred years where Islam has this psychopomp, massive psychosis, where they go on a massive rampage across the world. It lasted the first time. This was in the 600s, the Dark Age. The whole reason Rome became
What
the
are
Dark
the
Age.
metrics you're using here? Because if we're going to be fair, you have to use metrics and look at the outcomes. And I'm not pro-Islam by any stretch of the imagination. I don't like the religion. But to be fair, you do have to look at the numbers here. Who has caused the most death, the most injustice? I don't know
Number
if
one
it's
philosophy would be Islam. It actually is. I've done the math.
I'm not even sure that's right,
Christianity's
DNW.
third.
I don't think that's
Christianity's
right
third.
necessarily.
Communism is
Yeah, I don't-
second. Islam is first.
I think we need to
DNW,
deal
I
with the
don't
here and
think that
now.
You have to look at the
no.
overall.
I agree. Look, I agree with what Yerf Dog said. You have to deal with the here and now. I think that's you have to deal with what's going on now. I think,
But also,
think
you have
that's fair.
to think about the fact that if you go to war with someone and you win, it's often because you obliterated the other side, and it doesn't mean that your side was the wrong side. It means that
Right.
you.
Now, I think Yerf is right. You have to deal with the here and now. But Yerf, the reason I was saying about this appealing to history thing is, I don't think there's any need for that.
Do you get what I'm saying? Deal with the here and now. There's no need to look back at these cycles of Islamic expansion.
DNW, the
When
need
you
is to
can't, like,
comprehend
for
their
example, you
ideology.
could say, okay, who hurt more people, the Nazis or the Americans? Well, yeah, we fucked up the Nazis. We killed way more of them than they did of us, and that's how we won, and it's a good thing that we did.
But if we apply as Yerf Dog says and live in the now, we need to look at their ideology right now. The moment right now, regardless of history, you want to play that? Their ideology compels them to conquer the world. It's their final command.
And the
to establish
difference-
Sharia everywhere.
Come on and tell us about
The difference, the scary part is that now Europeans don't have a nationalistic sense or a unified identity.
Tell that to the Poles.
We look at, well, maybe the Poles, but we look at ourselves as somebody who are a group of people who aren't worthy of preserving our own culture, whose culture needs to be updated and diversified by
Right.
all these other people.
The
That's how Asia observes the West. That's what Asia sees the West like.
Unfortunately, guys, you're getting swayed by the mass media, and on the ground, it's actually quite different.
Oh, really? The mass media is swaying me by.
I think there is a shift in the UK towards parties like Restore, Reform, and there is a sentiment of stop the boats and all this.
And if you listen, hold on. If there was no threat of getting thrown in jail or losing your job or having your life ruined, there would be a huge resurgence of identity in the West. Okay, we would start kicking these fucking people into the sea. All right,
progressives
It's
are
only-
holding
it's
a
only
gun to
because
our
they-
heads,
So what
telling us to let them
what
in.
I'm trying to say is, for whatever reason, there's a disparity between the message portrayed in the media and what is on the ground. Who's doing that? Why they're doing that? I don't know. My view is it's all about money, and people are protecting their agendas, which are based on power, making money, and that's probably going back to some form of big capital, big money agenda, like people trying to make more money, keep money, and get more money.
Well,
Can I bring you a proposition of why money is so important, just to prove your point? The elites commit to child trafficking. We all know that. If they wanted to do that without it being illegal, they would have to make the country Islamic, because Muslims believe they can be enslaved.
Can I just say something else, which I think sometimes is probably the case. We're living in a strange time because we've got this weird medieval, is it medieval? I suppose you call it medieval religion coming at us.
They didn't have a renaissance. That's the difference between them and the rest of the world.
Yeah, okay, and you've got this religion coming at us at a time when we've also got an encroaching AI dystopia, maybe utopia, but we've got this revolution happening technologically. And is all this Islamic worry, is it a non-starter really? Because do you really think Islam will survive the kind of AI revolution?
Islam is like a cockroach; it will survive in any.
Dude, it's not a
pocket.
non-starter, bro. It'll keep going, bro. They won't stop.
Do
They're destroying
you
technology. They
really
ban
think?
music.
I mean, can I ask you to contemplate it at least? Do you think people having access to unbelievable amounts of knowledge, unbelievable amounts of problem-solving stuff, and just also freeing up people from work, giving people more time to think?
They're not using that technology to do that. They're using it to look at white girls, dude.
Hold on, no.
Do you think they will still cling to Islam when they will have more time to think?
It doesn't matter. AI is not raping little girls in Rotterdam right now.
I know
okay?
that, but do you think it will survive? That's all I'm asking.
I'm not willing to roll the fucking. Here's my assertion.
Yeah.
Islam shouldn't survive to make it to AI singularity. Islam should be wiped off the face of the planet before we get to AI singularity. That's my assertion, DNW.
I actually
The
have
thing
intel
with Islam,
on
it's
the
not that it's better
internal.
or worse than another religion. The point
It
is,
is.
it hasn't been defanged. Like Christianity
It has no
been
renaissance.
defanged.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they
that's
have no
what I'm saying about
renaissance.
the Reformation. It hasn't had a Reformation. It's a new religion.
Yeah.
I mean, look. Sorry, go ahead.
I can't hear you, DNW.
No,
Is
it's
that
fine.
just
I was waiting for you. Sorry, I dropped out.
Oh,
Let you
sorry,
speak.
bud. I finished.
Okay.
So I would love to bring this up. The Renaissance really affected the West, and it brought up the Industrial Revolution. And even Japan saw how quick the West was moving, and Japan was like, "Okay, we need to start competing."
Yep.
Right
That's
now.
right. Yep.
But guys,
Can I also-
the other side to
It's-
this is the other side to this is if you hate Islam so much, and you know you have a kind of humanitarian streak in you, do you not want to save these people from Islam? How are you going to do that? What do you suggest we do as a
I already
people?
have a suggestion for you. They're already collapsing.
You know,
There's intelligence that atheism and Christianity is spreading
Vital.
faster amongst them than Islam is. Islam
Do
is
you
spreading by
care
birth and
about
indoctrination.
people in Islamic countries, Vital, the same way you care about people in your own country?
In a Christian sense, like yes, in a theoretical sense, but like on a boots on the ground level, absolutely not.
And why should we?
A lot of
yeah. Okay.
Like guys, here's some intelligence that's been coming out recently. Islam is having a total panic. Not the immigrants moving outward, but internally, still in the Muslim countries, a lot of them are becoming progressive atheists, and a lot of them are becoming Christian. The West is literally winning, and you don't even know it.
Well, I can't see that personally, but you know.
I don't know. You know what I've seen and I've witnessed is people who grow up in a particular religion are extremely reluctant to leave it, cling on to it for their dear life, even in the face of changing scientific beliefs. They still hold on to it. And I've seen so many people on this panel who are either Muslim, Jew, or Christian, and they still cling to it despite not believing in its in the contents of its religion.
Well, when it comes to immigration, I think an important question to ask anyone, any single individual who intends to immigrate to another country, that country should ask them, what value are you bringing that's going to improve, what value do you bring that's going to improve our lot here?
Right.
That's the question that needs to be asked. And what value does Islam bring to any other culture that it ends up on the shores of?
This is all, look, a lot of this is related to...
And let's say, for example, I want to finish this.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, you have and the Japanese are notoriously racist. Let's just put that right out there. Cool. So what if they're racist? So what if they decide we just don't want non-Japanese people here who aren't going to contribute to the furthering of the values of our culture and integrate into our communities because we are racist against you all? Why can't people just what's wrong with that? Why can't they have the freedom to make that decision for themselves?
Well, I worry about any kind of monopolized way of seeing things,
But why does any nation need diversity? It doesn't. It's not necessary. That's my point. Like
but
a lot
the thing
of,
is, in Islam, there is no diversity, my friend. It's be Muslim.
Oh, I'm aware of that. I know that.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Do you not think that humanity has actually benefited from the mixing of genes and new people coming to different countries to share ideas and work in environments that they couldn't have done back home? Isn't that one of the reasons
I think that's an impossible thing to establish because how do we know?
No.
We don't have a counterfactual to that.
He just explained France. France is a homogeny between Celtic, Germanic, and Latin. Basically, the Frankish Empire built off of that, but this was a lot of warfare. This was the Dark Age. This was and the main unifying fact was was Christianity. And the Renaissance came along. That changed everything. From the moment Charlemagne decided to be a king who wants to read, all the way to Frederick the Great. You know what I like about Prussia? They were as progressive as they were traditional. And that's something that boggles the minds of neoliberals.
Yeah, but going back to DNW's question, which is a fair question, the problem with it is we don't know the counterfactual. What if there had never been travel? Maybe certain countries would have exploded in technological and cultural growth better than what they actually did. We don't know.
Yeah, but the other side of this is, and it is a real stickler, and it is this kind of view that people have, and whatever you like to say, guys, whether it's right or wrong, it is a feeling, a view, an opinion that people have, and they look at their ancestry, they look at their near and far ancestry, and if they feel aggrieved, they feel like getting their own back, or they feel like they are owed reparations or damages. I could talk about any number of people who look back at things that have happened in the past and they feel they're owed something because their ancestors were hard done by somebody else.
I could talk about any and everybody, from the Irish to the Jews to the black people to whatever, Polish, everyone and
The
anyone.
Acadians. The
And
Acadians. I'm
look, we can't
Acadian.
write that
The
off. We
redcoats
can't
fucked me
fucking
over.
shut up. We can't write that off because that is clearly a natural human response, okay, to things that have happened or have happened in the past. And it's all very well for people to say, "Oh, well, that we shouldn't worry about that." But I don't know. I mean, it's a thing. It's there. What are you going to do about it?
Okay, but my response to that is that doesn't necessarily mean that we should acquiesce when other people have historic grievances against us, or they use historical events to justify grievances against us.
Ever?
You're dogs. I'm Acadian. I'm supposed to hate the redcoats because they genocided and deported my people back in
Sure,
New
okay,
France.
but at the end of the day, how far back
But
do
I
you
don't
go?
hate them. That's the thing.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
at the
hate
end of the day,
redcoats. I don't
okay,
hate
so
Brits today.
we're either gonna. There's two choices basically. Let yourself be overrun by people with historic grievances, or whatever reasoning or rationale they use, or fight against it. So it's 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other. At the end of the day, they're shitty positions, but that's humanity. That's just the way it
It's a
goes forward.
difficult situation because there is an element of like reciprocity here. If we don't try and make amends for the past, those people will try and topple
There's no
us.
way. Amends will never be enough.
Amends will
always-
never be enough.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Basically, might makes right ultimately. Whoever
That's it.
is in power.
That's unfortunately it.
It's
Yep, yep.
Hatfield versus McCoy's. It's never going to end.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. I mean, I think Islam is going to have a huge impact. And like, as Vita was saying, it could be as early as 2050 and 2060 when we see the impact of the demographic change to when it becomes really fucking serious. And then that means in history, that becomes might is right. That's just the way it goes.
The other side to this, sorry, I'm having, as usual, these weird ideas are firing. They may be bullshit,
No,
but look,
true.
there's not many Jews in the world, okay? So, I don't know how many million Jews. Does anybody know? Is Vegan Equilibrium here?
I think it's
It's under 30.
17.
They might
17?
feel feel existentially under threat, but financially they're doing all right. So I mean, and I think they're doing all right in countries as well around the world, and they're fairly safe, even though they say they're not. I don't know. Vegan Equilibrium will tell me otherwise, but I think they're safe in America right now. Loud. Anyway, the point is, does it really matter if there's a load of people believing in the Quran to you or your people? Maybe it could be advantageous to you, because if they're so busy fucking bowing down 5 times a day and doing all these what you think are nonsensical rituals, maybe your people will be thinking about getting on and doing things.
No, it's got nothing to do with rituals or anything like that. It's the normalization of behaviors that Western civilization has stamped out. And not that it's stamped out that it never happens, like, the grape and all that disgusting stuff, but it's not normalized. It's been criminalized. These are important differences, whether we like it or not. They're very, very important differences.
Does Kenny want to come on? He said it's already fucking serious.
Well, when it comes to the fertility rate, it isn't what I've read is that it's when you get immigrants to another country, even if their fertility rate is high in the region they come from, actually their fertility rate starts to drop in accordance with the local fertility rate, as it were. So in Europe, although the Islamic fertility rate is much higher than the Western white guys, than whitey,
There's
it
an
is
update
actually
for whitey
dropping
fertility rates,
comparatively.
actually.
Sorry?
There's an update on the fertility rates. White countries are actually reversing their fertility's
That
coming
could be
back.
possible. I haven't kept
It's
the
actually on the
latest
rise.
data.
There's a lot of awakening. There's a lot of cultural awakening happening, and a lot of white people are like. There's actually a massive drove of return to the Catholic Church, as well as also to paganism like Asatru and Celtic and Wiccan. So some of the more ancient Hellenistic traditions and pagan traditions are starting to actually rebirth, but also the Catholic Church is growing even more.
And that actually
Young-
speaks to D&W's point. DNW, you were talking earlier about how people hold on to their ancestral links. But whether we, again, for good or for better or for worse, those links are what unite people the deepest.
Part of us. Like for me, I'm part of Normandy.
Water, as they say.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm part of Normandy, right? I have Viking ancestors, but my ancestors also chose to become Catholic and protect the church. The Normandy Knights went on to wage crusade to defend Christendom after that. So Vikings who were Christianized, and remember the picture in the Dark Age, Middle Age Europe, like Spain was conquered, Southern Italy was conquered, Sicily conquered, Greece got conquered. Greece had a revolution in the 1800s. Most people don't even know about it, against the Ottomans. Like people are very, very historically illiterate when it comes to like the whole story of Vlad Dracula. They look at like vampire movies. No, they should be looking how the Ottomans came in so hard. They turned Vlad into a slave when he was a child, because prince hostage negotiation, just like in Japan back in Sengoku Jidai, they would exchange princes, right? And to like make sure you don't go to war with me, so I have your son as my hostage. They did that. They turned Vlad Dracula into a janissary and brainwashed him to be a Muslim, and he said fuck that.
Vlad the Impaler, they tried to convert him, did they?
Yes, he was
I
part of the
didn't know that.
Janissary Corps, the elite of the Ottoman Empire. They literally would enslave Greek and Armenian and Slavic boys. Slaves, the word slave, that it's because of that, because it's synonymous with Slavic, because the Muslims kept kidnapping blonde, blue-eyed women constantly.
Yeah, and the Greeks were no better than anybody else. For example, who is it?
Why do we have to do what about like, oh, the Greeks are bad or this is bad? We're
No,
talking
but
about
it's true.
Islam.
And if we're going to grow up, if it wasn't for Islam, we wouldn't have got over the Dark Ages.
Well, the Dark Ages were caused by Islam, actually. The entire economic trade system of the Mediterranean was slaughtered as soon as Egypt was conquered.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone's going to disagree that in all of our histories, there's conquerors and the conquered. That's just the way
This is why you have to live in the now. Live in the now. I agree with that. Live in the now.
Well, that doesn't mean we ignore the historical realities that affect us now.
Can't. These Muslims want revenge for the Crusades, but the Crusades
I'm
were
sure
revenge
that's
for
right.
how they slaughtered us.
Right.
Like
So
they,
we have a
they
choice.
slaughtered Christianity for 300
Right.
years, then the Crusades happened.
That's right. So there's a choice now presented. We either let that happen or we fight it. Those are the two choices. And both are disgustingly horrible choices, which are going to lead to violence, which are going to lead to another Vlad the Impaler or even a Hitler.
Europe,
Right.
It's not
And
even just
the thing
Europe.
is, yeah,
It's not Europe and
I want to
Japan.
go back to this point. I don't even know if it is a point, but it's just, I suppose, a kind of trying to describe the current situation. It's such a strange situation because we have a world where there are trillionaires, multi-billionaires, these uber elite rich people who will be able to put up high walls, moated castles. They will be able to escape from what the rest of humanity has to go through. And it is just such a strange time because
We don't know if the walls they build are going to be high enough. That's not necessarily the case.
Right.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming.
Can I
whether we like it or not.
just on a tangential? It's kind of tangential, but it's related. I hear the word the World War II and the whole Nazi thing brought up in these discussions sometimes. I think it bears remembering that in World War II, the narrative that's often peddled is that it was a moral war against the evil Nazis, when in reality, the world didn't really know about the concentration camps until the Red Army marched through. I think it was in Poland. And at the end of the war,
It took up to
1946.
Nuremberg trials for people to even know.
That's
People
right.
just
So
didn't
this-
want German expansionism. That's what they just didn't want
Right.
Germany marching over, taking over their shit.
It was a might is right battle at the end of the day, and again, people say it's good or bad that we won or lost, whatever. But it
Don't
wasn't
forget,
a moral
Hitler
war
was an
because Nazis were
Islamophile.
bad.
Don't forget,
It
Hitler
was
was
exactly
an
that. It's
Islamophile.
because they were watching Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia going around, and they said, right, the line in the sand is Poland. If you go in there, we're coming after you, and they did, and that's what it was.
Yeah, but the
You're
problem
right.
The problem with this whole flow of this thing is the guy comes on here and he's complaining about people being selective in what they're looking at in history. Though they're forgetting about World War I. They just want to focus on World War I. He's being selective in every single thing that he's postulated here. And he wants to complain about how the Greeks were treated. The Spartans literally had an annual holiday where they were allowed to legally hunt down and kill, sexually assault, whatever they wanted to do to the slaves, because it was a way of not only what do they call it? Culling the slave population, because there was about 10-to-1 slaves to free people in Sparta, right? Yeah, literally, it was a holiday.
It was like a horrible purge kind of thing.
Those are Greeks from way back. Islam wasn't even a thing.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to select a different part of history than that. You don't want to include
Greece at the time was the Byzantine Empire, the Byzantine Eastern Roman Empire.
You want to select the pieces of the picture that you like that justify your narrative. That's the issue that I have.
He does cherry pick. He really does.
I don't think so.
The other issue that I have is I cannot, and I'm sorry to have to say this to you, but I cannot take anything seriously that somebody who believes in ghosts and goblins and witchcraft, you actually believe that's a thing. I can't take anything seriously that comes out of your mouth. You are so disconnected.
You are attacking an individual, not what we're talking about.
You are so deranged and limited mentally.
You go ahead and talk about you just want to talk shit.
You need to overcome.
You just want to talk shit and you want to sound eloquent while doing it.
Politics or science or anything else.
You know what? You can be the progressive who begs me for help when the Hajis come for you. How about that?
I'm not even worried about the Hajis. I'm not worried about witchcraft or voodoo dolls or any of this bullshit. I'm not worried that the earth is flat and the ships are going to fall off the edge of the earth or the planes can't fly upside down. All the nonsense that you people espouse.
Okay. The level of shit you're hoisting onto me, you're not even talking about the topic. You're just trying to belittle me. That's all you're trying to do.
Do you believe that there's witches and ghouls and ghosts and goblins and spirits and witchcraft? Aren't you the same
warfare
guy
is absolutely real, whether you like to believe it or not.
There you go. That point made. Thank you. Yeah, anybody who believes that, I won't take seriously. That's my own subjective opinion.
But maybe you've never experienced spiritual warfare because Satan doesn't see you as a fucking threat.
There is no Satan. Show me Satan, and then we can have a conversation about what Satan is doing.
They've been eating babies and farming humans for thousands of years, bro. You got no idea these fallen angels been fucking farming you.
Show me this Satan character, and then we can have a conversation about what this character's doing.
Bro, whatever, man. You don't want to talk about the conversation. You just want to attack the character of another individual. Stupid people talk about people. Smart people talk about what's going on, or even smarter people talk about ideologies.
Smart people don't talk about witchcraft.
Want to talk about me?
And eating babies and all this other nonsense.
Dude, all your elites, all your people who are up in the upper echelons of business, they all talk about
climate change. That's what smart people are talking about.
There's idiots that are rich too. Rich people can be idiots too.
Dude, what the fuck is it with you wanting to constantly just belittle me instead of talking about the conversation at hand? What is it with you wanting to see white people as some sort of evil always?
I didn't say anything about fucking white people. That's you putting that on me. I'm not
Dude,
even.
You're always every time I bring up something wrong happening to white people, you talk about how white people are evil, bro.
We're not going to get along today. We'll leave it there. But listen, Owie, what do you think? I know the guy said it's nothing to think about, but all these people are worried about the expansion of Islam. Do you think religion as a whole, or even Islam, will survive the next, say, 10, 20 years with the AI kind of, and the kind of revolution that seems to be coming technologically?
It won't survive.
Yeah,
I already know. Islam will not survive.
Hold on. I have to put you backstage for a few minutes, Ail. I'll bring you back on. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's really tough because AI is a tool, right? So it's who's implementing it, who's in control, because there are a lot of countries.
This is it. I think at the moment we have to say it seems to be American white people implementing. Obviously, we've got Chinese competition, but the Americans seem to be ahead. So if the Americans win the race, do you think any of this Islam stuff will be a problem? What do you think?
Well, again, it depends on what the context is, because who's controlling the narrative, right? So who's controlling the AI? Because AI, basically, we plug in the information. It's an LLM. It just spits out what we're putting into it. So if it's garbage in, it's going to be garbage out. Now, when it comes down to solving problems like hunger, energy crisis, things of this nature, AI can do a great job, but only if we actually follow what the AI is telling us to do. When it comes to morality, we can plug in humanism, for example, into an algorithm and let AI say, yeah, we should engage in this, and this behavior. But if people
Yeah.
don't, if people are hiding behind their idealism and are afraid to be progressive, and progressive not meaning far left politics, I'm talking about just progressing. Because if you don't progress, what you're admitting to is you're either going to be in a state of regression or stagnation. There's only the three options.
I suppose I'm not just talking about the LLMs. I'm talking about other things like surveillance, you know, security, policing, education, propaganda as well, and like just pushing your own agenda. AI will surely help, as you say, whoever's pulling the strings for it. And I think at the moment the West is winning the race, and I think the West will win the race in that regard. And if they do you think that will help prevent Islamification of the world? I don't know if you see that as a problem, but do you think it would help prevent it?
I don't know. I honestly couldn't say, because just because we have good information, is that going to stop what people in the Middle East are actually doing, what people in India are actually doing? I mean, not necessarily, because we might have the answers, but it's got to be implemented. And the people, we either have to do it by force, coercion, or through education, right? It's got to be one of those three things, or it's just not going to be implemented by other people. So again, I think science has done a great job of giving out really good information. And we see a massive pushback from all the religions, the Abrahamic religions in particular, because they're creationists. They want to believe the earth is only 6,000 years old. Anything that goes against the narrative that they believe is true. So it doesn't matter how good the information is. If people are rejecting the information because it hurts their feelings, or it causes them to be afraid that, oh my God, there may actually not be a heaven to go to when I'm done with all this rat race. I mean, there's so many other issues. I think that focusing on science can help us so much, but we do need to implement a certain amount of philosophy, because there are questions that science can't answer, right? Like moral questions and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Ragnarok, sorry you had to go. You did that of your own choice. I just pulled you back because you spoke over me again. I'm sorry if you got annoyed about that, but you're welcome to come back if you want to. Kenny has come back.
Yeah, most Christians don't actually believe that the world is only 6,000 years old. They don't take every word in the Bible literally. I've spoken to them. Most of them believe in, you know, the 4 billion years old theory.
That's not true.
Actually.
Not the ones that I run into.
Well, a lot of scientists are also Christian. And
I wonder if that's got to do with your location. I think American Christians are different from everywhere else.
You're right. I think Anglican Christians, Catholics in Europe generally follow science, and I think there seems to be a different situation in America.
Yeah,
American Christians are genuinely fucking idiots. Almost all of them. Like, I'm talking 8 out of 10 that you run into are like bottom of the barrel. Probably shouldn't even be allowed to vote. No exaggeration.
Some of us might say the same about Americans, full stop, without having to put Christian in front of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. We're pretty low bar as far as intelligence for the average person goes in general. Just stupid people in general are really
they're everywhere, mate. It's not just an American thing.
I wouldn't beat Americans up like that so much. I mean, isn't Harvard University one of the top universities in the world?
Well, I'm not saying that we don't have really smart people. Almost every country does, but I'm saying that our population of really dumb people is really high. I don't know what other countries are like.
Right.
I've never actually been outside of
Do
the
you think
US.
that's a problem with the kind of, I don't know, you're not maximizing people's potential in your country? I mean,
I think the UK is like that as well, though, DNW, isn't it?
Sorry?
The UK is like that as well.
Well, yeah.
What do you think? I think, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Well, a lot of dummies.
I don't know.
A lot of geniuses and a lot of dummies.
I don't know. I think people have access to more information than ever. I think there are more clued up people now than ever, but I don't know. I think maybe people have less power perhaps now than ever.
The trouble,
It's interesting.
DNW, the trouble with the people having so much access to information now, though, is that all of the information is completely unstructured and there's no formal learning to any of it. And so now it's all
Look, I'm saying in terms of numbers, I know there's a problem. We're always talking about here, atomization. People are going to things that just suit their emotions rather than looking for the truth. I know all that. But
There's an
I'm
old
saying,
saying.
I'm saying in terms of numbers, I reckon now there are more clued up people than ever before. It's just they
There's an
don't really
old
have any. They don't have any power. They have less. People have less power nowadays. They have less. We're further away from the reins of power. That's actually the situation here than ever
People are
before.
just gullible. I don't
As the
understand
saying
how
goes,
adults are so
as the
gullible.
saying goes, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Yeah. Look what happened
Always
to
makes
Adam.
me laugh how everyone on the internet complains about all the other stupid people, but no one ever steps up and goes, "Man, fuck, I'm one of the dummies."
Maybe I'm one of the dummies. I don't think that I'm particularly intelligent. In fact, I just think that people don't even care about learning in the United States at all. They're perfectly comfortable to
think
just
you
sit at
have
home
an
and look at a
intelligence
television.
complex.
I don't. I just said I'm not a particularly intelligent person. In fact, I have learning difficulties, and I have no problem acknowledging that. And the things that I do take interest in learning about are quite niche. But I'm just saying that people in society, like the most of the people that I run into, don't have any interest in learning anything. They just want to
Yeah,
go
that's
home.
a,
watch
I can
TV,
tell
and
you
get
there is
drunk,
a lack of
articulating it,
intelligence
yeah.
when people
all the
just want
time.
to shame others for their beliefs, right? I can
Huh?
see shaming for policies. People can
But
shame others for
mate, to be fair, mate, your
policies that
beliefs
are
are
No, I
pretty
bad.
think
nonsense.
for beliefs is equal. I
Yeah,
see
you
no
can
issue
say
with
that,
sharing
but
for
that doesn't
beliefs.
mean you should shame people.
And beliefs are just
I
personal
see no
opinions and
issue.
ideas, and ideas and opinions should be attacked and should be pushed back against. That's how they
I
work. We're
agree.
not so
Well,
you know.
they're not even trying to argue the idea.
Now,
They were
look, in
arguing my
fairness,
character.
are you not doing
Big
what they're
difference.
doing? You're pushing back on other people's opinions with quite strong ones, but you have quite strong opinions that some people might take offense to. So,
And I didn't attack your. I
can you
didn't
not
attack
see
your
that
character.
what you
I did not. I did not attack your
Dude,
character.
you were literally
I said that I
calling me a
don't take people
crazy
like you
conspiracy
seriously
theorist. You
because
were
the
coming
stuff
at
that
me
comes
like
out of your
this,
mouth
bro.
shouldn't be taken seriously, in my opinion. I'm not attacking your character. I'm not saying you're a good person or a
Dude,
bad person. I don't even fucking
first
know
you
you.
attacked my faith, you attacked my spiritual beliefs, you attacked everything I stand for in
And
front
all
of
those things
everybody.
should be
You
attacked, and
galvanized
that's
to
the
try
same
to
for
make me
everybody.
discredited. No, let me speak. This guy, all he did instead of talking about the historical atrocities that happened on both sides, he wants to talk about what my beliefs are, what my character is. You want to talk about me when we were talking about a gigantic situation happening around the world right now. I found that really stupid, and then shaming me for my beliefs in spirituality and God,
Yeah, but
attacking me on
every
every one of
time
those
on the
notions.
show,
You
mate,
can.
you whinge
You
about
can.
your
No,
beliefs
hold up
being
here.
shamed.
Hold up here.
You're like a CD that's broken.
No, hear me out. Look. The atheist believes there's no God and they call themselves wiser than others. And this attitude that is so
No,
fucking
the atheist
vicious
doesn't believe there's no God. The atheist says that there's no evidence to
Every single
demonstrate there
fucking
is.
atheist I've met on here, they talk down and have a supremacy complex, thinking they're smarter than everybody else, and it's
Confession
pathetic
by
and
projection.
disgusting.
That's
Let me
the
show you your
problem with
painting,
black.
Mr. Gray. Your shit.
That's like
I think that's just what you have in your head.
like you. Who are you to say you know all this stuff when you can't even provide evidence? Not
Dude, this
one.
guy claims to be Napoleon. So, you know.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe he is.
Oh, he thinks he was Napoleon?
Well, I know it was.
Well,
was.
that explains the
We
complex.
should definitely take you seriously.
Oh, it just
I
means
take
you don't
back
have
everything
access
I
to higher
said.
technology
I
now, do
take
you?
back everything I said.
Not
I didn't
tonight,
realize you were
Josephine.
Napoleon.
Maybe I should do an old policy of mine when it comes to intellectuals.
In fairness, that was funny, Ken.
Shit,
Well,
it
thank
says
you.
112 degrees tomorrow in Lincoln, New England, Massachusetts.
100 and how much?
112. It says will feel like 112 degrees and sunny.
Oh my
tomorrow.
god. Oh my good lord. God. And by the way, we have Exil. Exil, good to have you back. Exil played the blinder yesterday. I didn't agree with that word he said, but you know, he was under pressure and it was his first time. So it was good to have you back, Exil.
And Emily, g'day, mate. How you doing?
I said a word yesterday.
But
I'm good,
Alex,
I'm
if you're
good.
listening, I want you to
I
come
said a
on.
word.
So what's the topic
I
now?
missed
Because that
that
shit
one.
got derailed when somebody wanted to shame me.
I didn't hear you.
It's a curious question.
By the way,
Well, what's the
USA
topic?
are beating Bosnia 1-0.
Go USA.
Fuck yeah.
I missed something. I said a word yesterday.
I don't
that
watch
was
sports.
offensive.
I don't watch sports. It's all bread and games.
Bread and circuses.
Mm-hmm.
Were you Alexander the Great as well?
think
Yes.
you mentioned you were. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
Can you list as many of the people you were as possible?
I actually have the entire list, and I'm not going to give any pros today.
Okay.
Holy shit! Are you joking? Is this a troll?
Have you ever been a black Muslim?
You people have
brown
never
person?
heard of the Druze, have you? You've never heard of the
Were you
Druze,
ever
have you?
any-
Never heard how Jews
Were you ever
actually
anyone
believe in
regular?
reincarnation?
Who the
How about
fuck
you listen
cares
to me
what
right
the
now and
Jews
give me a
believe?
chance to speak? Every
Who cares
single
what the
fucking
Jews
culture
believe?
believes in reincarnation. You people, you're a fucking outlier.
I don't give a fuck if everyone on Earth but me believes it. There's no evidence for it.
There is. You just
What?
don't have the means to see it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
That's where it lands.
hold on. He's been to see his not his Ashkenazi records. What are they called again?
Akashic.
Akashic. Yeah. I always call them
Akashic.
Ashkenazi.
Akashic.
Akashic.
Yeah, there we
Akashic,
go.
Yeah. There you go. You've been to see your Akashic records. Tell us how you saw
Yes,
them,
I have.
Ragnarok.
Hell
Well,
yeah.
first of all,
Ragnarok.
you need to open up your mind,
You need to open up your
Ragnarok.
pituitary gland because that's the only way you can see the things that he says.
Oh yeah, I
says.
forgot.
There's more to the
You're
world.
simply hold
There's
on.
more to the
Yerf
world.
is Yerf is an NPC. He doesn't have a pituitary gland. I remember this conversation. Al
Oh,
said
he
don't
does
have a
actually.
biological.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently you don't
I
have
don't have my
Everybody
third
has
eye
it.
connected correctly.
So what is Yerf Dogs here for if he doesn't have the?
If I'm just going to be laughed at, I'm going to leave.
No, Al,
Okay,
Al.
go
It's an
away.
interesting conversation. It's a legitimate.
No,
it's
I'm
a
not
legitimate
giving
question.
pearls. People just want to use those pearls to fucking spit in my face. Okay?
They're not
Well,
Open
fair
up
enough.
the
If you don't want to
Druze
talk about it,
believe, and maybe you'll comprehend.
They're
if you don't want to talk about it, we'll change the subject then. Change the subject. Go on.
How about we
Ragnarok.
go back to the subject where Islam is currently doing a massive jihad around the world, just like they did a couple hundred years ago. That was the topic. It's Southern Africa is getting invaded, Asia's getting invaded, Europe's getting invaded. They're even moving into the United States of America, dude. This is a problem for everyone. Islamic fascism is a problem for you, whether you fucking want to agree with it or not. And whether you want to talk about the West's problems or the Japanese problems or this people's problems, they're burning churches, they're burning temples, they're raping people all over the fucking place. And I'm sick and tired of people wanting to just shame each other when we got bigger problems. Because guess what, progressive? You're going to talk to me, the traditionalist, when you need somebody to fight next to you. That's a fact.
Yeah, but I'm terrified, honestly.
Well, if the
Well,
West
it's
is
gonna
giving
take
the
two,
left
mate.
and the right
People
keep
are
killing
gonna
each
be
other,
interested
like
in who's prepared to do violence,
How
unfortunately.
do you think they would pull that off in the USA anyway? Like, we would kick their fucking asses. And we
they're
know
already
it.
moving into Dearborn, dude. It's Operation Mission Creep.
I
They're
live in
moving as
Michigan.
many
I've been to
people as possible.
Dearborn dozens of times. Dearborn is fine. If they tried to take over in Dearborn, we would fucking kill them.
Dude, that's the thing about America. American progressives and traditionalists can actually be armed. The rest of the world doesn't have that.
I'm armed. I'm a leftist.
There you go.
So
if
what's,
Muslims
this
try
is
to
a
come take
question
your
I have
rights,
for
you should
Americans.
deal with it.
Question I have for the Yanks is if, and I know that's the foreigner's way of just addressing you fellas. You there's a lot of boasting about how you have guns and stuff, but at what line are you prepared to draw your weapons?
Any and all. If somebody came in,
no, I'm speaking more in not specific situations, but in terms of political, like how far is too far before people start to take up arms?
I think if it got like repeatedly violent with Islamic attacks on people over like a month, if there was like 10 within a month or something, it would go down. I believe it.
But
I believe
It's been going on for 10 years, though, in Europe.
In the UK, they don't have guns, but there hasn't been a whole lot of pushback from the populace.
Maybe that's why. Maybe they need guns.
Okay, that might be one of the factors.
No, but
possibly.
for the first time in over 100 years, a party other than the Conservatives and Labour are the most popular to form the next government, and that's Reform UK. The first time in over 100 years that's happened.
What's the deal with Restore on the
advice-
ground over there?
Restore are
Right.
still only polling about 9% nationally. Reform UK are up at 30%.
But aren't
Look,
Reform
one
just
thing I need to
a
ask
wolf in sheep's
progressives-
clothing?
Aren't Reform what?
That's the thing.
I get the impression they may just be a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're more establishment than not.
They
Well,
might be.
I trust Nigel Farage.
All right.
one thing I need to say, and this is me asking to the progressives as a more traditionalist. I'm also progressive in certain ways, and I try to hybridize Western Renaissance progressivism and Western ancient paganism and Christianity all together, because it's all one big foundation, and on top what's built on the foundation. Progressives make the mistake of dishonoring their traditional counterparts. The people you're going to need to ask for help, if truly being surrounded, progressives know that they'd rather live with the traditionalists who might say bad words and not agree with them. But the progressives seriously need to think about this. Who are they going to ask for help when it comes to a war against Islamic fascism? Think about that. Because there's only one group of people who actually has ancestry and is proficient in defending their land.
Yeah, come on, this
against
is
massive
nonsense
jihad.
because Andrew above said he's on the left and he's I mean, I don't buy
I
this.
know a
It's
lot
not
of other
nonsense.
leftists, like
It's not
a lot of
nonsense. Liberals
leftists
and
that aren't.
conservatives are going to have to work together to protect each other. This is a
Yeah,
fact.
but you make it sound as though the conservatives are the go-to. Like, I don't think it's that. I think there's
No,
more
it's
nuance.
not go-to. It's
there's a
just they're
clip.
there.
There's a clip of listen to this. There's a clip on YouTube, right, of like a pro-Palestine march in Whitechapel. So all the Muslims marching, and there's these like weak white lefties standing at the curbside watching them go past, and they say to the Muslims, "We're on the same side." Do you know what the Muslims said back to them? No, we're not.
No, we're not. Yeah.
So progressives are being told their alliance with Islam and mass migration. Also, a lot of left-wingers who have been umbrellaed with Islam sometimes in their minority causes. This was predicted like over 10 years ago by so many right-wing political pundits, whether you like it or not. Everybody said LGBTQ, atheism, and the progressives of the left are a speeding train on the same track as Islam, and they're going up against each other. So two trains about to
Andrew,
crash
what's your response to this?
I don't see what you're taught. Like, what's the evidence of what you're saying that atheism and LGBTQ are going to destroy
No, the
world?
left-wing umbrella. No, not atheism and left LGBTQ wants to destroy the world. It's Islamofascism that wants to take over the world because
No, you said they're on the same track. You said they're on the same track.
No. The false analogy. It basically the umbrella alliance of the modern Western political left. The political left, right? Their umbrella being for minorities, women's rights, and LGBTQ. Having Islam sit amongst them, thinking they're their friend. No, they're not. This is not about liberals and LGBT want to take over the world. I'm saying the biggest threat in the room is the wolf you let into the henhouse.
I mean, do you have any reason to think that the Islamists in the United States are like?
I do.
I
have historical precedent. There's historical precedent.
What do you mean?
Consistent. Every day. How many rapes are we going to have to see online happening every day? How many times do we see judges going easy on them? How many times do we see people walking? How many times do we see people talking about it and getting arrested for hate speech? This is a problem.
Well, I think so. So we need to answer that question. We need to take into account how many are in the country and what percentage of them are committing these crimes.
Yes, you're right. I would love to be unbiased about it. I don't want to just target the random Muslim Sufi guy who's a mystic and just wants to mind his own business. No.
I was going to say because I grew up in Flint, Michigan. There's a shitload of Muslims in Flint. You know, I'll tell you firsthand that they're really fucking cool people and they're really nice and they're outgoing and they're caring and they're, you know what I mean? Like they're good people.
I
They came here
comprehend,
to
dude.
get
I
away
grew up
from.
around Muslims too, but more than half of them were calling me cool for trying to kill me when I was a kid, dude. I was in a Somalian
Yeah,
hood as a
maybe.
fucking white 9-year-old, my guy. I didn't do shit to them. They were trying to kill me. The Jamaicans had to protect me, my guy, and that's only because we're both Christian.
Yeah, see, I would dispute. I don't think like they were trying to kill me. I think that's a bit of hyperbole in there, mate.
No. I was being babysat in a Somalian neighborhood, and they were literally trying to attack me and jump over the fucking fence.
Yeah, but I grew up
my
in New
dog,
Zealand,
who I
and we're
donated
a
to the
very
neighbor,
multicultural
is
country.
literally saved my ass. Okay.
Alleged
It's not a question
anecdotal
of it didn't
experience.
happen.
Yeah, saving
This is
your
not
ass
just one's
and on trying to get
experience,
killed, they're different things.
You have Japanese women getting raped in streets as much as Europeans and Canadians and Americans. This is happening.
Is that
If
true?
if white Nazis were going around doing what Muslims were doing right now, you'd be the first one to go, "Ah, you must rise up." That's the problem. Just
Is
because
that
some
true?
Browns are doing it, you don't want to stand
It doesn't have
up.
to do with race. It really doesn't have to do with ethnicity.
happening in Scotland as well. Every week you're
Have
seeing
you
that a woman's
seen
being raped in a
Glasgow?
park by
People are
migrant
asking,
men.
like, this is a problem. This is an epidemic.
Wait,
Their
wait,
belief
wait,
is
wait.
they think non-Muslims can be raped. They believe
Wait,
that.
is it true that they're doing
No.
this in Japan?
I'm on your side.
I
about
very
that.
much
They're
doubt
burning.
it.
They're burning
0.3%
Shinto
of the
temples all over the
population.
place.
Hang on. I can. So, as for the
you're
increase
there.
in sexual assault, I don't know the numbers. I'm not aware. As for the burning of the temples that Al just mentioned, it is true that a lot of temples have gone up in smoke recently. And I'm talking over a period of years, but it's not that doesn't necessarily mean there's arson involved. There may very well be in some situations, but in Japan, historically, temples are burnt. It's just the weather, the climate. There are other explanations. So
They
don't
do
believe
keep
everything
finding
you see
Islamic
online.
radicals, my friend.
I highly doubt it's the Muslims doing it in Japan.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
they are.
inclined to think it's
They're
probably-
in France burning
You've
as many
already
churches
made
as
an
there are temples there.
outrageous statement that there are loads of women in Japan getting raped by Muslims. That is bullshit.
Yeah, I haven't seen numbers to that effect, and I sometimes watch.
It's most likely less
That
than
is
Europe. That's for
bullshit.
sure.
Al, I do pay attention to Japanese Twitter, and I haven't. Sure, you're going to get the uber right wing. Of course you are. You're going to get them complaining all the time. But as far as solid evidence that there's an increase in incidents, I'm not sure I could justify the statement you made. I don't think so.
That's
Okay,
the case
so
in the
Japan
UK.
is
Your
going through it a
dogs-
lot less. But what about the UK and France,
Yeah.
Sweden? Sweden is a fucking problem. This is a big problem. This is not a question of we can
I'm not
argue.
denying
is
there's
this
a problem that
racism? Is this-
exists, and I'm
we
not
can't
denying that it could get
pontificate
worse
these
here.
ideologies anymore when people are being killed. People don't know what the war on terror is. It's home now.
Al,
These
I'm
people
not
want to
denying there's a
invade.
problem. What I'm challenging is your specific assertions. I stand by.
You, look, Al, I tell you what, mate. You do yourself a disservice if you're trying to make a claim. You do yourself a disservice by lying or amplify or conflating things.
I'm not trying to lie. It's more so I'm passionate and I don't like when rape happens.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. If you care about these things, don't lie. Don't make up things.
Yeah, but nobody likes that.
No,
not
you're right,
special
but
in
it's
that
it's not
regard.
being made up. There are cases in Japan.
You made it sound like there were hordes of fucking.
Yes, there are cases in Japan
It
where
is
foreigners
growing.
have raped the locals.
The
same applies.
statistic
Have a
is
check,
growing.
check down what happened in Okinawa over the last since World War II. The amount of sexual assaults from American servicemen. You know, we understand. Nobody here is in favor of that. Nobody here is going to support any culture or group of people that does that. So you can sort of move away from that. But that, no one here is, I'm not, I don't think, I'll speak for myself. I'm not denying that the Islam threat is real. That's you're kind of mixing everything together. And I don't, if you want to, these conversations require precision and accuracy. Not
I
just
appreciate
flinging out.
your correction on that because I want to live by the truth. If I was wrong, I'll.
Does Emily want to come on? By the way, she's in the comments. It'd be good if she.
No, I said that I don't have the numbers. If someone has numbers, maybe I don't. I'm agnostic on that because I don't know.
Well,
that's
so
all I'm saying.
Let's try this thought experiment. Like, let's remove even the notion of them being brown. Take skin color out of it. Take ideology out of it. Let's just look at the policies. Their policy is to see people who are not of the in group as fodder, slaves, or worse. And we've had other ideologies who believe that. It is basically, let's just keep it to supremacism. Okay, the Nazis had supremacism, other groups had supremacism, even the Japanese have their own supremacism when they took over in World War II and other places, right? This is a question
horribly so,
of a
yeah.
cultural group. Like, exactly, that's what I mean. Like the rape of Nanking and all that. Like, there's that kind of
Yeah, but
atrocity.
we've all agreed on this in this discussion. History is full of all of
the
our
question is,
ancestors were
how do-
conquered
how do
and we conquered.
Well, how do we
That's just the
galvanize? 'Cause
reality of life.
I disagree with the right wing because they think their avatar opus to go against the massive invasion and also some of the corruption. They think, Hitler's going to save them or something. I think no. I think a William Wallace character, or at worst a Vlad Dracula type character, will rise. A lot of people are pissed off about the injustice because Vlad didn't do what he did just because he wanted to. He did it to save his people.
Yeah, well, there was also family revenge involved in that as well.
I'm aware of the Game of Thrones in Wallachia, of course. Trust me, I know I was there.
But at the end of the day, even my concern, at the end of the day, data and numbers is not going to drive what happens. It's going to be narrative. And if you get enough people getting angry enough about the narrative that this religion is causing XYZ problems, that is going to lead to a backlash that is going to be bad for all of us. That is my big concern. You know, if there's a right-wing backlash,
So you don't want the Islamofascists to have the megaphone monopoly, you mean? Because if the far right push too much, they might just give it to them. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that narrative is going to win out at the end of the day. If enough people are pissed off about, let's just say, the essaying from a certain group of people, whether the numbers actually support that or not is actually going to end up being irrelevant. If you get enough people angry enough about that, we're going to have problems.
I agree. That
We have a
sucks,
lot of
but I
people
agree.
angry. We have a lot of people angry about the internal corruption in the West, right? With the elites and what they've been doing. And their
again,
policies
it's what
allowing
triggers.
foreigners
It's
in.
the narrative that triggers the blowback, and that's going to take all of us with it.
Guys,
so your dogs is your assertion that we should therefore not talk about any problems, just let it all happen,
not at all.
right?
No, mate, I'm against Islam, and I think we need to fight back against it. That's my camp.
Right. Good.
No, that's not a joke.
Can
Me and
I
your
ask
dogs,
you
I'm a
guys,
spiritualist. He's
have
more of
any
a
of you
progressive. We
considered-
fight against them.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Have any of you considered that the Islam stuff, all this shit, is a kind of smokescreen for other stuff happening at the same time? Maybe to divert our attention, perhaps. Do you think there's
I've thought about that.
No.
I've thought about that actually. There is.
I have
there
thought
is.
about that. Oh, sorry. My
I
apologies.
mean, look, I
actually
hate
isn't
to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I think it's a legitimate question to always ask. Is anything else going on that we should also be concerned about that perhaps may be more worrying if we actually think about it?
It's possible.
Well, I guess we should.
you mentioned
we should
AI
be talking
earlier.
how to preserve our cultures more than talking about who's attacking it, right? So, because maybe we'll manifest that even more if we talk about the betterment of our own peoples. Because I want to see many nations be advanced, be Renaissance. Like I want Japan, Europe, Africa, Middle East, for fuck's sakes, Asia. I want all these countries to actually reach a heightened level of technology, but to do it with free will, freedom of speech, and be able to say whatever the fuck you want. Unfortunately, we have ideologies that want to kill us if we say something they don't like.
That's the other thing I've noticed in the World Cup is more and more the football teams of white countries have more black players playing for them.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, but national teams are no longer national teams. They're international corporations.
There's many reasons for that. There's many reasons.
Not the All
Look
Blacks,
at
though.
look at
The
the
All
England
Blacks are
team
just
when they
getting
won
from
the
native
World Cup in
population.
1966. They were like all white, I think. Now they're England have only maybe got about 3 white
look,
players.
Yeah, because
There's a
they're
reason the
detached
majority of
from their
chess
locales.
masters are either European or Asian, and sometimes Hindu. Okay, there's a reason. There's a couple demographics that excel and succeed in different areas of skill.
What about
We
the
can't
Jews?
ignore
Are there
this.
any Jew chess masters?
Oh, they're finance. Yeah, of course there are. There's quite a few. In fact, the best Jew
We're
chess
all
master in the world
pawns for the
literally
Jews.
exposed the Zionist hate.
That's
not
a
a
joke.
joke.
That's a joke. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
See, Noodles is
It's
here
one of the
just keeping
best-
an eye on us, just to decide who gets to
Well,
who gets to go
I'm
left and
actually
who gets
Jewish
to
as
go
well.
right.
He's playing a game of chess. You know, it's all just a,
His mere presence
You're
affects the conversation.
he's gonna do a checkmate any moment, and Kenny's fucked.
He's not the only Jew in the chat. Let's just
What's
say that.
going on?
Oh, nothing, Master.
Nothing.
They made
Nothing.
a joke.
Nothing, sir. Nothing, sir. I doff my cap.
You all get to, you all
There
get
was
to
a
make
Jewish.
cosmetic jokes, and then
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
you know DNW. You
I'm
are
an
the-
honorary. I'm an honorary Jew.
No. You just want to be when it's convenient.
You can't just claim that. That has to be bestowed on you.
Well, if I go and grab some
I'm a Jew.
land, I might be one.
Maybe you should become a 33rd. You know.
That's pretty fucked up, dude.
What?
That's pretty
What's
fucked up.
fucked up? Hey,
It's
I'm
a
Jewish.
joke, brother.
I
It's a
actually
joke.
am. What's up? Dude, I'm Jewish. I don't care that they're gonna joke about Jews. What the fuck's wrong with you? I don't even care about people joke about whites. I think a lot of people need to practice that. If somebody makes fun about jokes, I want comedians everywhere to make fun of racism in every way. Every way.
Good man.
Fuck it. We gotta start being sensitive
Objective
about it.
ethics
We
says he's
got
going to take his wife to dinner.
The land grab thing it's not even salient. Like it's just a dig at Israel. That's all.
It's a joke.
It's not even because majority of the time it's the opposite. It's that the Jews are getting kicked out of places.
True. Objective ethics is off to take his wife to dinner. Enjoy, brother. He also says he wanted to make it clear that he did not attack Al's character. He is attacking the nonsensical claims about witches, etc. There you go.
Yeah, there's some witches who do terrible things out there. Hansel and Gretel knows what you did.
Right. So Vital has been extremely quiet, and that might be a good thing.
I think he said he was going to be back in a little bit.
Yeah.
DNW. Did you know this? The highest amount of witchcraft in the UK is centered
Cornwall.
around Glastonbury.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
The
in Cornwall
weekends.
because I was there and I read that it was in Cornwall, but there you go.
I thought it was Glastonbury as well. Yeah.
I think skeptics should be a little more open-minded, like they keep telling other people to be. And
I
because if they
try to keep an
actually
open mind.
if they actually experience spiritual warfare, trust me, you're going to be trying to use prayers to stop witchcraft because it actually works, whether you believe
Yeah,
it or not.
if I see a spirit or if I experience a spirit or God, like my opinion will change immediately. But right now, I've spent my
I'm
whole
just
life
letting you know,
studying
the
this
people
stuff.
who are
I've never-
persecuted by witchcraft are the people considered the threat by the enemy. Specifically, and this enemy is not just against Christians, okay? You have Buddhist monks, Sufi Muslims, Rabbi Hebrews of more moderate, like positive Kabbalah, and different mystics, Rosicrucians, even some Masons who are more for God. A lot of different schools of thought when it comes to spiritual warfare. All of them in the occult is basically left hand, right hand, right? The problem is that when somebody is being persecuted, it's most likely because they are a threat to the systems that be. And a lot of people don't know. When it comes to magic, people don't think, oh, it's like Harry Potter, right? No, it's not like that. It's influence. You want to know how Trump basically built his personality
It's
cult?
basically what Jack Talcott does. Talcott does to people who disagree with him.
Obama
Engages in
Obama and
spiritual
Justin
warfare
Trudeau
against them.
and Donald Trump, literally Obama, Justin Trudeau, Donald Trump, all these politicians, they all practice and influence Kabbalism. It's political magic.
Is that true?
Yes, and white magic considered as
Where's
memes
your
when people use
evidence
memes to make fun of.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that?
Where's your evidence?
There's plenty of archival evidence on the internet. You can go look for it.
No,
I'm not
you
gonna
can't. No.
There's plenty of evidence
No,
on
no,
the
no,
internet.
no.
Oh my God.
There's providing evidence and then doing homework for you. You can do
might
your own.
dig it up something, maybe you'll find a thing or two. I don't know. Like, dude,
It doesn't
you
work
come
that
here
way.
so strong. You come here with such conviction. You never share a single.
Ow.
thread.
In fairness, Al, it is true. You come in extremely confident in your claims at all times, and I worry about.
I expect people to be versed in their own studies.
I worry
That's what I
about
expect.
someone who is so confident about things because you must have some skepticism, even to your own views at some point, surely.
You expect
let's
people
just
to be
say I
versed
went through quite a bit.
Trump is Kabbalistic?
So let him talk. Al, what did you say?
Look, yes, I do come
Oh!
off strong, and sometimes I am skeptic. But the issue is, you have a lot of people who have never experienced that realm. They just haven't, and they're gonna keep talking. They're gonna make fun of. They're gonna talk shit, especially if they're atheists who don't believe. You know what's funny?
Dude, it's not
Did you
about
know a
make
lot?
it, dude. You keep okay. It's to say like I say, you're a broken CD. People are going to make fun of me. People are going to make fun of dumb ideas.
Could you repeat
That's how
yourself,
it
Ashley?
works.
I'm not even joking. I actually missed
It's
what you
not
said.
about
Could you
dumb
repeat it?
ideas. Well, that's the thing I'm trying to say. Like, look, in magic, magic with a K. Look, go on YouTube. This is keywords for your research.
See, I don't
You
even
can
know what
actually
magic with a K means. What do you? What's the point
I'm
of that?
trying to
What is that?
explain. Can you please not interrupt? So magic with a K has to do with influence. Think political influence, country influence. It all has to do
Right,
with
so
influence.
it's not
There's also
magic, it's just
energy.
political influence. Righto, next.
Magic is science you don't understand.
Oh, of course, I don't, because
Just
my,
call it
what is it, my
science.
third eye is not clean enough.
If you held a phone 1,000 years ago, they'd look at you funny.
Then just call it science. Don't call it magic. You're attaching these connotations that are going to draw a negative
You know what?
attention.
I'm not gonna explain initiated knowledge to you people if you're not gonna let me speak.
Oh, so it's hermeticism.
Yeah.
No, you keep wanting to make fun of me, and yes, there are aspects of hermeticism in this. Of course. Like shit. There's so many different schools of thought out there, man. All right. I
Peter,
would be interrupted
Peter, can I ask
being
you a question?
belittled.
Peter, can I ask you a
wanna-
question, please?
I don't want to belittle you. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask Peter a question. Peter.
Yes.
So, let me ask you, am I engaging in magic when I looks mix, like my profile pic now, to get women's attention in the comments? Is that, and mugging the other panelists, is that a form of spiritual warfare and magic? Because I feel pretty
Look,
magic.
I'll tell you this. There is such a thing as glamour witchcraft. Some people do witchcraft to make themselves look better. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well,
Kenny's
that's
a
me.
witch.
That's me.
Kenny's a witch.
No, I'm not a witch. I'm just a looks mixer.
He's looks maxing. Exactly. Your spell is the looks maxing spell. That's what you don't
Yeah.
understand. Spelling is words.
Well, thank you for that.
Spellcraft is wordcraft, man. We're talking right now to each other. Our energies are interacting. whether you know it or not.
Kenny, please don't fucking put gratuitous pornography on the fucking show again. You did it a moment ago. Don't do that, bro. I don't want to have to ban your fucking YouTube.
Sorry,
profile.
I'm
Come on.
sorry.
Glad
I
I wasn't-
apologize.
He's not sorry. He's not sorry.
It's just so fucking stupid.
I'd like to give you guys a resource.
Make
to
my
go research
profile
the-
pic bigger, please. I want to. I want to
No,
mug
no.
the
The
panel.
reason I've made it a miniature version is because of your behavior.
Right. Okay. I won't do it again. I promise. I won't do it again.
So there you go.
So, DNW, could you bring up a video from YouTube, and I'll give you keywords to find it. It's called A History of Magic and Warfare.
I don't really
it'll
want to do. You just tell us, please, in 5 seconds what it's about.
Okay, I'll give you a quick summary. So it goes into the history of divination, magic, witchcraft throughout all history since the ancient days of Sumeria all the way to the modern day, including up in World War II. If you know anything about Aleister Crowley and other people, the thing is, even the Nazis had their own department of occultism. It's a fact. It wasn't just nations versus
Yeah, but
nations.
none
We
of that
had
none of that
Nazis.
proves that any of it's real, which is the key issue.
Yeah,
Al,
that's it.
can I-
People
can I
who are
quickly say one
superstitious,
thing?
so what?
Can I quickly say one thing to Al?
This is
so-
like, you know, a muggle trying to be like, oh, you're stupid, but whatever. Harry Potter's not.
What
gonna tell you
good did
shit
it do
then,
the
whatever.
Nazis in the end? I mean,
they figured out a lot of research.
maybe that
Even
shows
the
it's a load of
USSR
bunkum because if the Nazis
even
were
the
so in tune with it, all, why did they
didn't
lose the
even
war?
approach it.
If the
The
Nazis
USSR didn't approach it like we do.
if the Nazis were so in tune with the occult and all this kind of black magic shit, why did they lose the war? If
Well, they were great
the
at
only
using
ones
symbolism to mobilize
Yeah.
their own population.
That's
Yes.
another thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Symbolism
we
as
all
well.
know they had Goebbels and the great propagandists, and they knew about. Yeah, I mean, there
No,
is
that's
something
so
about
simple.
stirring the masses with myth and stories and all that. We know that, but that doesn't
Okay, so
mean
you're starting to figure out DNW the influence magic through symbolism. How do you influence people's symbols? Symbols affect the mind far more than even words do sometimes. The swastika literally means one with higher self, one with God. It
Yeah,
literally
these are
means that,
symbols and it's
swastika.
psychology. It's not magic or spiritual.
Yeah.
No,
That's the
because
thing.
if that was
So
if
hear
that
me
was
out.
true, if that was true, if that was true, the swastika would have survived World War
It
II
did.
and retained some kind of prominence as a powerful symbol for good.
It
and
still
for,
has
for-
prominence
Oh, it's
amongst
still
the
a
occult.
powerful symbol here, mate. You'll see it on
No,
t-shirts,
Massively
it's on
powerful
maps.
in Asia.
yeah, but the thing is, in Asia, it has a different meaning.
I think it's
Look, even
backwards as well, wasn't it? Wasn't the Nazi
every
one reversed?
single culture, name one, they all have the symbol of the swastika. Every single one of
Yeah,
them.
that's probably fair.
Even the Jews. Even the Jews.
Okay, but
Yeah,
so
but
what?
I'm just saying the meaning is obviously different in the West to the East.
The meaning
And
before
that,
the
for
Nazis
you,
took
is
it
a
over-
problem because in the West we view it as bad, and when we
Dude,
see
that's
it, it makes us
that's
feel
a
it makes us feel bad. In the East,
It's
it
a
makes them feel
non-argument.
good, perhaps.
But look, you're not even letting me get to the point, okay?
So
Now,
it
let me
means
give you a
nothing. When you those
psychological,
two
scientific.
those two situations cancel out its meaning. It means nothing.
You're not letting me. You're not letting me explain anything. People are just interrupting me, talking in, bringing in. Oh, you're dumb. Like, how about let's look at this from a psychological perspective. The USSR, extremely fucking atheistic, looked at the occultic stuff in a different way as perhaps we do in the West. They were looking for psychic powers, telekinesis, all that stuff. They were doing experiments to achieve that as much as even America was doing this. Okay, America is so entrenched with Masonic craft that you don't even know it. Masons basically started the thing. Like, people think America's Christianity is Christian. No, it's not. Even George Washington himself said, like, he's not for church and state to be united. And this, basically, occultic circles really don't like. So this is the history a lot of people forget. The monarchists and the church were basically up against secret societies that kept getting slaughtered just because they wanted to think outside the box. They didn't want to be part of their rules. Okay, so like this notion of witchcraft not being real when it is, it's being practiced everywhere. Okay,
Just because it's practiced, it doesn't mean it's real. And one thing I
Right,
find
why do you call
objectionable
it
about the way
television?
you discuss
It's
issues,
psychology. You
talk
think
about
it's
the
just hocus
American,
pocus.
the American experience, experiments with psychics and all that kind of stuff. Yes, they happened.
Dude,
My
I can
understanding
speak
is
to you
that
in plain English, but I
my
can speak to you in
understanding
two
is
different
that a lot
meanings
of
if I
those,
wanted
the
to.
results of those experiments has been that it's not actually that effective.
You'd be surprised.
Well, you had let's just say you had the world's top military with all the best resources they could throw at it, and it's at the very least the best interpretation for you is that it's inconclusive. So,
Well, see, you're just trying to lump it to that. Like, you're
no,
not
you're
even
the
letting
one
me
who tries to
speak and
push all this
explain.
stuff together. You mix psychology and spiritual, and you should
Because
keep
it
those
is.
things separate. We can discuss
No.
everything you're discussing.
No, you're doing
referring
the
to
mistake
spiritual
Carl
stuff,
Jung figured
without
out was a
referring-
mistake. Carl
Look,
Jung
yeah,
figured
he
out.
can talk about the psychological effect of spirituality, but
But that's the thing. The psychology that's the thing. That
More
doesn't
than
prove
half the time, it has
spirituality
to
is
do
real.
with
no, it doesn't. It doesn't prove it. I agree with you on that front. As far as I'm concerned, all this spirituality stuff, all this ritual, all this stuff is just a way of salving people's feelings and also bringing people together. It serves a purpose, or it has an effect, but the effect is actually coming from people's minds and feelings rather than from the actual magic. There's no magic.
But I think
there.
when
It's
it comes to people like Ragnarok, it's actually a form of control over others. Because if they can
Why do you
appeal
think
to
that?
spiritualism that other people can't access,
Hmm.
then people might believe, oh, this
Actually,
guy's
it does
can
give him a
access.
convenient way of becoming the expert and having power over others. I agree that.
Subscribe to the Kenny Given Show.
Well, look. You guys asked me questions. You never even allowed me to explain. You're just
No,
speaking
we
over me,
allowed you to
bringing in your
explain that when
assertions.
when
No,
you
you
dish
didn't.
gallop and you
No, you
dish gallop over something that requires evidence like a foundation of your position, then
Look, I'm
interrupting
starting to
for you to
comprehend
prove,
why the mystery schools constantly talk shit
Yeah,
on the
see,
public
you-
mass.
yeah. This is why stuff like this has to be taken step by step. For example, with God, when people go, God is whatever God. Within the question, then tell me, describe and define the God first before we have the discussion.
God
And
is,
people
God
don't
is
like that
absolutely real.
because
I got it.
it's basically
Bible?
impossible to do in a manner that's satisfactory for whatever argument they're pushing. So, and that's why people just want to presume that which is yet to be established, also in these spiritual discussions. Let's just presume, like you said, witchcraft is real, and then you just start galloping on a whole lot of other stuff. But the witchcraft is real, but that's the part that needs
No,
to be
maybe
investigated.
I'm doing you a disservice because you're not well versed. This is like you walking into a university and you know fuck all about the
No.
topic.
It's not about me not being well versed. It's about putting you to proof for the claims that you make. It's not rocket science.
To some people, it might actually come off that way because it's a science so
Dude, you're not
advanced.
a rocket scientist. I promise you that much.
What are you talking about?
You're not a better intellect than anybody
You'd
else on
be
this planet.
surprised how much I like my physics. Thank you very much. I'm not
What-
saying I'm a
okay,
rocket
that's the-
scientist. I'm saying I understand quite a bit.
What convinces
so
you?
you're
Yeah. Like, where does
No
this
need to
what-
get jealous, you have dogs.
Hey, look, this is the difference, right? You people have not been targeted by cults. You haven't. You haven't been targeted by cults.
You're one of these targeted individual. You know, I was learning about this. It's actually like a sign of narcissism to start saying you like a targeted individual, because it means you can't really accept your own shortcomings and you want to believe you're so special that these.
Can I tell you something?
It's a convenient way to make other people look like they're bad people.
Shut the fuck up, please. Now you're disrespecting me. Okay, they tried to kill my kids.
Yes, I probably will disrespect
They
you.
tried to
Unlike
kill
others,
me.
I will attack your person.
You know what? No pros for you. No. I'm starting to understand why all the mystery schools talk so much fucking shit on you people who don't know anything. Okay, you can be so influenced by your fucking TV, your music, everything.
I don't have a TV.
You're making a huge assumption right now. I know quite a bit about demonology and witchcraft and the Bible and the.
I mean,
prophets of God.
I agree with you. I think some of this is your youth. I don't know what age you are, but you're younger than us. And you seem to think that these guys haven't thought about things you've thought about and moved beyond it.
These are things I've spent my whole life thinking about. I'm 30. I'll be 36 tomorrow.
Okay, so you're aware that people use Goetia to harass people, correct?
What,
They use the what? Sorry. Well, I tell you what, I'm a magician, and you know what, Ragnarok? I'm going to make you disappear. That was a joke, Ragnarok, before you have a hissy fit. Sorry.
No, you mocked me for the last time. I'm not even going to get
No, that was not mock. I'm crying out loud.
It was a joke. He really was joking.
Hang on,
There's
I demand
there's a
retribution
pink
against
elephant
Kenny then.
in the corner of the room I would like to address, actually, talking about bad ideas. And that's what Noodles said a couple of days ago, but he wants to medicate the animal kingdom so that they no longer eat each other and kill each other. That's probably about the maddest idea I've heard on this panel.
That's not necessarily what I said, and I don't think that's a quote. I didn't say that.
He said we should think about how to do it. He didn't give a way to do it.
I said that one possible thing we might do is use some kind of contraceptive, put some kind of contraceptive in the food or something, or in the environment. And I didn't say that was necessarily exactly what we should do. That's just a thought.
Why would you want to do that?
What?
Why would you want to do that?
So to make there be less of certain predator species.
But then there would be less food for humans.
You eat predators?
Yes.
I didn't know you ate wolves and lions and bears and.
I get around. I got friends in high places. I get around.
Okay.
Well, some people do. I think in Asia they eat snakes and dogs and cats and whatever.
No, what I was really talking about is like in Richmond Park here in London, for example, every year they cull a certain amount of deer to stop the population from getting too much, and then they sell that deer to the restaurants, and then we eat it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't see why it would be any less awesome if someone did that to, the predator animals who are actually killing the herbivorous animals. Like, why not go hunt the hunters?
I don't know that they taste good. I could be wrong.
Noodles,
I don't know that
the problem is, right? And this is the brutal truth, perhaps, I don't know. But these the prey animals, they die because they are predated. But if that didn't happen, they'd live on and die horrifically from, say, cancer or something.
Well, unless some other environmental thing caused them to die, or that they just they wouldn't end up producing as much because of some environmental change.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to have some kind of swarm of AI fucking mosquitoes or something, keeping an eye on them and taking them out humanely.
I mean, it's like what I'm saying is that we don't have to necessarily. This doesn't have to be the thing we start on right away or that we focus on right now. But like logically speaking, if we're saying that veganism is about animal rights and it's a rights-based thing, then that means we should try to grant rights to all sentient beings. And the logical extension of that would be to try and eliminate predation. And I don't know how we would do it. It's just what I'm saying we should be in favor of as vegans.
Excuse me for being a bit dumb here, but can you explain exactly what predation is?
Animals preying on each other.
Okay, right. Okay.
Like
I get. All right. Right. So it comes from the word predator.
What you do to cafe locks.
So if animals couldn't eat each other, what would they eat instead?
Well, most animals eat primarily plants.
So yeah, Kenny, he's literally talking about getting rid of animals that eat animals and leaving behind animals that eat plants or fungi.
Right. Yeah. So he's pro-genocide then?
Yeah, I'm pro-genociding predators.
But there is another way of doing this, Kenny.
The thing is, if you take
Kenny, you don't have to actually kill them, though. You could genetically engineer them.
But dude, there's any number of possibilities with whatever technology.
Turn lions into deer, Kenny.
That sounds very anthropocentric. You know,
Well,
Who
you know,
gives us the
Kenny,
right to
well, you're-
interfere with other animal kingdoms.
Kenny, I know you're a big proponent of the Bible, and in the Bible,
No, I'm an agnostic.
yeah, but you said that you like the Judeo-Christian values or whatever, and
Yes, I do.
you made a good point. You guys made a good point the other night about stuff with what Jesus would have done or whatever. But at the end of the book, God does turn the world vegan, and he ends ends predation. He says the wolf will lie with the lamb, and the lion will eat straw like the ox, right? So if you're all into those kind of values, why aren't you up on the idea of, hey, predation is a bad thing. We should try and, move away from that. And
who's going to pay for this? Whose taxpayers' money is paying for this?
Dude, all I'm asking people to really do is to live a vegan lifestyle.
Thanks. I like meat.
That's fine. Some people like to rape other people. That doesn't mean they should do it. I'm saying that
Yeah, but rape is illegal, though. Eating meat is not illegal.
Just what's legal is right? So what the Nazis
yes, that's my human rights. If I want, I can go eat meat.
So what the Nazis did in Germany was perfectly fine because it was legal there, right?
So you're equating meat eating to being a Nazi, right?
Yes, you are. You are a Nazi to the animals.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. I'll take that.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying with the whole predation argument, it's just theoretical. It's where we should be in favor of it. It doesn't mean we have to have the answers. I'm saying yes, I would be for trying to end all predation. I don't know how we would do it, but it's what stems logically from my moral framework.
I'll be honest, when I am watching nature programs and I see a lion approaching a baby deer or something, I do want to jump through the screen and just rescue it, and I feel terrible. And the animal kingdom, seeing that kind of thing, it can be heartbreaking, So I do understand from an empathetic standpoint for the animal kingdom. I understand your viewpoint totally.
You know what, Kenny? That's great. I really appreciate you saying that, and I think that's a big
some
step
ice
forward.
breaking. That's a good.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is really sad. Even just walking around and you see Kenny, in London when you walk around, you see the foxes with the mange, nearly every fox in London looks on its last legs. They look ill because they've got like
Right.
mange. Have you noticed that where you are?
I haven't noticed that. I've seen a fox going through my garden a few times, and it looks very healthy.
Okay, lucky you.
Yeah.
I've only
Where
seen one. I've only seen one fox my entire life.
Hmm.
That's crazy that you guys see them so often over there.
Oh yeah, every night, all over the place.
I've seen Basil Brush.
Hey, can I say something really quick?
I've seen Minge.
From afar, Kenny, through the window with binoculars.
Yeah.
Okay.
From actually looking at the screen on my profile picture half an hour ago.
Okay. Yes. Right. I didn't see that. Andrew, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just really quick. I wanted to quickly apologize to whoever that was just in here. I think it was Ragnarok or Yahweh, the blood of the Lamb. Your views are certainly weird. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's definitely out of the box for me to even entertain it.
Yeah.
But I didn't mean to offend you. I do take it seriously. I'm willing to listen to what you have to say and treat it like, you know, and give it the time of day. I apologize sincerely.
I enjoy listening to Ragnarok. I find it amazing that he has his views. But I think, look, Ragnarok, if you want to enter the public discourse, you have to understand people are going to disagree with you strongly. And that's something you personally have to contend with if you want to join public discourse. You don't have to. But if you feel inclined to do so, that's just something you'll have to accept as part and parcel of the process of conversing with strangers on the internet.
Well, I think
He says here he'd love to come back on and answer the questions posed, but what he got is interruption and being laughed at. Why give pearls to people who spit in his face?
And that's the problem right there. You when you're online, people are going to laugh at you. It's just how it works. It's how it's
unfortunately, this is it.
But the crux of the matter is that he doesn't bring any kind of evidence to support his claims. And he just, anytime you ask,
in fairness, he is good at history. He brings
that's all well and good. But when anytime you ask him for evidence about any outlandish bullshit that he starts spewing, he just said, "Oh well, you can. I mean, it's there on the internet. Where? Tell me where to look. Tell me what the thing is called.
I mean, look,
bring it up on the screen."
He's good. Exactly. He's good at his history. He's good at theology. He knows the Bible. It's when he starts talking about the magic, as you say, that's the weird bit.
BNW. So does. Wait,
well, he already explained.
I'm agreeing
to you.
with you,
Listen.
Noodles. I'm agreeing with you.
Listen.
I'm gonna give you an example.
Listen. Let me get in here.
Listen, Mark Passio. He's and I feel like this guy is probably listening because they're all in that same group. They have their lines, right? They have all their lines memorized for all of this shit. And they all think like that, except they'll never step into the scientific world or into the debate stage and debate anyone who actually has a large following because they know they can't back any of it up. It's just I just know it because I experienced it or I say so. Just trust me, bro. It's all that vibes, right? It's just that. That's all it is, man. And it's narcissism. That's all it is. It's narcissism.
Thank you, Noodles. Kenny, what did you say?
Yeah, I think when Peter's talking about all this, like witchcraft and black magic and psychological warfare, he's speaking in his own spiritual terms, but he's speaking about the same thing when a different person terms it something differently. Like me, for example, when I talk about that, I talk about there are an emotional vampire and they're trying to bring someone down because they feel inferior to them in some way, or they're a psychopath or a sociopath or they have a personality disorder. I speak about the same thing, but in more clinical, scientific terms. You know, he speaks about it in more spiritual, metaphorical terms, symbolic terms, you know. Well, I think we're talking about the same thing, essentially.
He also comes to the discussion treating the rest of us as his intellectual inferiors. And if you're going to do that, then you're going to get laughed at and mocked. That's the way it works.
Well, he's back.
Instead of
Look, I
talking down to people,
absolutely-
why don't you assume that people may actually know a little bit about what you're talking about?
actually do assume some of them do, but I try not to, because assumption makes an ass out of you and me. An old
So you
joke
try
about
not to. Okay, all right. Well, that's kind of you're making my point for me.
No, assuming anything is stupid. I tried to give you guys resources. I tried to point you in the right direction. We had the conversation about the ball cults with Epstein the other day. I tried to say, hey, go look at the research. You laughed at my face when I tried to point you out a resource to give you just recently when it came to the history of how the more spiritual aspect of divination, witchcraft, and all those things have a history in warfare as much as the fucking swords and spears in the ground throughout history. You people laughed at me.
No, nobody
You didn't.
denies
You,
that.
no.
Nobody denies that or laughs at
Your
them.
dog. Let me speak. I
Bring it up.
accept disagreement. I really do. I pointed you in the right direction. You laughed.
You have to bring us the evidence, dude.
Okay, can I tell you something?
You're conflating two things, which are very
Like,
different.
hear me out, and stop fucking interrupting me and pontificating.
Okay.
When an analyst, and fuck's sake, fuck that word. You got people who do their research for intelligence agencies, right? They do their research before they open their fucking mouth, right? So when you want to communicate with me, I actually expect you, if we're going to talk in the public square, this is my assumption. If you want to actually be an asshole about it, and sometimes I am, I actually expect some of you to have some sort of rudimentary knowledge of this. But then maybe I do myself a disservice when you guys are like, oh, I want my evidence. Okay, I point you in the right direction. But the thing is, narcissism is so fucking prevalent in atheists who literally don't believe in God and will not give spirituality a chance. Because it's a realm of thought that you people have completely fucking abandoned. Completely.
It's not that we
Entirely.
won't, not that we won't give it a chance. It's that we don't see any reason to believe it.
Ragnarok, I have evidence that everything you say is wrong. I have evidence. But here's the thing: you have to go look it up on Google.
Why do you think? Yeah.
You have to
okay,
go.
I'll go. Wow.
It's in-
Okay, now
it's
you're
in a
just being
file.
facetious.
It's in a file that the State
No,
Department.
noodles. You speak of
to,
narcissism. You fucking ooze that shit.
and you have to go to this website and
Your
might have to
superiority
scroll
complex
through a bunch
betrays
of
you.
stuff, and you might find it there. So
No. You're very
That's where the
common
evidence
fedora
is.
hat, atheistic superiority complex.
that's where the
betrays you.
the evidence is.
No, your
Fedora.
hubris is so fucking out there. It's insane.
Did you say fedora hat?
Oh yes. It's every fucking atheist fedora hat thinks they're smarter than everybody else because they say
I
God
wear a
doesn't exist.
Philby,
It's fucking
dude, not a
pathetic.
fedora.
Do
It would
atheists
fit
wear
on you.
fedora hat?
It's a fucking meme, dude. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
but look. The thing is, a lot of you want your resources, right? I tried to give you some. And yes, I expect you to be able to do your own research. It's called being a quaestor. Do you know what that is? Do you know
I
what
feel
that is,
like-
being a
I
quaestor?
feel like if you're as convinced as you are about these things, you should be able to just tell us the evidence rather than telling us to go look it up. You should know it.
Dude, I can tell you where the water is, but I can't make
Like if I tell you something, like for instance, I study the
And God
Bible.
shuffled his
If I
feet.
tell you something about the Bible and you ask for evidence, I can give you chapter and verse. I don't have to tell you to go look it up.
There's also the problem, Al, like what you just started to talk about. You talked about the history of spirituality and warfare. No one here is going to deny that spirituality has been an element of not just warfare, but humanity forever, and it probably will continue to be so. That's a different question from whether there is such a thing as spirituality in reality. And I think that you conflate those two issues to make it look as though you're actually saying something that is demonstrable by saying that spirituality is part of human history, when what
No,
you're
it's
really
like-
trying to
no,
smuggle in
You want to know what my
is that
trouble is here?
spirituality is therefore real because of that.
If an alien tried to explain to you technology that you can't comprehend,
Okay, so
what would you do?
the problem that you think it's a problem that we are, again, your intellectual inferiors, and we don't have the capacity
I don't think you're
to see
intellectual
things the way you see them.
inferiors. I think you're dimensional inferiors.
Okay.
I think you haven't expanded beyond the third. You have not moved
Here
on
we
beyond
go.
the 3D.
Here, there it all comes back to the third eye, the
Well, we're
pituitary
automatic-
gland,
we're
or whatever it is.
automatic on the fourth
This
already.
3D
because-
is what the fuck are you talking about, dude? If you can't open your dream eye, your mind eye, what the fuck are you?
The
Really
fourth dimension
conscious.
is time. We experience time, so we're at
Just
least
oh
experiencing.
fuck me. I know the fourth dimension is time. What's the fifth? Do you know?
Well, I'm saying we're not just stuck in 3D. Then we're in 4D.
Most of you are stuck in 3D, but 4D dominates you. It's your cage.
4D. Okay, never mind.
Ow. What are the real world positive consequences of all your immense knowledge on magic?
Yeah, I wanna learn. Like, I'm genuinely giving you a chance. I'm not joking. I'm not laughing in your face.
Well,
I'm willing.
it sounds like the chance. Like I got people being narcissistic in my face, wanting to gaslight me. A lot of people just want to just laugh at me and scoff.
Let's stop using the word narcissistic. Let's just say that's no longer going to be used. It's pointless.
Let's just call them assholes.
Well, yeah, who cares if people want to be assholes? Fuck them. Just let them say asshole shit. Like, I'm trying to take you seriously right now. I want to learn, like, whatever this is that has you convinced, that spirits are
I want
real.
to know about the real life. I may be anecdotal, but tell us what this magic is doing for you. If it's so,
I
great.
don't commit magic like you would think. I stick to what I call God magic. I stick to prayers. I stick to the Bible. I stick to the Psalms. Other people will use Ars Goetia. They summon up demons and they send those demons to harass people. This is a thing. This happens. There's actually a
It's not
prevalence.
the question that was asked of you.
You want me to answer or not?
You're not answering it. You're just waffling.
Your dogs,
What are
just
some
let him
real-
finish. Let him finish.
Fuck up.
Go ahead, Ragnarok. Go on.
This is what I'm talking about. Fuck's sake, man. Put your fedora on your fucking mouth. So
Your answers aren't that important, or they're not that fucking.
DMW.
To you.
Put your dogs backstage, please.
I'd
Okay, shut up.
I'd love to see somebody treated how I've been treated. Yeah, that's for sure.
But I won't bitch about it.
Go ahead, Ragnarok, for crying out loud.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
No,
Your
I want
dogs,
to know.
you fucked up.
No, I'm not
No,
fucking
hold on,
talking
guys.
shit. I'm not
Everyone
talking anything. Like, no.
Ragnarok, listen. Look, Ragnarok, you said you don't practice the evil arts. Your magic is towards God, right? You pray.
Specifically defense.
Okay, so
So
just
I use
defense.
the rosary. I use Psalms. I stick to basically defensive spiritual warfare. I apply Sun Tzu to my spiritual warfare. So it's a mix of psychological warfare, spiritual warfare, but also real world warfare. People think magic war is just.
Can you defend others other than yourself?
Yes, I have.
Who have you defended?
So there are other people who are facing spiritual persecution. I actively do pray for them, and it does take effect, and it does help.
So just is it individuals or groups of people?
I try to help as many people as possible.
And can you give examples of people that you've saved or helped?
For example, when I coordinated with a group of individuals to save up to 40 plus children, as well as some adults from slavery, one of my research points was trying to figure out why the traffickers had occultic symbolism. They abuse a lot of occultic symbolism. They do human and child sacrifice. So a lot of my knowledge, you may call it, what's the word? It's personal. Like I've seen that knowledge, but you haven't.
That's what's Eric.
Anecdotal, right? So, from what I've seen, I was studying these people's symbols and learning from what the children were telling me. These people committed a lot of rituals, and I basically went full John Constantine to try to comprehend why these people do this. And I learned along the way that prayer can defend myself from their witchcraft. So this is not just a hacker war; it's a spiritual war. but also
You see,
psychological.
with respect, right? Look, I can probably agree with you that there are people who do crazy shit, perverted shit, evil, what we would call evil shit, wrong shit, morally incomprehensible shit. That maybe they do it in tandem with weird black magic, yeah. But that doesn't mean that the black magic actually works. They're just
Sometimes
fucked
it
up
does.
people doing fucked up things.
You got to stop thinking magic like a movie, dude. You got to start looking at magic as more in a psychological way. So the biggest mistake every psychologist has ever made was going with Schopenhauer instead of Carl Jung. Carl Jung completely understood that our minds, even the word, like if you look at words, okay, the very words we speak right now, psyche, the mind, the goddess of the mind. We have so many words that hold symbols that affect our subconscious, whether we like it or not. So you don't need to look at it from a sense of Harry Potter. You can look at what these people do in a sense of psychological hypnosis, which exists, placebo effect type thing. So progressives and
Subscribe to the
atheists,
Kenny Given Show.
the language they for basically atheistic skeptics, for them to comprehend this field of war, they would have to look at it more in a psychological aspect. So I call it manifestation, you call it placebo effect. The concept of witchcraft, see, witchcraft is an illusion quite literally, okay? And it's all about illusions. And when it comes to political witchcraft, think a leader abusing witchcraft. to
Okay,
have
look,
influence over a
ow.
lot
I'm
of people.
sorry. I'm sorry. Ow. I'm having trouble. I think you kind of agreeing with me. You said I have to think of it in psychological terms. So you're basically agreeing with me.
You
saying
don't have to think of it in like the
there is
classic.
there is no magic. It's just people
there is.
people's psychology.
No, the magic is real. You're not going to believe it until you see it, unfortunately.
So do you believe that these? Do you believe you brought up Jung, right? Now, do you believe there is this collective unconscious that is out there, and we pull things from it, or it comes to us?
Yes, it's called the noosphere. Think of it like a biological internet that your pineal gland can connect to. Why do you think you can dream?
I don't believe in it. I think the ideas are carried in our head, and there is an ongoing zeitgeist shaping our thoughts and opinions. We have all the history that's there. We have the stories told to us. That
Look
is
at that
shaping
word.
ideas in our head.
Look
The
at that
ideas
word,
are living
zeitgeist.
with us, and we pass them from generation to generation as life lives. There's nothing outside of it.
Okay, can I explain to you what spellcraft is in the most simple terms? All right, everybody who believes in who read Karl Marx's work, everybody who read the Communist Manifesto, right? Those
Sorry,
are
Exil's
written
snoring. I
words.
just muted him. Go ahead.
So those are written words, correct? And those words influenced a lot of people. The Communist Manifesto, all right. You also have the Bible. Those words influenced a lot of people. Okay, the Quran. Those words influenced a lot of people. It's all spellcraft. Every single fucking form of word, rune, all of it.
I mean,
And it
look,
can
what's the
influence a
difference? You
lot of
say it's
people.
all spellcraft. It's just human minds reading things and being influenced by it. Just like propaganda, just like
It's
advertising.
deeper than that, dude.
I feel like you're putting like magical words onto normal everyday phenomena.
I mean, it's no different from Seal It Bang and the dirt is gone.
Well, why is it called television?
Like what does magic? What does magic mean to you? Like define magic in your best ability.
Well, the only real word you could use to define magic is like it
Use
has
a
to
sentence.
do.
Use a sentence.
That's the thing. I'm trying to string my words together to make it make sense because you're not all spiritual. Some of you are more atheistic, right? So I have to specifically.
And please, can I ask you?
Not normally part of my vocabulary.
Ragnarok, you have spoken with, I would say, an insulting manner towards us. Can you not understand that we are giving you time? We are interested, and this is actually good for you. Because if this is true, what you're saying is true, and you want to share it with the world, well, be thankful there are people engaging with you on it to help you
it's
do
true.
better.
Look,
to help
I have
you,
whole
to help
books
you,
that I've been
to
writing.
help you do better, because you haven't, be honest, you haven't done well enough yet to amass a great audience for this.
The thing is, you mistake me. You think I want an audience. You think I want validation. You think I want you to think I'm right. I actually don't. I really don't. You have if you actually want people to be
So
right.
that means you're not
if
worth
you want
listening to
people-
because you don't want us to understand.
No. It's I don't value your validation. I really don't. I don't care about your human praise, whether I'm right or wrong.
No, it's not about that. It's whether we.
It triggers you quite a lot.
It's not about triggering. It's about can you be cordial and speak like a fucking gent.
I was being cordial there.
Well, yeah, I don't think anyone hasn't been cordial with you. There's been a few jokes
Oh,
cracked.
No, there's been quite.
But when you're
quite
going to start
uncordial
saying that
behavior.
you're Napoleon, you can't seriously.
Well,
expect
you
to not
don't
get
believe in reincarnation, and you haven't seen, so that's your problem.
What are you saying, that I don't believe in reincarnation because I haven't seen?
I don't think you do.
I
You want to make fun of me?
Well, I don't know what that. I agree with
don't,
Andrew.
that is
what
mockery
you
on a
do-
whole other level, Noodles. If you,
You
fucking make
talk
that
about-
claim, you're going to be struck down.
You talk about normal, mundane things in the material world, and then you load onto that some kind of spiritual element, which is not necessary.
No, I think maybe I'm speaking in a language you can't comprehend.
See,
Yeah, and that's also your problem. You think that we're dumber than you, and that we don't have the capacity for the same insights that you have.
Look,
Well,
Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
No.
I've asked
No,
you
that's a
before.
presumption.
Do you think you're more evolved than us? And you said yes.
Yes, he already believes
I
that we
do
don't
think
have
I'm more
the
evolved.
we don't have the
There you go.
neural anatomy to do what he does.
No, you
He already
have
said
the anatomy. You're not using it.
Right, but we're not as evolved as you. Is that correct?
You can get there.
Okay,
I'd like you to.
that's a yes.
I'd like you to get there.
Right, so you're more evolved than the rest of us, which is why people like myself can't comprehend the depth
Some
of what
people
you're saying.
break the 7 seals. Some people don't.
Is that correct? What I just said, is that accurate? I'm not as evolved as you, therefore I can't understand you.
That's
Is the bunny evolved as the hawk?
Yeah, you can't answer directly because you know that you'll end up looking like a
he
fucking
just said that.
asshole.
He did say that. He has said that.
Oh, the name calling now, Yerf dogs, that's uncalled for.
Yeah, but I know. But,
I think your dogs is
I
being
know, I'm being
disingenuous
deliberately
right now.
antagonistic because
I know.
that kind of
I can tell.
attitude invites that kind of response.
Well, let me
You've been
say something
deliberately
in Pierre's
antagonistic
defense here.
because your
Let me
atheism begets you to do so.
Let me say something in Pierre's defense here, Yerf dogs, right? If he's practicing spirituality and he knows the ropes and the basics and the spells or whatever it is that he's into, then he's naturally going to be more spiritually evolved than people who don't immerse themselves in the spiritual world, in spirituality.
What's spirituality?
See, that's your problem. This is like trying to teach you something.
No,
that
it's
you
not
can't
a
even see.
problem. I don't understand that phrasing if you can't define that term.
Dude,
I
if you
understand
can't
numinous.
comprehend the equation of math on the fucking board, why should I teach you?
And again, you're just inviting insults when you say stuff like
For
that.
definition, he just wants to understand spirituality.
You want to accuse me of being a superiority complex, but you're over here
No,
always
that's a claim
talking
you made
down
about yourself.
on anybody who is spiritual.
That's a claim you made about yourself. If I asked you to define spirituality, what again? It's similar to Andrew. What's magic? Can you just make it clear what that is?
I'll try.
Most of it's
I'll try.
influence. Most of it is influence.
So I would say that spirituality is it's the effects it have on your mind subjectively. Like when you go to a concert or music, right, whatever band you're into, and you're dancing and singing with tens of thousands of people, that euphoric feeling it has on you, that euphoric effect, that is spirituality in motion. It's about the effect it has on our
Why is that true?
emotions.
Why
That's
is that
what spirituality is to me.
But but
Just call that euphoria.
it can be something different to everyone. That's the problem.
Okay, let me ask
Spirituality
you
is a
another
load-
word
is a
then. Let
loaded
me
term.
ask you another.
Spirituality is so loaded.
Can I bring something up? A lot of atheists are blind to. Atheists fill the void that religion would have been there with this nonsensical idea of thinking science and psychology supports them, but all aspects of science and psychology and research and even modern day pushing forward mathematics, most of it was men of faith. Pushing forward, whether they were Greek pagan in the past, Egyptian pagan in the past, or Christian in the future, even some Muslims who are more Sufi into science and stuff like that.
This is a
Everybody
gift
has
gap.
contributed.
That's because
But this is my point. A lot of
90% of the
atheists,
world is religion.
make politics their religion, and guess what? Spirituality is upstream from everything else you believe.
What is spirituality?
So what?
Dude, you can look
So
up
is
the word
cannibalism.
yourself. It's like talking to a
So
baby.
is
For fuck's
slavery.
sake.
Slavery is
So
upstream
that,
from
that's why that's why I'm going to insult you if you come at me like that.
Because I will. You think you're so
Okay,
smart,
but
Carl.
hang on. But
you think you're so
sensitive,
smart, Carl.
You're sensitive to insults, but you're free to hand them out to others. Do you see the
I'll
problem?
take your insults. I'll take your disagreements. The problem
No, you
is
don't. You cry about them. You
constantly
complain
seek
about
to
being
lack.
mocked.
No.
But
No,
when people
it's a
use
question.
words like
you
spirituality,
think
I
people
honestly
should be
don't
mocked.
understand what that means.
You think people should be trolled and mocked just for having something you don't agree
No,
with?
no. I believe. Well, if I believe that people with your attitude invite certain kinds of responses, and I do believe.
Thank you.
What about
Thank
your
you.
attitude?
You need to have thick skin, brother. If you believe in weird shit around people, you have to have thick skin. That's just the
Dude, I
reality.
already
of
told you
human
I don't care about the validation. It's the human decency of respect is what I care about.
Okay, but then you need to give respect as well if you want to receive it. You can't go calling people unevolved.
Carl, I've
You've
studied
been
your
rude.
fucking work, okay? I have given you the respect. I've given you more attention than you know.
Sure, let's give it. Okay, let's give each other respect. Can you please let me know what spirituality means? Why do you use that term instead of like numinous or euphoric, for example?
Well, we can have many terms for it, and I'm going to be really
Okay, but
entering into
what
realm.
is
If you want
special
me to
about the term
explain, you got to stop
spirituality?
speaking over me, man.
Well, I'd like you to explain. Please don't gish gallop. What does
So let me
spirituality
explain. You
mean?
keep asking me to explain. You're not giving me a chance.
Just give him like 30 seconds before you cut him off.
Like, don't even cut me off. That's the thing. Like, just listen for a moment. So, like, if I'm really like trying to teach you this equation on the board, what is spirituality? Okay. So let's go back all the way, 10,000 BC. Fuck it. Let's not even talk about modern religions.
Okay, never mind. Hold on, you're doing it. You're doing exactly what he said. I was wrong.
Exactly.
You're
Let him finish. Let him finish. I was getting interested.
Okay, this is disingenuous. This is disingenuous.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him land his
I was
point.
literally making a
Let him
point.
say his
You broke
piece.
up right in. I'm like a teacher at a college university, and you people won't fucking
Maybe
shut
you
up.
need to drop that attitude and just explain to us.
Let
as though
him
we were
finish.
equals.
Why should I
Let him
tell you if you're
finish.
just gonna keep talking?
No, that's such a bad idea.
D&W,
You're not
mute
Let
him
him
as you
speak.
mute me, for fuck's sake.
I'm happy.
Let
I'm
him
happy to
speak.
listen. I'll listen
All
to
right, we'll let
everything.
Ragnarok. We will let Ragnarok speak, seeing as he is the center
This
of
is
attention. Go
disingenuous.
ahead,
I barely
Ragnarok.
get
Go ahead.
20
Just
seconds.
give the definition first, though. Like, give the
I got
definition
people in my
first.
house
Let
wondering
it
why the
explain.
fuck I'm raising my voice all the time. Can we talk normal and stop interrupting? Fuck. You want an answer, you keep fucking interrupting me, man. Fucking
You don't
sit there
need
for a good
to-
3 minutes at least.
You could have answered it by now. What does spirituality?
No. You would not even give me the space to explain to you.
Oh my god, get fucked,
Okay?
dude. You're so annoying.
No. You want to be disingenuous? Sit there and be quiet.
Shut up.
You want
Shut
an
up.
answer?
No, I
You
don't
want
care
an answer, huh?
anymore. I don't care
Then shut
anymore.
the
It's
fuck. Can you mute
boring.
these people, DMW?
Boring.
Yeah,
This is
D&W, put the other guy backstage.
No, the amount of times I've been muted for doing exactly what they're doing is fucking insane. I
All
haven't
right,
seen them
guys.
getting muted.
Look. Seeing as he is the center of attention here, we'll listen to him for a little bit more. See what he has to say. Please, let's just let him make his point now without interrupting. And look, even if it takes 5 minutes, Ragnarok, make your best case now.
Okay, so let's go back all the way to 10,000 BC just to keep the common denominator, all humanity. Every single tribe developed this archetype of the shaman. Every single one of them, no exception. Most of them throughout history developed religions, cultures, philosophies, doctrines of basically that developed into mystery schools later. We have everything from the Tao to the Egyptian ones, to the more medicine man type. We have even some to this day preserved in Amazonian tribes who are still isolated from the rest of the world. These notions of spirituality have been around there forever. And we've always had that notion. It's not just drugs like some people want to put it out, like, psilocybin or stuff like that. It's beyond that. There's people who have done the biological science, but let's not stray too much into there. Let's stick to spirituality. Every single culture and religion, every tribe, every single people, they believed in a set of beliefs. Whether you want to think they're dumb for doing so, that's your problem. But when it comes to everybody having their faith can change people. You have people who turn to Christianity because they know they've been scumbags. You have people who turn to Buddhism because they know they've been scumbags. And a lot of this is actually basically psychology before psychology. A lot of shamanism has been more for a positivity of growing. Like if you look at the just ancient Greek method of things, the whole reason
So
Plato and people
spirituality
like,
is psychology.
let me
Is that
speak.
what you're saying? Is spirituality psychology?
You're gonna interrupt me again?
Well,
All right, I'm going to give you a couple more. Look, I'll give him a couple more minutes, then we can make his points. I'm watching the clock now. 2 more minutes. Go ahead, Ragnarok.
You can literally tear apart everything I said after I say it. Okay, how about that? Okay. All right.
Make notes if you want to, people.
Basically, so let's stick to the Greek version because it's a big foundation for the West, and even progressives honor Greece. When it comes to the goddess Psyche, right? People explored the psyche, the mind, throughout mythology. Like, Plato's cave, a lot of that, he made analogies of perception, right? But the thing is, these were men of faith and spirituality. And in the Iliad, a lot of these stories are there to show the darker side of humanity, the more beautiful side of humanity. And the whole reason earlier that I tried to explain that to maybe the language for skeptics to comprehend this spirituality is that spirituality is upstream from psychology. And if you don't fix your spirituality, your psychology will be screwed, because even your morals come from your spirituality. Whether you're Muslim and you think people outside your group are bad, or you're
What
Christian.
is spirituality, for fuck's sakes?
No, stop.
No.
Full stop.
You said, no, this is nonsense. You said that these are men
No,
of
to
faith
you.
and spirituality.
To you,
What
it's
is it?
nonsense.
What
No,
is
done.
spirituality?
I'm not entertaining this so long as he fucking keeps interrupting.
What is spirit? What is it? Well, I don't know what the term means, so I don't understand what
Pull
you're
up
saying.
a dictionary. Well, take
Okay,
notes and
so
pull
we'll
up a
take-
dictionary. That's
What?
your
We're gonna-
problem to figure
We'll
that
take
out.
the dictionary meaning. Is that what we're going to do?
The whole point was to answer what you think.
DNW, this is egregious, and you're gonna have to fix your fucking system here.
Wow.
Right, listen, Ragnarok, you made your point. Now let them ask the question.
No, I didn't even make my point. I wasn't even done. I kept getting
You had
interrupted.
more than enough time to do it, dude.
No.
This is why I
You
said
don't want to
start
give
with
me
the
time. That's your problem.
This is why I said start with a definition, because you keep using the word spirituality when you're giving your explanation, and we don't know what the fuck that word means yet.
Open a dictionary. This is first grade shit.
Why would you be answering?
DNW, I'm gonna cut and make a suggestion here, right? There's two people you need to put backstage. That's Yerf Dogs and Andrew. Put the two
Right.
backstage and let
Well,
Peter
Kenny,
start
I'm
again.
afraid it's come to the end of the show. So
I
I'm
waited,
gonna ask-
Kenny. Kenny, I waited my turn. Shut the fuck up.
No, you didn't wait, man. People kept
All right,
Yes, I
guys.
did. I sat there on mute the whole time until DNW said we could respond.
And you
and
know
then
what,
I-
DNW? I don't even know if I want to explain because in the future panels, all they'll do is make fun of me. So
I
fuck
want
it.
Peter. I enjoy your contribution, mate.
I did. I was nothing but nice. I was the only one advocating for anyone to
Look,
listen to you.
You
You were being rude as
look,
fuck.
yes, you're right. You're right, Andrew, but you've kept interrupting. So thank you for your cordial nature. And see, look, this very behavior where somebody who has some experience is trying to explain his experience, and then people just making fun of him. This is not how it works.
Now,
That's not how this shit
in
works. You
actual
want
fact,
gnosis?
Ragnarok. It's interesting because Exil is saying you got more of a fair treatment than he did yesterday.
Well,
He
he's
says
probably
he
got very
wishes he got the amount of patience that you were showing from others as he did, because he didn't get much yesterday at all. He's saying compared to what you got, he thinks you got a good amount of attention, good amount of interest, and
It's
a good
not even
amount
about
of
attention, man.
sorry.
And I never
They
got
want- they-
any fucking
they
patience
want-
on
they
Jack
want an
Talcott's
answer.
show.
They want an answer, but they kept speaking over me and interrupting me and being facetious and wanting to just make fun of me. It's fucking stupid.
You won't give the definition for the words you're using. That's all we want.
All right.
Just
Aeon, remember, do you want to come on here? Aeon, remember, do you want to come on here?
Definitions are one sentence long. Like if you just say what spirituality means right now, say what magic means, so we understand what you're talking about. We just want
He
to
said
clarify.
it's literally in the dictionary, so he goes by the dictionary definition.
I don't
okay?
open
So-
dirationaries for other people, for fuck's sake. That's so
Historical. You're right, Peter. You're right. Historical context is important, and I was joining
You
the.
said you're 36, dude. Have you not read the dictionary?
Well, okay, so the way you were using magic and spirituality sounded like you were just describing normal physical events. That's why we asked you to define them.
So the dictionary.
All right, I was about to read it, but go ahead, Noodles. Go ahead.
All right. Well, it depends which one are you going to read.
The Oxford English Dictionary.
All right. Well, I have Psychology Today.
No, that's American.
That's what. All right, Oxford English Dictionary, the quality or condition of being spiritual. What the fuck does it mean to be spiritual?
Look up spiritual.
Spiritual definition, Oxford, as connected to the human spirit or soul.
Oh my
So-
god, what is a spirit?
Well, what is
a soul?
What is a spirit?
DNW, can I ask you to think beside yourself and examine how these people are talking about this?
Hang on, we're going through the dictionary like you said.
What? No one's being rude. We're looking up the definition.
In Oxford. The spiritual or immaterial part of a person. Oh my god,
This is insane. This is insane.
This is circular as fuck, dude.
It's
Just keep
unknowable
saying
even in its definition.
It just keeps saying
This
spirit.
is the trick, man. This is the black magic, which is like trying to get people to believe-
Aeon, come on here. There's plenty of time. I'll give you some time, Aeon. I'm willing to go for a little bit more if you want to come on, Aeon.
All right, so one part, it breaks it down into like spiritual essence, the non-physical part of a person that holds their moral and emotional nature, deep feeling, a quality of deep, good human feeling, especially in art or music that gives it true meaning, vital
That's like what I said earlier on, going to a music concert and how it makes you feel.
that brings life to an individual. See, but these are still so vague. It's like
no, to you it's vague.
No, it's vague to everyone.
No, remove
No,
yourself
it's
from
not
your
vague
ego.
to me. You're just dumb as fuck.
It's vague. No, it's vague.
Actually, you're for noodles. I want to see you guys remove yourselves from your ego and actually think outside besides yourselves.
Yeah, don't do that, dude. Remove yourselves from your ego. Yeah, whatever.
Kenny, you're ascribing one, basically these experiences that you have to the definition, but it doesn't necessarily. That's it. That's what it is to you. It can be sort of different. There's different aspects of this that it could be to someone else, right?
It's
so
metaphysical. It's metaphysical.
Look,
It's how it makes you. How something makes you feel. It's about energy.
Explain what spirituality means to me. How about you let me give it a shot with one sentence?
Yes, that's what we want. What does it mean to you?
All right.
That's exactly
To
what
be
we want.
spiritual is to be extra dimensional.
Okay, thank you. You could have
Hell
just
yeah.
said that
I'm
right at the beginning.
Right now.
The thing is, materialists who only believe of what they see right in front of them, they will never be extra dimensional.
But you,
What is
that
extra
doesn't.
dimensional?
You can't see time. You can measure it, but you can't see it.
What is extra dimensional? Now you just
Dimensional,
the new word.
Well,
Spirituality,
look, you read
appeal
in the
to
other
the
form-
unknown. Hey, 1 second. I've got my own definition. Spirituality, an appeal to the unknown, possibly to nothing.
DNW, just let me point something out here. Do you know what really amazes me? This is a panel called Finding Gnosis. And most of the
Yeah.
panel didn't even fucking know what spirituality means.
Whoa, Kenny, settle down, mate.
We don't
Stand
want.
down
I
for
know
a
what
second.
spirituality means, Kenny. I'm asking what it means to him because he's not using it in a way that conforms
Well,
with what
Kenny,
spirituality
with
means in the
respect, it
Bible.
isn't found gnosis. We are trying to find it.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
every time it
using
comes around, you piss on
spirituality and magic
What's
in weird
gnosis?
ways.
What is gnosis?
Knowledge. We need to
Knowledge.
find out what's going on.
Okay,
By the way,
we're-
Leslie is here.
What are you doing?
Leslie is
can
here,
I-
guys. Leslie.
Can I
Hi,
remind
Leslie.
you?
Leslie. Welcome. Good to have you here. And I'm echoing through your speakers.
Oh,
Can you
Can
hear
I
us?
remind you of the gnosis?
yes, I can hear you.
All right, Leslie, look. Mute yourself when you're not talking so we don't hear the echo.
Okay.
Yeah. And basically talk now and I will shut up so I don't hear the echo. Leslie?
Okay, yes.
Are you a man or a woman, Leslie?
There's a witch literally attacking me.
It's a woman.
Female.
Now, Leslie,
Yes.
you said we're never going to find gnosis. Go on, tell us what is gnosis and what have you found in relation to gnosis? Go ahead.
Well, actually, it wasn't gnosis that I was seeking. It was
Luke smacks up Kenny.
intuitively knowing. Intuitively knowing is better, because gnosis is of mind, and that's the wrong direction. Because the mind is the catalyst for further degradation and continued looping in the system.
So I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying we should give up trying to know and we should try and go to a state of unknowing?
I agree.
Well, you have to undo what has been done. So you have to remove everything that isn't of your origins. And that includes, that is most important, is the mind is not natural to eternals.
Guys, this is an amazing woman coming on here, dropping these deep thought bombs on us all. And Leslie,
over
tell
my
us,
head.
Leslie, what do you think is going on?
This is the Deception Light Matrix, and the Archons had built this system. They have AI and advanced technologies, and they put the wool over everyone's eyes, putting them into altered states and into amnesia. And memory wipes are done continuously so that they can keep holding all Eternals for their life force energy of the soul.
So basically, there's Archons feeding off us and trying to keep us here and trying to keep us reincarnating. That's why they wipe our memories after death so that we don't remember what's going on and we come back here. That's what you believe.
Death is not the escape.
What is the escape?
Waking up in your true form. They can't hold you.
Okay, and where do you go once you've woken up, Leslie?
I'm of a mind with you, Leslie. I know you can see my light.
Okay. Okay. What we have here is only in an altered state, below a true awareness level, you are being siphoned continuously to keep you weakened so that you're easily manipulated and controlled through illusions like the Djinn.
Can I ask you a question, Leslie? Because I absolutely see what you're talking about. I committed to escaping Saturn's trap, the Archon trap of death.
Does anybody have any questions for her? It's
Yeah, I'm
fascinating stuff.
So my question is, I would declare I escaped the Saturn system. I can remember my past lives. They specifically wipe people's minds from their past lives because people don't even comprehend. Eternals have been fighting wars against the Archons for so long. Whether we call them Saturn or Sekla, Satan or whatever, they, in my own personal experience, they've tried to leech off my light, and they do not like that I remember my past lives. And some people, those who actually know it's true, they try to steal my Akashic records for themselves. But my question is, I already know they can't. But my question is, do you believe if somebody can remember their past lives, they're on the way of breaking those archonic chains?
It's not really teams. I did remote drawing when I asked the question, where is my true form? And my soul group had shown me where I was. And all I had to merely do is close my eyes, and then I could see out of my true eyes.
Leslie, it's fascinating stuff. Are you a member of any online communities or anything like that in relation to this stuff?
Just my channel.
Oh, you have a channel, do you? Cool.
Yeah, that's where I share my experiences all the way through.
When did you
but
start
nobody
having these
gets
experiences?
well. I heard the tones of my local field January 1st, 2017. And for 2.5 years, I didn't know what the tones were. And I figured it out just by accessing below conscious level of awareness. I accessed what some would call higher self.
Okay, darling. And what does that entail? And what does that do for you?
Well, I saw how it was possible to exit the system and exit the construct that is unperceived by most.
Very much so unperceived.
You can, we'll see, all the other times when I tried to move, I couldn't move. I felt really claustrophobic in my true form. So what I had to do is try and wake my true form up. And when I did so, I saw that I was moving, but then the archons came in it's not really a room, but they have these monitoring lights. One was blinking orange and the other one was just a solid red, like kind of like a laser light looked like. And then they came in and they had some sort of purple smoke. And then I watched as my true form was rendered unconscious. So they get you from both sides, within the simulation and outside of it.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Leslie and Ragnarok. Who created the Archons? To your belief.
Well, I don't go by belief at
Well,
all
to your
because
understanding.
beliefs are used against everyone who does. 'Cause that's where it's a soft spot.
To your understanding, who created the Archons?
They are the creatures, the entities that are soulless and formless, and they are all mind. They're
Who
the
created
ones
them?
who created them. I'm not.
Feel free to jump in, Ragnarok.
I don't think she's
Not
concerned
coming.
with that. She's probably just concerned that they exist. She doesn't know who created them. Is that right, Leslie?
Right. I just want to get out and
Well,
go
I
back
think
to my true
knowing,
existence.
having an idea as to what or who created them is important to your objective.
Look, we have some answers from the
Not
Summit
really.
Pistis, but it's big. It's very big.
Not
They
really,
wanted it.
because they can't touch any Eternals because of the source field light. They would perish if they try. So they're not really that much of a concern, but you should be surrounded by your group upon exiting, and that's what I'm doing.
Leslie, do you get any thoughts or feelings on any of us in relation to your spiritual views?
Well, I'm a soul eternal, not a spirit. Spirits are formless and soulless. They're basically the entities that plague us.
I think we use different definitions for spirit.
Joe Cool, welcome,
Exactly.
brother. Feel free to interject whenever you want.
Thank you.
Hi,
I'm
Joe.
enjoying this. Hey guys.
Whoa, man, trippy, bro.
I feel like I'm in a David Lynch film here.
No,
I feel like I'm in a porta potty at Woodstock and I just took the brown acid, bro. Yeah.
One mystic is
you know what,
surrounded. Now we
guys?
got
You
a
know
lot
what,
of them.
guys? You people have their spiritual views and take it from a book. I mean, I respect people like Leslie who think for
is really
themselves.
irritating.
Sorry.
That echo is, yeah.
Yeah, Leslie, please mute yourself when you're not talking. Leslie, do you know how to unmute yourself and mute yourself? It's click on the little microphone. Yeah, you've done it. You've done it. So
Yes,
mute yourself when you're not
yes.
talking, darling, and unmute when you want to. I kind of admire people like Leslie who are spiritual but kind of form their own kind of ideas on matters, you know. Rather than
It's just another form of devil worship.
Whoa, what's it? I thought she was just talking about you live on forever and like everyone believes in the afterlife.
Ragnarok and
excessive pleading.
No,
Kenny, go ahead.
That is fucking facetious. If you believe in the Son of God, you can become an eternal.
Do you know what
Special
facetious
pleading.
means?
You know what special
DNW said
pleading
I
means?
could go ahead. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Thank you.
Okay.
You said that Leslie's spiritual. What do you mean by spiritual?
Good.
Oh, good man, Kenny. I see what you did there. You see, Kenny, why the fuck should I explain it to you when you seem so adamant in relation to what it meant earlier? Why do you need an explanation?
See, you see how I've flipped the script there, eh?
I do. I know.
Now the spotlight's on you, buddy boy. Go ahead, tell us.
Look. I've already said. I made a joke that it's spirituality is an appeal to the unknown. That may be an appeal to nothing. But I will also say it is. Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, Mike's sorry. Go on.
I will also say it's spirituality is is the human mind reaching for something outside of our awareness and our ability to touch and sense with our physical being.
Are we sure it's outside? I get it. Maybe we can't really touch it and shit.
Can I
but-
give my definition? It's
Sure.
what it legalese. Maybe your dog will approve. My definition is spirituality is the interest or as pertaining to the believed metaphysical nature of existence.
And experience.
Can I explain something?
Can I say something after?
Can I say something?
Can I say something after him?
You're right about the metaphysical element of it. Whoever
I'm
said that
after you,
earlier.
Kenny.
So, where does
No,
gnosis come from?
Peter was before me.
I can
kidding.
answer where gnosis comes from. Okay. The first event of gnosis is the eating of the apple at the tree of good and evil.
Oh boy.
Wasn't an apple.
Hell yeah.
We call it. You think you know what it is? Were
Is
you
that
not
true?
I do.
What about when God gave them the knowledge that it would kill them? Wouldn't that be the
You
It
don't
was
first?
an
know
Oreo
that-
cookie.
You don't know that it was an
It
apple.
was
Apple.
an Apple phone, an iPhone.
Yeah, right.
And how would they know if God was good and evil or evil unless they ate the apple to get the knowledge of good and evil or fruit?
You guys are
Could you
asking
just
all
be
the wrong
quiet?
questions.
Just be quiet and let
You're
Peter
asking
say his
all
piece.
the wrong questions.
What are the right questions?
Spirituality seems to be an attempt to connect to something greater than oneself, that is unseen, unknowable, that can't be measured or seen with our
Metaphysical.
own biology.
Look,
I think you're right. I hate to admit it. I'm trying to find a way around that, but you may be right. I haven't found that yet.
That's
No,
your
look,
cool.
look. So when it comes to how
Yeah, what up? Yeah.
Yo. Sorry.
Well, when it comes to so the notion of gnosis, right? The word knowledge, it comes from when the forbidden fruit was eaten. Okay, they made aprons, literally, right after they were ashamed of their lower self. Their lower self, meaning their chakra system, They were ashamed of their root chakra, sacral chakra, and
Why can't you just say they're ashamed of their genitals? Why do you have to throw all this spiritual
No,
stuff?
no. I think he's talking about the spiritual. He's saying it's an analogy meant to say they were ashamed of behaving lower.
Thanks,
Nothing to
Joe.
do with the physical.
But thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, for because like Joe understands chakra systems. He's versed, and I know he is.
I thought that I liked what you were saying. Is all I was saying.
When it comes to chakras, right, our lower self. Okay, now think internally. Now, everybody who's spiritual who understands Kabbalah, chakra systems, all that stuff. Your lower self is your sexual inhibition, your want to survive, the materialism of reality, right? Your higher self is to reach a awareness beyond. So, like your third eye chakra, your crown
That shit
chakra.
DNW was just talking about.
Yeah, and then
I
you got
call
your
that
throat chakra.
my Viagra.
Well, look. A lot of people who are very skeptic or have not researched it, they will not comprehend that when a witch goes
Don't
astral
presume that we haven't looked into it and we don't know what we're talking about.
you don't even know the meaning of
Noodles, will you
spirituality.
shut it down? Because I got to go.
Where are you going?
I'm going to try and get in touch with my spirituality. My third eye. My third eye. My third eye.
Go do some.
I'm going to get in touch with my third eye.
Stay away from your lower
My
self.
chap's eye. All
Wait
right,
a
bye.
minute. Is that
Later, DNW.
Good night.
Is
There's a
that
one-eyed demon looking at me.
Is that the
on my
eyelid
underpants.
in your legs?
Spiritual dreams.
Think of it this
May
way,
the
guys.
spirits guide you.
No, for fuck's sake. Think of it this way: your lower chakras, your lower self. It's like when somebody's lustful, or greedy, or just materialistic. That's that emanated through expression physically in the real world. So you got to think as above, so below, as in the mind, so without.
Ooh, Book of the Dead, baby.
Because
You have to accept the
I'm
software
called
of
Peter for a
software.
reason, and I'm called Peter for a reason. I'm gonna flex my keys of Peter in my light, and I don't give a fuck what you think. As above, so below. What I think it shall be so. Okay. If I want to make sure, like I want to avoid my lower inhibitions, then I need to meditate. I need to do certain practices. I don't even just look at Catholic ones. I look at the Buddhists. I look at Shinto. I look at all sorts of things.
Yeah.
So when it comes to accessing different altered state of minds and seeing the enemy, like if you actually wanted to see what's going on a
Listen at
spiritual
this
level,
dude.
Boy.
dude, you have
No,
people
he's
who
killing, yo.
harvest-
He's dropping that shit right
you
now.
have people who harvest
We're the
energies
lowest
off so
common
many
denominator
people.
here.
No. Skeptics and atheists will never comprehend because they never even go past the word spirituality.
Maybe we talk about the same things, but we don't use this inflated language that you use.
You could never comprehend the Matrix until you understand its language.
Yeah.
You're so full of shit. You are such an
Yeah,
obnoxious
I
piece
don't-
of shit.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if
No,
that's
I
true
think
because
you're
he
coping
made
because you're hitting a fucking wall and you don't comprehend.
he may know these things by a different language. It's feasible, right? Why don't you test him and see if he knows these things, right? Before you just
He
say
won't
you
let us
don't.
test him. He would not let us test him.
Basically, there are demonic spirits who you would call them demonic if you comprehended them. They look at humans as like batteries.
Go fuck
Oh,
yourself.
Matrix,
That's just such a
ma-
nonsense.
No, listen to it anyway.
That
No,
is so
because I want to
insulting.
follow up. I'm
No.
gonna try and bridge the gap when he's
He
done,
won't
yo.
let
I'm gonna try and
you.
bridge the
He
gap.
runs off to obscurity
Joe
and
Yerf
red
is
pen.
completely skeptic.
Oh.
He's a materialistic,
No,
doesn't believe in shit.
No, we've been listening.
I like to
That's
figure it
not
out
how
for
it is at
myself.
all.
Let me rap with Yerf a little bit. Let me see. I know that's not true. At least I believe.
Well, I'm
Just
trying
from
to
the
explain
little
to
that
them
I
the
know.
fallen angel harvesting
So we're
system, Joe Cool.
experiencing
Well,
You're not
no,
gonna
before
figure
you
it
go
out.
too far, Yerf, do you agree? And try and forget what you said, but I'm translating, but it's going to sound a little different. Do you agree that when a guy hops on a panel with a certain energy, or a person in real life, that energy seeks it? It's like energy in you.
I don't understand what you're asking.
You might be right.
I'm not trying to avoid it. Like, what do you mean?
They
What do you
don't
mean by
understand energy. They don't
Okay,
understand.
well, okay. So please explain to me what you mean by it, and maybe I can understand the
Joe,
question.
tell them the Torah.
Well, we'd have to go off of what Duel was talking about. I think I don't know if he called them demons or whatever, but that's a word people use
I
from.
call them Joe Cool. I call them the Mystery Babylon fallen angel system harvesting our energy.
Okay.
Basically.
Intelligent, let's just call them intelligence, unseen intelligence, right? We'll call them
So
negative
do-
and
do I
positive
have to-
just to
do I
make
have
it
to-
conversation simple.
Do I have to
Yeah.
presume that there are, in fact, as a matter of reality, unseen intelligences?
You would. You would. It would help
Okay,
if you
so I'm gonna have to
believe.
ask- right, so I would need that to be established before we can continue.
All right, I'm
Okay,
gonna just
word you're
piss you
looking
off
for
with
is
this one. I'm gonna
vibe.
establish
You
it
feel
through
the
the Bible,
vibe
and
of
but you're
affection.
gonna really hate this one.
Not hate, not hate,
Our
I just
enemy
don't
is
care.
not men. Our enemy is not men. We battle huge numbers of evil spirits in the unseen world. If you if we're familiar with what they meant by that shit, you'd be like, I see where you're
so
going.
are you using that verse to demonstrate as a matter of fact that these unseen beings
No, I
do in
wouldn't use the
fact
Bible
exist?
as fact. I was just trying to stir you up a little bit there.
Sure,
But
well,
it is
sorry,
a great way to phrase it again if you really want to understand what we're saying. So
you wanna
even
comprehend,
if
let
you
him talk.
don't believe it, even if you don't believe it, you shouldn't be interrupting right now. You should hit a theory
Hang on. The point I was making was
or
I think
interrupt right now as soon as I say that. Go ahead.
the point that I'm really driving at here is I think
You weren't driving at a point. I was trying to make a point. It wasn't even your turn yet.
Joe, let him respond.
He talks
I
about
was-
things using words that carry baggage with them, whereas I think we can talk about the same things without all these loaded, and I'm going to use the word spiritual terms or extra dimensional terms.
Okay.
That's what I'm driving at here.
I get that. Okay, do me a favor because I know you can do it in your adult. We don't have words to
Oh, I
express.
know Carl.
We
can
don't
do it.
have
He's not
really
stupid.
words to express these things. So you're gonna have to, the words don't really fit these things. However, I'm gonna do the best I can. Don't get pissed off if I say spirit, demon. I know it comes with
I'm
our
not pissed off.
baggage.
I'm just,
Hey, with the interrupting shit.
oh, Jesus Christ.
You want to
All right.
call up my father? What's up? What's
All
up?
right, hold on. Okay, so here we go.
cool.
Here it
You
is. I'll
got
try and give it to you again. If things exist unseen, and there are energies out there, these energies, we'll call it negative and positive, or some people call it good and evil. I don't want to piss you off. But that negative energy, it's an intelligent energy, and it uses us humans. It hops in, and if you give it permission, and enough times it fucking takes up residence in you. And when it needs an avatar, it needs someone, it sees positive over there. Its job is to go to the positive and seek negative out of it. And us positive people do the same shit. So this is why some guy hops on a panel and says dumb shit and has no reason why. It's because he's accessed and opened that door and given permission to a particular demon, whatever it is. I shouldn't have said demon, intelligence. So many times that this motherfucker's using him like a joystick. Yeah, I was trying to interpret what dude was saying.
Can I please
Joe,
respond to
Joe, can you see the fucking demon behind Yerf literally piloting him like a fucking skin?
No, I can't.
Narcissistic
Can you see that
nature
shit?
of this belief
You know I
system.
can, and it's an old
I know
one.
you
It's
can.
I shouldn't say old because I don't want to trigger him, but this is one that has a wall that's so strong. It's looked like it's gonna get hard to pass. This is like
bro.
I'd like to
Joe,
respond
this is
to
this
what
is
you
the way
said.
it is. He sees everyone who's spiritual as nonsense, and that's why he has no sense.
All right, wait. Let's let your
let's let him say. Yeah, let's let him respond.
So Joe, in what you just said, you used the words, if things exist unseen, and you talked about negative and intelligent energy.
I did.
Right. I don't know what are you talking about? I don't know what those terms are. What is intelligent energy?
An energy that has a thought of its own outside of yours. You're an intelligent energy.
Okay, so you're talking about a person, a human being.
No, I said unseen. Remember, humans are seen.
Sure. Okay, so what are these unseen intelligent energy things? What are they?
Well, I was trying to get you to identify them by first agreeing that. Do you agree that motherfuckers hop up with different energies?
That's, in my opinion, that's not the question. Yes, I agree that people have different vibes, different approaches, different ways of doing things. That doesn't demonstrate there's unseen
It does, and it's
intelligent
just
energy.
it does, and it's just step one.
Right.
Then you had to take that other leap that I said, where energy seeks its like kind.
Joe,
Uh,
can I say something real quick?
yeah,
bro?
of course.
It's
No,
a
no,
compliment. Somebody just told me they like you. His name is Azrael.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of people around my light. Certain people, you're gifted, and don't ever
I
let people.
dig it. I love you, pal.
So I think maybe we could talk about the same things. I would say individuals bring different energies to a conversation, different vibes, different personalities. I don't ascribe anything unseen or beyond our senses, whereas you seem to be doing that. But we're talking about the same thing.
Yes, I am doing that, but I've seen things, and I don't mean this, to be a put down. I mean, I've literally seen things and done things where I've experienced these things. I told a story. You might have heard it, where I was with my friend. He was a fucking mass murdering fuck. That's the truth. And he had just killed a bunch of motherfuckers and left one alive. And that night I was getting high, and that night I had some weird experience where every time I closed my eyes, I was transported to the sound was different, the colors were different. But every
Joe, you're cutting out really bad.
Somebody's attacking his mic.
time I closed my eyes, I couldn't do nothing because I was always on it. Oh, I'm sorry. I got like 3 phones here. Hold on. Let me.
No, Joe, there is a being attacking.
Go again. You cut out.
Yeah, Joe, there is a being attacking your connection right now. As you're speaking, you're
Oh,
just.
give me a
Okay.
break.
All right.
I can't stand it.
Hold on. I'm gonna leave and come back. If that doesn't work, I'll switch phones.
I can't take this
Love you,
anymore.
Joe.
The beings and the energies and the demons and the archons, guys. Like,
Morris Cannon
look,
fought
just because David Icke wrote it down in a book doesn't mean it's true. Okay.
I don't get my info from David Icke.
Or Mark Passio.
Or
You have
Moses.
to. That's why you have to go into the stillness without thoughts. You can shut off the thoughts. I show you
Can I ask
how.
yours dog a question? I have a question for yours dog.
Can I say one more? You
Go on.
don't need to seek gnosis. You need once you recollect your consciousness into your true self, you will remember everything.
I've come
So
to
you don't
remember
need to ponder while you're here. You just need to escape.
So Leslie, I've been granted the rare chance to remember my past lives in great detail, and I know for a fact certain systems like the Archons really do not like that. They really don't. And Yerf dogs and Noodles and all these skeptics here, they're like NPCs talking to red pills. They don't know what.
Oh yeah. You're the.
Oh, here we go.
Can I say something?
You're
Can I say something, Ragnarok?
If only we could be as knowledgeable and as smart as you.
No, it's not about being knowledgeable and smart. I want to see you grow wings.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey, I was trying to
so much,
convince
you
Noodles
guys have
of
so much
somebody about
potential. It's just sad to see you wasting it all.
No, the Yerf. I was trying to convince
So
Yerf.
saith the NPC, right? Yeah.
Yerf, I was telling you a story about being with a murderer. It's a really good story, but as I was switching phones, made me think of another story with another mass murderer. That's probably should be better to tell you. And this is a true story. I wouldn't lie to you. So my guy, this guy, he's a gang chief. He's dead now. I went to his funeral a couple of years ago, and he's famous. You could Google this nigga. He's famous in my gang as a chief. And he's killed a lot of people. And so he got out of jail after a long bit. And he was like, Joe, I was telling everybody, we live on the same block. We're friends. Telling everybody about you, man. And, I'm going to square up, man. And because, I was always into activism and shit. And he was like, I told my friends I was going to start hanging with you, man. I'm done with the bad shit. I ain't killing nobody no more. I killed everybody I had to kill. And he named about 9 motherfuckers that I knew that he had knocked off so he could be a nice person. right? This is the guy. So he picks me up from my girlfriend's crib, and for the past week or two, I've been telling him about this book, Divine Revelations of Hell. I told that story over here, and one day I finally remembered to bring the book with me, and we're driving home on the car. I pull a book out, I sit in his lap, and he starts screaming like a bitch. Get it away, get it away. This is the gang chief of a gang with tens of thousands. It was 65,000 of us years ago. It's a lot of us. And this is one of our 4 chiefs, 4 biggest people. And this motherfucker screaming. He's
Can I
the
ask the
toughest
name?
nigga in the world. Yeah, go ahead.
What was the name of your, like, the overarching set, like all of it? If I
Folk
may.
on Hustler, Vice Lord, Folk on Hustlers.
It was the Fluffy Feet crew. Motherfucker.
You know what I've noticed,
motherfucker.
Chuckle? Every single urban gangster I've ever met, they all eventually figure out that magic war is abso-fucking-lutely real. And have you
Yes.
seen how some of the white groups
He was
are in
afraid to
magic
death.
war?
Let me finish the story. He figured it out because he was afraid to death in his final years. I took the book off on him. What's wrong? He's like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I'm like, nah, that's the book I was telling you about. I put him in his lap. He starts screaming, get it
Like
away,
holy
get
water?
it away. Yes, like it's holy water or something. And Yerf,
Oh,
if
shit.
it isn't these demons and shit we're talking about, these unseen things, I've asked the smartest motherfuckers I know, what could have caused that?
Okay, so my response to that is, how can you be 100% sure that it wasn't something other than what you claim it is?
I'm not saying, that's why I asked you. You tell me what it was.
Okay, so I'm not 100% sure.
Tell us, atheistic scientists. Tell us. We want to know.
No, I don't know the reason that happened. I'm not claiming to. I'm saying that I
Come on,
don't.
Carl.
I
I've
haven't
seen your work. You can
I
come
haven't
down to the
seen
conclusion.
any evidence.
No.
that is-
Hey, don't run now. You haven't
I'm not
seen.
running.
If
I'm
my
not- no.
story is
I'm-
true.
I'm not going to deny.
Okay.
let's
If my
assume-
story is true, you wanted
Let's just
evidence.
Let him respond.
Let's assume that everything you've relayed to us is actually factually correct, okay?
Yes.
But it's your interpretation of why that happened, which is up for debate.
I would agree. I'm offering you to tear it apart. He didn't even know I had the book. I didn't announce it. I just put it on his lap without saying a fucking word, and he lost his mind.
What was the name of the book?
Divine Revelations of Hell.
All right, so there you go. It's right
Exactly,
there in the name.
exactly.
Scared of
Joe,
go-
come on.
Scared of going
It's-
to fucking hell, dude.
Right.
Okay, that's it.
He didn't know. He didn't even know, though, is my point.
Joe,
He
Joe, they're
associated
always
the
going to
book with
quote.
evil.
Joe
He
Cool, they're
immediately
always going to
associated the book
quote
with
and
evil.
claim it's some sort
Joe
of
Cool.
random
You
explainable
understand
thing.
So cool.
that he didn't even know what it was. He was yelling
Knows
at me,
what hell
what are
is.
you doing to me? He didn't even know
No,
it
you
was a
didn't, you
book.
didn't even read the title, my guy. Like,
He
you guys
didn't
are
know it was
assuming.
a book, is what I'm saying. I put it on his lap while he was driving. He started screaming like I put hot coals on his nuts.
Oh, wait,
But you didn't know what it was. You startled him.
He was driving?
He was
Let me
driving,
explain.
yes.
Oh, so
Can I explain another situation?
You started fucking with him while he was driving. That could also trigger someone.
It could, but it
Look,
can't
look.
make him say,
Especially
scream and
so-
say, get it
especially-
away, get it away.
So
The
Noodles, let me bring
toughest
up
nigga in
a
the
different
game.
situation. Let me bring up a
Okay.
different situation.
This
When it comes
sounds
to
made up.
energy
Oh, I
and
got
call
more.
cat.
I got
My
more.
answer is
Listen, I'm
I don't
glad.
know what happened, and I
Here,
don't know
here.
the reason. I
Here,
don't know
here's
the
a-
reason why.
We
Here's a
cannot
better
use
one.
anecdotal stories as proof
Tell
of
me the
anything.
reason of this
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Okay,
right. Who
tell me
said
what
that?
happened
Who
here.
said that?
I told my friends
said
that
that?
I had been talking to 3 spirits, the same
Did alternative
three,
Alternative Star said
the
that.
same 3
Alright.
spirits that visit me that night when I was
there
getting
are, there
taken to
are
that place, to
multiple
that valley.
witnesses.
You know, I have,
There
we
are
have
multiple witnesses to
Alternative
spiritual
Star
events,
in a
dude. I
while.
don't know what the fuck
Alternative
you guys are
Star,
on.
what's your take on all this?
My take on this is, again, we cannot use anecdotal stories as proof of anything. And I understand that certain things that in existence are unfalsifiable, but we could at least do is come with logical threads as to why it would make sense. Like for instance,
I was asking you that.
like for instance, Ragnarok believes in reincarnation. I can make a reasonable argument as to why reincarnation would be possible. All right, but what I cannot do, even if reincarnation was possible, that still would not prove or verify that Ragnarok
We
was Henry
know we're
VIII.
not going to prove
or-
anything here today. We're not children.
or-
and certainly not God.
or Marcus Aurelius. You know what I'm trying, like one could be separate from the other.
Yeah,
Like
see,
even if
Joe
reincarnation were true, that would not mean that he would have been Marcus Aurelius or Henry VIII. Whatever.
Dude, I share.
Matthew
No,
claims.
I wasn't
So
Henry
what I'm
VIII.
saying,
Let me explain something to you.
whoever,
If you're going to tear apart my position,
whoever
let
magnificent
me explain.
character you
Okay?
have at history, like you were never a simple farmer who was just taking care of his wife and kids. There's always you're always just some grandiose
That's
character in
ignorant.
history.
That's ignorant.
All right.
That's ignorant.
Okay, well, give us an example of you being a simple farmer in one of these past lives, or some type of simple civilian. Give us an example. Tell us a story.
There was one life. There was one life in Anatolia.
Uh-huh.
It was as simple as you could think.
What did you do? What did you do? Did you chill and doing what?
I was a
Did
farmer.
you sell
and a shepherd.
anything? A farmer and a shepherd. Okay.
What animals did you farm?
Yeah, well,
Specifically sheep and goats, but also sometimes cows if I needed.
Did you have a family?
Really? You farmed
Did you have a
cows?
family?
Really? What time period was this? What time period was this when you were farming cows?
This was pre-Rome Anatolia.
Can you
Pre-Rome
describe?
Anatolia.
Hold on. Can you describe to me the taste of garum?
Alexander?
I was Alexander the Great, and you're gonna mock me.
Describe.
No,
to me
okay,
the
so
ta-
what's this before
Hold
or
on,
after
shut up.
Alexander?
Be
Okay,
quiet.
I'm
Be quiet
sorry.
for 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tell you to shut up. I didn't mean to tell you to shut up. I need you to describe the taste of garum to me.
No, thank you.
That's because you don't know what it is.
I told you. No, thank you. I'm not entertaining your question.
No, it's because if you were a farmer in Anatolia in pre-Roman times, a main part of your diet would have been something called garum. What is it?
You got the wrong motherfucker on panel tonight. You just have to know what garum grows in
Joe, I'm always the wrong motherfucker to have.
Using the fact-checking torture chamber. But
Now he's
Noodles,
gonna-
I want to answer. Go on,
Look,
sorry.
I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
gonna leave,
Go on.
guys. I'm just gonna leave because you keep insulting my path. So fuck you.
No.
Oh,
No, logic and reason is insulting you.
Chalk another one up to the vicar, my friends.
No.
Logic has
Every
you in
single
the chokehold,
fucking no.
Ragnarok.
Let me tell you
Admit it.
some advice people gave me. Okay, shut the fuck up, and I'll tell you some advice people gave me.
Was this
You
when you
tell
were a
us what
farmer
garum
and-
tastes
and
like.
No,
Tell us what garum
pre-Roman
tastes
times?
like.
For fuck's sake.
What does garum taste like?
What is garum?
I don't know. I've never heard that word.
Okay.
And neither has
You curse-
Ragnarok. And that is the point.
You curse yourselves. You curse yourselves. I'm just letting you know.
Oh boy. Okay. Stop it.
Don't
But
threaten
Hey,
us. Go
hey,
fuck
before you
yourself.
leave, I'm gonna blow their minds. Listen, I believe he
Look,
was
Joe
Alexander.
Cole-
I believe he was those guys, and he was that farmer because he was all of those people at one time. You all would have been.
Yeah, whatever.
Hot take.
Hey,
I appreciate it.
Noodles. But I want to finish the train of thought on what you asked me. Let's take reincarnation, for instance. I cannot give proof of reincarnation, but I can give a reasonable argument as to why it could be a plausible thing to consider. One, we do not know how we can I have at least 40 seconds on this one?
Yeah, my bad.
All right.
My bad. Yeah.
Okay. We all exist right now. We have no idea how or why, what mechanism or what conscious will made this come about. All we know is that we exist now, consciously. Therefore, we have no reasonable reason to doubt that it can happen again. If we don't know how it happened the first time,
That wasn't bad, man.
What's to prevent it from happening again, a second or a third or a fourth time?
I hear you on that. I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
All right. So I'm not saying reincarnation is legitimately real, but I have an argument to say why it could be considered as a plausible possibility based upon
Yeah,
what I just
nothing
said.
only happens once. So it could not be a standalone event.
Especially if we do not know how we got here now in the first place. Now, whether you're a material reductionist atheist or whether you are a theist, at the end of the day, you cannot explain what mechanisms or what will took place for us to be here right now in the first place. So until you can explain that, then you have no reason to doubt that it can happen again.
True.
That's it.
Look,
That's it. That's all I'm saying. So if,
Quantum mechanics has found that energy never passes away. Souls are energy.
That's another
And
good one for
There's no
real.
evidence for a fucking soul. God damn it.
yeah, I'm not even going there. I'm
So
not
watch
even
your
going
fucking
to
blasphemy. You don't believe in God. You keep his fucking name out of your
Speak for
mouth.
yourself, Noodles. Speak for yourself.
Listen, I'm not even going into whether a soul or a spirit.
and all
I'm
your
just speaking
bullshit.
straight. what we do know exists is consciousness. That's one thing we can all agree exists.
Here,
We
I'm
can
going to
agree that
make a
consciousness
prophecy
exists.
right now. Noodles is going to be
That's all we can
biased as
agree.
fuck and start kicking people off this panel if they don't believe in what he believes.
I don't know.
The prophets.
I don't think Noodles is that petty. He's not that petty.
I don't know.
He,
You know
he
what?
was literally petty that yesterday. Exactly.
You know
literally
what?
yesterday.
No, actually, I removed 2 people because they kept talking over Cougar Doomer when we were trying to have a
Cougar Doomer was insulting everyone.
No, we were trying to have a mature, reasonable conversation, and we were asking them for evidence for the stupid shit they were saying, and they would not present any
Stupid
evidence.
shit
They just
meaning
kept
the Epstein files,
rambling
all
on
cult
and on
stuff?
and on. And I, you know,
Okay.
I, you know, at the end of the day, I was like, you know, I just want to have a nice conversation with Cougar Doomer and not entertain this garbage.
Yeah,
So
you didn't care what
I
other people thought.
removed you while Cougar Doomer was talking, and I said,
Yes,
okay, now
you were
you can.
biased.
And now I went to come back to bring you back onto the panel, and then you were already gone. So
Do you have a phone number? Let me make sure agents know to call you when they need good PR bullshit.
What do you mean? He sees
But
him every
Noodles,
week when he
I
picks
want to
up his
address you
check.
on the Epstein spot. I did have a follow-up question for you, which I was not allowed to get out. Right?
That's true. It wasn't just me who was kicked out. It was also this good
Okay.
gentleman.
I wasn't necessarily
did
kicked
not
out.
kick-
I
never
wasn't. I
kicked
was not.
Alternative Star.
I was not kicked out, but I allowed him to continue what he wanted to do. But I did want to ask him. You essentially reduced the whole Epstein conspiracy fiasco thing to simply a simple rich man that got accused of having relations with a questionably aged prostitute.
I didn't say
That's it,
accused.
right?
It was proven he.
Okay, proven. Okay.
Oh, this is Comedy Night Live, bro.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay, let's run with that. So you think thousands of pages and redacted names is all about one random rich dude who had a relationship with a questionably aged individual female. That's it? You think that's what thousands
No,
of pages of this was about?
That's an oversimplification of.
That's
my,
exactly what you fucking said.
That's exactly what you said when you boiled it down.
Wait,
dude.
wait,
That's
wait.
exactly.
If you steer
you
from
know
that
what?
and say
You
it's
wanna-
not
you
true,
know
I'll
what?
call you a liar.
Noodles, I like to hear your stance. He's here now. I could just ask him.
Okay.
What was your
I
stance?
said
on
from
it?
the information that I have seen, what it seems to me, not what I know is or what
Okay,
I think
I
it
get it.
absolutely is. What from what I gather from the information that is out there in the mainstream.
We get it. You can say
You have this rich billionaire and these other rich guys, right? That get prostitutes, like that probably are younger and lie about their age. Who's talking? Whose thing is going on in the background right now?
That sounds like Ragnarok.
Ragnarok's over there
All right.
saying a fucking prayer.
You might have to mute Ragnarok for a second. You can get your.
So
okay.
He's putting a curse on Noodles.
Yeah. Or he's praying.
No, he cursed himself. He cursed himself when he said God should, put somebody in hell.
Okay.
Maybe he
right.
will. You.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know you. That's very divine of you.
Oh, now you want
I'm
to
coming
know?
to you
I
next,
think I
Ragnarok.
sure Noodles. There
Let's
was a
let
bunch
Noodles
of rich
finish.
motherfuckers hiring prostitutes.
Let's see how what Noodles is going to say is different from how I surmised it. Let's go.
This is exactly why I started putting people backstage yesterday, because I was trying to say my piece or let Cougar say his piece, and everybody was talking over. So let me say my piece again. From what I got, it seems like there's a bunch of rich people. They get fucking prostitutes. Probably some of them lie about their age and end up being underage. All he was convicted of, all he has been convicted of, was sleeping with a 17-year-old. There was, out of everyone's name in the, apparently, this is the information I've received, out of everyone's name in the files, there was only 4 girls or women that testified, and I think most of them ended up being proven liars.
Okay, I have a follow-up question.
Hold on.
Okay.
Noodles.
I thought you were finished.
That might be true about Jeffrey Epstein, but Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years.
I thought you were
for
finished.
sex
I thought you were
trafficking
finished.
Let me just continue my line of thinking on this. All right. So, I understand people get accused of things,
and if a jury finds them guilty, they go to they can go to jail. It doesn't necessarily mean what they did this or that. And I'm not saying she didn't. I'm just saying I don't take things at face value. One.
So read the
wait, let me finish. Let me
You're
fucking
taking forever,
finish.
Noodles.
Man, starting to figure out how you treated me.
There is.
You're putting a Ragnarok right now, Noodle.
Jesus Christ! How am I pulling a Ragnarok?
keep my father's name out of your
You want to know my position or not? You want to know my position or not?
No, I want you to land your plane like everybody else.
Yes, land the plane, my man. Come on.
Okay, so I think it seems overblown. The FBI make giant files on anyone that they're interested or investigating. There's people that have done very little to nothing that they'll have hundreds of thousands of pages on. Okay, that's how the FBI works.
People like who?
Just the FBI knew for 17 years before a single arrest. It did nothing.
People like who?
They build social networks. They look at people's social networks and they write everything down.
What they're doing is compromising people by getting them on camera doing things to little ones.
So I think that probably one of the things that happens is there could be there could be, like, for example, Russia could send in some girls or whatever to them.
Russia's the one behind it.
So then they get dirt on these people. Oh, and
you're finding every
Noodles
possible far-fetched reason
the Maxwells
remove Epstein.
Listen, the Maxwells are known Mossad agents, and I have a question for you.
No, don't ask him no questions. I want to speak, and he's gonna go on forever. Let me say this. Then you ask them. The FBI files are actually in there. You can read them for yourself. They don't say the generalized shit you say about every fucking phone call, complaint, person who knocked on their door is written in there, and their response to what they did. These things went on for many, many years. Just the ones on Trump alone are endless. You know what the FBI did to these people who they've redacted? If they were super famous and wealthy, they would say
witnesses.
They would put on there what they did. We called, nobody answered. We called, no one called back. They didn't get up out their chair for, damn it, 30 of the fucking horrible shits about Trump. So no, the FBI did not investigate and do all of this shit and convict the motherfucker. They've been protecting these motherfuckers from the beginning.
One of Epstein's pimps 17 years beforehand gave them
right on,
everything.
Joe Cool.
Joe, I'm gonna tell
right
you the
on,
same
Joe
thing.
Cool.
I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell all these people. You may be right, but bring forth some evidence. If you have some
I read the
things
files.
before-
I'm not going to
if
say
you-
shit. I'd rather
No, Joe.
Dude, you keep making this evidence argument.
Joe.
We give you the evidence and you
can
bitch
go
about
see
it.
it yourself. I'd rather you be ignorant and say
You haven't
silly
given a
shit that's
fucking shred of
entertaining to
evidence.
me.
You guys
never
Noodles.
brought evidence.
You guys
All you
have
bitch about
to
is
admit-
evidence. I can put
you
it in
guys
your
know
face
this
and you'll
shit is-
bitch.
okay, you
Your
know what?
alternative is not intellectually honest, dude. You cannot sit here in good faith and say thousands of files was just all about one guy sleeping with a prostitute. That's
I
essentially
didn't
what you're
say
saying.
that. I never fucking said that, dude. I never
cut away the fact. Then we cut away the fact.
Listen, wait. Noodles was 100% correct. There was a group of guys, and they got girls who lied about their age, and they recruited other people. All of that's in there too. He's right about that part. And there's a whole bunch more, Noodles.
Yeah, the child sacrificing and child cannibalism is all in there
all
too.
I'm saying is I'm open to whatever you want to show
No,
me.
you're not.
No. But if
these people
But if
I've
people
actively
don't
tried to show you
listen,
evidence you don't want to see.
Listen, if you
two of
don't,
these
if
people
I
were-
don't know where to look, I'm not gonna spend fucking.
Good. Don't. I like people looking goofy on
Two
panels.
of these
I'm okay
people
with
were
it.
convicted in courts of law.
Talking about like they know talking about something intelligent and they ain't even seen the shit for themselves, and everybody know how to go get
No,
the information.
if you've seen it,
been
you know
trying to
where to
say something
locate
for a
it.
minute.
I
Bring
do.
it.
I
Bring
won't
it
be giving
forth.
you a
Bring it
thing.
forth. Okay, we'll
I
let Vice
told
speak.
you.
We'll let
I've
Vice
been trying to
speak.
say
I
something
suggest
for
a talking stick. How about we do a talking stick?
Thank you. I have the talking stick. Okay.
Yeah.
Two things. Number one, two of the people who were involved in this were convicted in a court of law. One of them killed themselves in prison, supposedly. The other one is doing 20 years for this. When you bring this up to Noodles, he goes, well, people can get convicted for things that they didn't do. we're bringing you evidence, dumb shit. Like that's the evidence. These people are getting arrested for this.
Very
stuff and put
good.
in jail. Number two,
Good one.
this is further evidence that there is no slimy crime against humanity that Israel can commit that Noodles will not stand up for and defend. Okay, this is just further evidence
Dun
that
dun dun.
Noodles
I
is
thought of
an active
that's
agent
the
for the
point.
Israeli
Hold up.
government.
Let the talking.
Then why
stick
am I the why am I the one that just platformed you?
Very good, Victor.
Go, Noodles,
Whatever
that's
your
just you
name
being
is.
Because it'd be too
unbiased.
obvious
What?
if you
What?
cut him
No,
off.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It'd be too obvious if you would have cut him off.
Okay, it's because
Controlled
you're
Bit too obvious.
yeah, exactly. You got me. You put the words right out of my mouth. It's controlled opposition. You're just trying to start a race war. Now you're trying to get the message out there so I can incite people to do illegal things.
You don't want to make him a moderator.
everything, Noodles.
All right, you proved me wrong.
Noodles,
right?
who's standing
You
next to
just-
him?
you
Give
just
them the
cracked
talking stick in
case.
a rotation, bro.
You just cracked
Let's
it. Go
do a
ahead.
rotation
Go ahead.
talking
Say,
stick.
say your piece.
Okay. So my piece, so outside of your failings are mine, Noodles. I appreciate your cordial nature to be unbiased with the talking stick, and everybody's gonna get their turn. A lot of you're not spiritual. You don't have experience in that road.
Oh boy.
We need to comprehend that. That's a fact. Dude, I've been on panels where for some fucking reason, just because they know I love Jesus Christ and believe in Jesus Christ, they will literally be agitated as if demons are controlling them like a sock puppet. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Every time you hate me though, because I believe in Jesus, I say, hey, you hated him
Nobody
first.
hates you because you believe in Jesus.
Dude, do you have the amount of times you alone, Yerf dogs, have mocked me for my spirituality is insane.
No.
No, I mock
You know
Your
it,
character
Carl.
is being questioned, not your being.
It deserves mockery. It deserves
All right,
mockery.
guys. He's got the talking
doesn't.
stick for at least another 45 seconds.
Okay, go on. Hope I'm next.
I like this talking stick. Like, so, look, Joe Cool. I'm going to actually use the last 30 seconds to talk to Joe Cool. I'm pretty sure you know who I am. I'm Big Fucking Light, and the whole Truman Show of millions of people is watching this right the fuck right now. And the main meme right now, Joe Cool, amongst all my muses, is
Main
this, my
character.
dear friend. The amount of fucking people talking about this one little situation. So many people are putting their head in the fucking sand. So many people are putting their head in the sand, and it's costing the children. It's costing their justice. And I do
understand.
not like when people do that.
I understand.
Yeah, love you, Joe Cool. I know you're spiritual.
Love you
Keep it
back.
spiritually gangster.
Yeah, I
Are
see
you,
all
a,
that.
are you a Rastafarian?
I am not, man. I just did.
Okay.
I think that was you.
I'm more of a Nazarene Catholic.
Alternative star. Go
I've
ahead.
never been
You
to church.
have,
I just
give you a minute
read
and a
bunch.
half. You got 90 seconds. Go.
Okay, a minute and a half. Okay, now here we go. Let the clock begin. Ragnarok, first of all, I just want to make it clear that your being is never insulted. Who you are as a human being is it's never been insulted that I've witnessed on this panel. It's your character. I don't know if that's a better thing, but
Granted.
but it's your character and it's the way you come at people when you're presenting these, from the outside, far-fetched claims. It's narcissistic in nature and it's condescending, and you just get the same energy that you put out. There, boom.
I'll take your
I wrap that
criticism
up.
with good faith.
Yeah, that wasn't
Okay.
bad. He wasn't harsh.
All right, man, you put me on the spot. Right, I have so much on my mind.
I fucked you over with
Oh yeah. No, I'm not done. I have 30 more seconds, right? Okay, spirituality, right? Again, I'm always hearing this thing, but this one's spiritual or this one's not spiritual. But I'm asking, how can someone not be spiritual according to the Abrahamic Christian faith belief? If we all are quote unquote God's creation and we all have a spirit, how can we not be spiritual whether we believe or not, according to your belief? Like that doesn't make it it's like how can a fish
Like
how
I
can a
said,
fish
your
not
dogs,
be wet?
I want them to grow
If it-
wings as well as Noodles. I want them to grow wings and see the spirituality of things. I really do.
Okay, and for the
All right,
record, I
I'll give you an
already
extra
gave.
15 seconds. That was
And for the record,
Joe
and for the record, go on, go Joku.
Okay.
Are
All
these
right,
final statements? Is that what we're doing?
No, we're just
no.
passing
We're
along
just-
the talking
The
stick.
talking
got
stick lets
pretty
everybody
Hey,
speak.
90
bad
seconds
with
starts right now.
interrupting each other. Well, the first thing about the Epstein files, you got me wrong. I will not be showing you anything. I get up on these panels for entertainment. That is the utmost entertainment when niggas stick their heads in the sand. If you wanted to find the truth, it's easily found. The fact that you didn't take the time to do it and that you would tell someone else you must do it in order, that tells me everything I need to know. I'm not out to save you. Not today. Maybe a little bit on this part, the spiritual stuff, that on the spiritual side. Here is what's going on, man. This is hell. You could tell by all the demons that run this shit and joystick niggas like you. This is hell. They are absolutely in control, man. What happened was you were on the other side, you and all the other good guys, and some of you are those guys. And you said, look, put me in, coach. I can make a difference. I can change shits. I'll never forget you, man. And you got over here and they got you like they got the rest of our brothers and sisters, man. They tricked you and they got you believing these material things and talking about things that are short lasting, right? Ephemeral things. You've come to. Okay, you've come to worship these ephemeral things. You got down here and you got fooled, but you got to go back over there. And the whole reason you came down here, man, was to make a difference. But it was also so that you would remember. You would remember where you come from, what family you belong to.
Yes,
Hold on.
God. So we can talk later. I would love to talk to you later about this
Couple more
one-on-one.
seconds. The way out of here is unconditional love for everyone.
All
Yes,
right, that's
God.
good. All right, go
Agree with
ahead.
90% of what you said. Go on.
My man.
Hello, mate. I'm Yerf Dogs.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Are we up for a cup of tea?
All right, you got 90 seconds, Yerf.
Yeah, sorry, I've got 87 now that people are mocking me. You're mocking me and insulting me, and I just can't. I can't go.
Sincere form of flattery, my friend. Go on.
Right, no worries. Yeah, no worries. So, with regards to Epstein, my approach is that someone who's read the source material gets priority by default. That's how it works. When it comes to legal cases, like, for example, there were cases in Canada last year, some severe criminal cases. You see all this fucking stuff online. Go and read the case and you find out that 90% of it's nonsense. It's wrong. Go to the original documents, read for yourself. Don't trust what others say. Now back to all this Ragnarok bullshit. Firstly, if you come into a forum and you tell people they're beneath you, you're just going to have to take it on the chin that you're going to get mockery and insults. That's the way that works.
We agree.
And in my experience, lack of precision in language is a sign that people are trying to bamboozle or manipulate you, or it's a sign that they don't actually know what they're talking about.
I agree with both.
And
Correct.
I don't
Agreed.
see any reason to respect or entertain ideas or even people. So if you come with the word spirituality, that's cool. But you've just got to tell me what it means so we both were on the same page. If you're going to use it to sound as though you're mysterious, then my honest default position in that case is just fuck off, dickhead. That kind of stuff is nonsense to me.
Love you, Kev.
It's called hiding behind obscurity. Right, Yerf
Can I
Dog?
get the talking
All right,
stick?
I'm gonna go real quick, all right, because I wanted to just so one of the things I'm gonna ask is Yerf Dogs, you just mentioned something about source material and what the case actually says or this or that, and I'm wondering if you are sort of alluding to what I don't know what if you were saying like actually no it does lean more one way than the other, or if it is like this might just be kind of blown out of proportion by the media and by the headline, or like people taking headlines at face value or wanting to believe something is worse than it is because people like sensationalism and drama.
I'll give you my response. Do you want to ask more questions, or is it?
Well, and then the other thing I wanted to just say is, I am totally open to, what people say on this panel if they want to bring something interesting to show us. But if we're just saying, "Oh, believe me, it's because I said so," I'm not doing your research for you or whatever. That's just a cop out. Like how do you expect? Why do you expect us
to want to go out of our way to try and dig through who God knows how many pages of stuff online. We have busy lives.
20 seconds.
Oh wait, let me finish. You supposedly have the information. You supposedly know where the source is, right? So
Did
why
my research?
why not just pull it up? You can share your screen and bring
The
it. 'cause
argument
you
of evidence.
read it and you know where it is. Okay, that's all I have to say there. Who wants to go next?
I've tried giving you research points. I'd like to go next to rebut
Okay,
to
go
your
next.
dogs.
I'm answer.
So your dogs. I'm not even gonna like argue with what you said. What I'm actually gonna say is you are a very interesting whetstone for my proverbial sword, and I appreciate that. I gotta challenge my own ego sometimes, and I can be wrong. I've been a hermit for a long
It's because
while.
of my
I
accent,
can't
isn't
say,
it?
No, Carl, I know your work. Okay.
Carl.
Yeah, I call you Carl. You sound
Crazy
like.
Oh my God! Now I'm triggered.
But here, let me speak, okay? I'm actually saying this in good faith. You are an interesting whetstone for me to challenge myself, and I take your criticisms in good faith. You may look down on me, but you are a whetstone, and I am sharpening my sword on you. And you're correct in the fact that I should practice proper language, and I'm lowering myself right now, in the sense that I have been a hermit for a while, and my communication skills are in social settings online or in person are not the best because I've been a hermit for a long time. That's not an excuse though. So I appreciate how you are like a whetstone and you provide me a challenge. Okay. People who are not spiritual, I need to figure out how to explain that. I need to find a way to explain this equation of spiritual warfare to you people. So I do not see you as something of a negative or a bad. I
All
really
right,
don't.
who's going next?
Well said, by the way, man.
Can I say
You
one
wanna
last
go
thing?
next, Joe?
Your dogs. I know for a fact if Islamic fascism or another kind of tyranny, another system of different policies that would seek to kill us, whether you're an atheist or I'm a man of faith, I will protect your free speech. And I know
I'd
you
like
will.
to go back to the conversation shit. I want to ask
Let's
Noodles
let your
some
dogs
shit.
respond real quick. Okay, you got 2 minutes here.
I don't need 2 minutes. I'm not going to take up that. In response to your question, Noodles, my starting position is always I don't know. That's it. And I can't claim to have any opinion worth having until I've read the source material for myself.
Very good. Yeah.
That's all.
Very Socrates of you.
So when it comes to the Epstein thing, look, I know that there's been a massive hullabaloo. Yes, there's obviously some serious fire there. Details, look, I have not dug into the Epstein files. I am not an informed person when it comes to details. I don't know, okay? That's fine. I'm comfortable with not knowing. Uncertainty is something I don't mind at all. Ragnarok, I think you're full of shit. That's what I'll say there.
Yeah.
I love that.
Noodles, I
If
wanted
the
to ask-
Islamo-fascists come for you, I'll protect you. Don't you worry.
I just got one
I'll
quick
be that
question
dickhead
because
that helps you.
the dude up there, Vicar, said that something about gave me a clue about how you feel
You
about
got 2
Israel.
minutes.
I don't need 2 minutes. I'm finna ask you a question. It'll take 2 seconds. Was Israel shitty to the Palestinians?
In what regard?
You damn near gave my answer. I'm not giving you any more information. I just want to know, in your opinion, were they shitty for what they did to the Palestinians?
What did they do?
Woo! See, this is the shit I get up on. I
That's
told
your
you. I'm
answer, Joe
prepared.
Cool. Let's run with that. Let's not let DNW's channel get in trouble. We understand. We understand what it
Was Hamas shitty for what they did to Israelis?
100%. You see how quick I answered that? I have no fear.
Yep.
So I'm asking you what specific thing you want me to say they were shitty about.
If I had responded
Bombing,
like
are you
that,
talking
when
about
you
bombing
asked me
military
about
targets?
when
No,
you
that
said
wasn't.
that about
It was
Hamas,
shitty. That was shitty.
If I'd have said what exactly did they do that was shitty, you would have had certain thoughts about me, and they would have probably been accurate.
Well,
the same way
because
when
we
you act
obviously
like you
know
saw
that we obviously know everything. Hamas has never done anything.
Hang on, Noodles.
Basically, that was.
Why was Hamas formed?
Are you about to say they've never done
all the shit
committed
that they've
crimes?
done before that, and all the bullshit they launched at Israel? And what does Israel
Why?
do? Israel Israel basically defends
Joe, can you
themselves
ask your
and they
question
bomb
again? I just want to
military
hear what your
targets.
question actually was.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I know, right? I love that you're that you see everything Hamas has done. And my question was, or do you feel that Israel has done bad shit to Palestine? You can't come up with anything?
Well, okay, for one, they might have done bad things to certain people, but there's no Palestine.
Dude, Noodles, I'm Hebrew. I'm gonna have to interrupt you. That's
Hey,
fucking
Siri,
There's a whole
bullshit.
area
You
that's
know it.
leveled.
show me a picture
We're
of
looking at a
Palestine.
whole area that's leveled and turned
Bro,
to
Yeah, that's
dust.
what
Yeah,
happened.
Google. Siri got a bunch of
Was
images, yo.
was
Siri
the
got a
U.S.
whole.
shitty to Germany?
The IDF
Was the US
held
shitty to
children in
Germany?
detention
I'd like
centers
to
that are
pose a
Palestinian, and you don't want to
question
know what they
Cologne,
did to
man.
them.
I'd like to
Okay,
pose a
okay.
question
My
to
turn, my turn.
Noodles.
Okay. Did you, Noodles, did you read what the UN said about what they found about IDF treatment of Palestinian children? The
Yeah.
UN,
Have you seen them in
not any of
detention
our,
centers?
Do
no,
you know
no,
that the
no.
UN is extremely biased in this regard?
Okay, okay. Now the UN is
Noodles,
conspiracy theory,
Noodles,
right?
you're being one-sided.
So now you resort to conspiracy theories, right, Noodles? The same conspiracy theory mindset that you criticize others for, right? You went straight to conspiracy. Now
I
you're
was
saying the UN is part of some.
Hebrew to
They,
Hebrew. I need
are
to
they
talk
not?
to this
Are
man.
they not? Do they not have a strong bias against
The
Israel?
rest of the world has labeled Israel war
I don't know that.
criminals.
Hey, Noodles,
Yeah.
I
How
have a
about
serious
that?
question
That's the
for you.
entire planet except for the U.S. and Israel has them
Can
labeled as
I
war criminals.
can I
Yes.
ask
What
Noodles
about
a
that?
serious
That is
question?
not true. That is not true, Joe.
It is
Cool.
true.
It is
It is
true.
actually
It
true.
is true.
All right, we're
The
gonna go.
UN,
First,
Noodles,
first you
the
cover up
UN,
Palestine, then you cover up the Zionists. So I
We're
don't know,
gonna go
man.
back to the talking
I don't know,
stick.
man.
Alternative Star, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I
Okay,
have a
again,
question for
okay,
you,
I'll
Noodles.
continue it. The UN, United Nations, and the rest of the world, outside of two, maybe I guess India might be the only other semi-ally,
I think you're
has
right.
labeled America's greatest ally war criminals. And I'll just say it like that. I won't say the name of the country. I don't want to cause any issues for DNW's channel, but that's the fact of the matter. That's what we're dealing with. Now we could swat away one fly, we can swat away maybe an anthill, but we can't swat away a whole swarm. At some point, we're going to have to deal with the fact that there's, inhumane shit to deal with. Yeah, there's
a
reason
reason
behind it.
that
Legit
they
reason behind it.
right.
And it is, and as a matter of fact, as
Can I
you guys
just
were talking
interject?
about all the things, the Islamic, apparently we were talking earlier about the Islamic threat to nations and this and that. Well, right here in America, they're mostly talking about the greatest ally infiltration of the American
Yeah.
government. And we've had a whole governor of New York pointing this out. All right. We have organizations like AIPAC and our congressmen and our politicians in the highest seats accepting these payments,
Our president.
directly or indirectly. And a lot of people, Americans right now, feel the whole system has been compromised. Now, are they legit to feel that way, or do you think they're just fear-mongering propaganda?
Can I
It's
get
all
the talking stick after?
You want me
okay.
to
Well,
respond?
yes,
I get
I'd
the
like you to
talking stick
respond.
next, okay?
I'd like you to
I need to
respond.
do this. No, Vital, I need to do this Hebrew to Hebrew. Okay.
All right, hold on.
So,
Do you
okay, so
want me
just
to respond, or do you want me to pass
just
it
censor
to
the
someone
goy.
else?
Typical.
Guys,
No,
do you want me to
no.
respond, or you want me to pass it to someone else?
I would like you to respond, but
Okay, I'll respond. I'll take one. I'll try and take a minute to respond.
okay.
I think there's a hold on, sorry, let me take your thing down.
Can I speak after you, Noodles?
Sure.
Cleo.
And then Vital, because I know he wants to get in. So hold on, I'm gonna give myself a minute. I think there's a lot of propaganda. I don't believe that some of the stuff you said is correct. If you really wanted to have a back and forth, and I would not make it a debate, but a back and forth, just giving each other whatever information we have about the IP thing, then we could set up a separate stream where we do that. You bring up your info, where you're getting your info from. I'll bring up some of my sources. you know, maybe we can meet in the middle on some things and not, you know, it might not be as much of a dogmatic thing as we think it is on each side. But either way, I'm open to whatever information you want to show me, but probably not in this stream. We should plan that out. I will let Ragnarok speak now, and then Vital, I'm pretty sure you wanted to say something.
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. But go ahead.
All right. Well,
I'll be quick.
Ragnarok gets 2 minutes. All right. Here you go.
Might even just make it a minute. So look, Noodles. I am completely unbiased when it comes to the Palestinian Zionist war. I look at the evidence on both sides. Both sides are committing war crimes. Is the truth. Maybe Hamas looks like they're not doing it so much lately because they're getting their ass kicked brutally. But the thing is, the civilians in between, the level of, like, they called for Amalek level genocide, like Judah Jew, bro. Okay, I'm trying to Judah, Levi, and Aaron, as well as Ephraim. Okay, those are my tribes. I'm telling you right now, the way they're behaving, the Zionists, they're making every fucking Jew look bad. Everyone. And the level of hate in riling up the Middle East so much for the past 30 years is leading Islam to punish the West for their crimes. It's fucked. In fact, they dragged in the West with the coalition and all these war on terror and shit. To sit there and just pick one side and be, oh, it's the Zionists, they're not doing wrong. Bullshit. They're brainwashing white people to hate themselves while telling Muslims to kill us while killing Muslims. It's fucked. So this situation is really pissy to me, and I take it more on the Catholic side of things. I'm telling you right now, as a Hebrew, I'm with the Catholic, not with you. I'm telling you that right now. Okay? I don't like this war. This pathetic war that Zionists are waging on Palestinians is so fucking excessively cruel. I would rather sit with the Gentiles than you, because I'm Peter. I was told to preach to the Gentiles, not deal with your shit. And then here's something I need to warn all the Jews. You were warned. If you reject him and crucify him, you will lose your place. So if you think the Messiah is coming back to save you, you might have another thing coming.
Yes, God.
The Messiah is never coming. Never.
You don't even know what the Messiah
Unless they
means.
have
It means anointed.
Yes,
and
I
guess
do.
what? He's already here. He's already here.
Unless they have a child.
You'll never know when he comes because you won't recognize him.
I feel like
Yeah.
if he's the
He really
Messiah,
won't come
They
because he doesn't
actually will not
exist.
recognize him.
You don't understand what the Messiah is because you're dumb as fuck.
Really?
all right.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
Andrew,
I
I'm
was
gonna
King
let
David and
wait,
bro.
everybody,
I think I know.
wait.
Quiet.
I'm gonna let Vital do 2 minutes. Then Andrew, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. All right, here we go. Go ahead.
Well, Ragnarok just smoked me. I don't know how to even follow that. But I
Y'all
will
talking
follow.
about getting smoked and coming? Jesus, what's this stream turning into?
I know, but
What you like?
Keep my dad's mouth out of your name.
So it is true that 124 countries are legally obligated to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu under the Rome Statute if he enters their territory. These are the member states of the International Criminal Court who want to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. So we're just going to get that right out of the way before Noodles goes, oh, well, it's an organization that's corrupt and they're really against Israel. No, every fucking country on the planet, except, as they mentioned, like India, who's full of a bunch of fucking room temperature IQ. I'll leave it at that. Basically, every country in the world is against Israel in that regard. But I do have a question for Noodles, and I'll take it off the air because I got to go shut my chickens in because I'm a better steward of these animals than they could be to themselves. Israel's border, Noodles, is widely considered to be the most heavily surveyed and technologically advanced border in the world. How is it possible that a bunch of guys on paragliders with AK-47s just swooped in there and caught them by surprise? Just pockets out Monopoly guy. Just, oh, I didn't see these guys coming. It's only the most secure and surveilled border in the world. We're totally not going to use this as an impetus to go and commit genocide against Gaza. We just didn't notice them coming over the border. Can you explain that, Noodles? How Israel just kind of made a whoopsie on October 7th and let all these people fucking paraglide over the most secure border in the world. Can you explain that?
All right, is that all?
There was a 7-hour stand. There was a 7-hour stand down.
No, all right. So
October 7th.
I'm just gonna, Andrew, I want to let you go, but I'm just gonna respond to Vital really. I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna take a 1-minute response. You make some great points. I still don't actually know if I agree with you about the every country is calling Netanyahu a war criminal. It might just be. I don't know if that's true, and I'm open to it being true if you just bring me the evidence for it. But I think you might be mistaken about that.
Noodles.
Wait. Let me respond.
International Criminal Court.
No.
Oh my God.
No. You make a great point about them coming over the border. I've thought about that a lot. I also think that if it was just this grand conspiracy, there would be more whistleblowers. That has to have a lot of people in on it. But it does shock me that was even possible. And you know what? I do blame Netanyahu for that, because how do you fucking miss something like that? That is fucked up. But we can have another stream where we actually bring evidence forth about this stuff, and I'm open to seeing what you want to present in terms of real documentation. Now I'm going to give Andrew 2 minutes. All right, go ahead, Andrew.
All right. So the concept, I'm not interested in this Gaza Netanyahu bullshit, but the concept of the Messiah was introduced in the Bible by Isaiah in Isaiah 7. Yeah, well,
He's correct. He's correct.
This is my
Keep
2
going.
minutes, though, right?
Yes, please tell me my history.
Yes, it's not just your history.
Well,
Anyway,
I was King David, so you go ahead.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Wow, I didn't realize I was talking to
that's
King
not a
David.
bit-
Hey,
Guys,
Why are we
let
even
him talk.
what's up, man?
I'm
Anyway,
just dealing with a giant system trying to kill me. That's all.
Andrew, the floor is still.
okay, yeah. Anyway, you misunderstand your history. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you.
Thanks.
So in Isaiah 7, the
Did
concept
Andrew
of the
disappear,
Messiah.
or what happened?
Am I not here? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, someone else can. Is the host muted or something?
No,
That sometimes messes with.
The floor is yours, Andrew.
I hear you
Someone
loud and
said they
clear.
can hear me. Okay, perfect. So in Isaiah 7, the concept of the Messiah is introduced. King Ahaz is talking to Isaiah. God tells Ahaz to ask him for a sign as high as heaven or as low as Sheol. Ahaz rejects God's command. And so in response to that, God forces a sign for Ahaz. And the sign is that a woman has conceived and is with child. And it
Young
says
woman.
it says before that child is old enough to know the difference between good and evil, the two lands that you were afraid of, which was Aram and Samaria, the two northern kingdoms of Israel and Aram had teamed up against Judah. Because Ahaz is the king of Judah, obviously. So it says, before the child is old enough to know the difference between good and evil, the two kings that you are afraid of will be destroyed, or whatever the wording is. And they were indeed destroyed 3 years after Isaiah gave that speech, which is like around the time that kids are assumed to know morality in Jewish faith. So,
all right,
that's it had nothing to do with the future.
All right.
Okay,
on the
you're trying to
21st of
disprove a
November-
prophet, and I think you just cursed yourself.
I rebuke Jesus, and I rebuke the God of the Bible.
Wait, tell you what.
Who was the demiurge? Go on.
Okay,
The
you know what?
demiurge is the creator?
I'm going to put you up next, all right?
On the 21st of November, 2024.
We'll do that in a minute. We'll do that in a minute. Let Alternative Star go.
Oh no, I already had my. I was.
Oh, you got your thing? Okay.
Yeah, I had my.
All right, go ahead, Vital.
All right. On the 21st of November, 2024, following an investigation of war crimes and crimes against humanity, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for two senior officials, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yoav Gallant, the former Minister of Defense of Israel, alleging responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare and crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts during the Gaza war. The warrant against Netanyahu is the first against the leader of a Western-backed democracy country for war crimes. All 125 ICC member states, including France and the United Kingdom, are required to arrest Netanyahu and Gallant if they enter the state's territory.
True.
Mic drop.
All right.
It's true. Can I say one thing real quick? 30 seconds. I would just like to say I affirm and accept the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior. His name in Aramaic known as Yeshua, Son of Yahweh. And I affirm that as King David of old reincarnated, he is my King, my Lord, my Master. And any who rebuketh my Father, he shall rebuke you. So you cursed yourself, unfortunately. May you repent.
I blaspheme the Holy Spirit. I blaspheme the Holy Spirit in the name of Satan.
Dude, you done fucked up, bro.
Yep, that's the unforgivable sin. That's the unforgivable sin.
I know, and it's so edgy, and I bet your dad's so upset with you.
Yeah, he's crushed. My dad's not even alive.
It's unfortunate for you.
Did you forgive him before he died?
For what?
For not protecting you from your mother?
My mother didn't attack me.
Andrew, what made you turn away from God? I want to hear what happened. If you
Actually, it's a pretty simple story. I grew up in the church. Obviously, I'm sure you could have guessed that. So I was about in my early to mid 20s, and I started kind of having questions a little bit. I had a pastor that was kind of edgy, and he got me, thinking outside of the box in terms of Pauline literature. And through talking to my pastor, I started to gain an interest in not just studying the Bible on a proper level, but understanding the people groups that are talked about in the Bible, most specifically the ones in the Old Testament. So like the Hittites, the Amorites, the Jebusites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Mesopotamians, just all these, what were their cultures about? And as I started to slowly poke around through each of these things, I started to realize that the Bible was way less original than what I had thought it was, and that it seems like a lot of these stories in the Bible are just being copied from older mythologies from the area. And so I slowly go ahead.
You may not believe it, but I'll reveal something to you. I'm not just King David, I'm also Peter the Apostle. I've been a lot of people. And I'm telling you, Paul is my enemy. Paul added a lot of things to that. You can laugh and mock me if you want.
We're scoffers. Remember 2 Peter?
Yeah.
We're the scoffers he was talking about in the last day. Remember that? You should
because
be very familiar.
Do you know why, Peters? Do you know why? Because you are the very scoffers of prophecy we saw.
The prophecies are bullshit.
Scoffers of Prophecy would be a great band name.
Can you sit down for a minute? I'm telling you right
yes,
now.
It would. Scoffers of
I'm telling you right now, you are only doing yourself a disservice. You're only doing yourself a disservice in the way you behave today. Because where there's three, he is there also. So if you think he hasn't been watching this entire conversation
Vital. I will start a band with you if we can call it that.
Dude, that would be dope.
Can you comprehend what the words coming out of my mouth?
If when we move back east, we move anywhere near New England again, we will jam together.
All right, Scoffers of Prophecy.
And I will eat at a vegan restaurant with you.
Oh hell yeah, brother!
So, Vital Vicar, do you think
Praise the
yourself
Lord.
to be some sort of holy man or something at all?
Do I think myself to be a holy man?
Yeah, I'm curious. What's your?
He looks holy, doesn't he?
My boxer shorts, maybe.
Hold on. Okay, well, do you know where I'm just gonna leave if you guys are gonna continue being arrogant. So.
No, I don't. I don't consider myself to be a holy man. But you think you're fucking Alexander the Great twice.
I am.
And Peter the Apostle.
Are you Jesus?
That's my father.
Okay. Which prominent character in history were you not? Let's just the list might be shorter. That can be.
Just to fill in, just so you know, if anybody asks you again in the future, garum is a fish sauce that was made in the ancient world. It was actually a huge part of their economy. The Roman, the Greek, the Phoenician economy was built on garum. It was a fish sauce that was made by fermenting fish in salt in barrels in the sun. So if you ever need to recall a past life again, pull that one out, and you'll be the smartest guy in the room.
I did know that, actually. I forgot, but I watched a video where somebody in modern times made garum.
Can I say this?
Oh, it was Dr. Justin Sledge. Dr. Justin Sledge
No,
from
I'm
Esoterica. He
going
made it.
to leave the
say
panel
Max,
because a lot of you are continuing to be facetious, so I'm just going to leave. But I'll say
Scoffers
this
of
cordially.
prophecy.
It's pronounced
That's fine,
facetious. But yeah,
the T comes first.
Tasting History. Max something or other did Garum too. Tasting History. I forget his last name.
Let's just say how you received me is how you received someone else. Goodbye.
Hell yeah. that hit deep.
I have so many questions about the whole Jesus.
You have no
thing
idea.
right now.
You have no idea what's coming very soon. You have no idea.
Wait, you said goodbye. What happened?
Are you a false prophet?
I don't think it's. You know what? I need to correct myself. It's not good.
Who's your mother? If Jesus is your father, who's your mother? Don't say Mary. Don't say Mary.
My
He doesn't know
mother's
about
name is actually
Asherah.
Mary.
He wouldn't know about Asherah, so he won't say that.
My mother's name is actually.
With love, I'm not trying to be insulting Ragnarok, but it does sound
No, you are being insulting. Stop lying.
Okay, then
If the truth is so, that's an
moving
issue.
forward, I will respect what you're saying here. You do believe that you've had past lives where you were Alexander the Great and these other people, correct?
No,
Remembering
no,
all
he
my
doesn't.
deaths,
No,
it's
he
pretty
doesn't. I'm
hardcore.
not giving you that.
Yes, I do.
You do not believe that. You're completely making it up.
I
We
do
all
believe
see
that.
right through
I
it.
do believe
I'm
that.
fully
I do
prepared to
believe
grant
it.
him this.
Okay, Andrew, you may be lost and dead inside, but I'm
No, I'm not dead inside. I'm completely alive. I just don't believe in your nonsense.
No. You.
It doesn't
have
mean
no
I'm dead
sense.
inside because I don't believe the God of the Bible is real. I'm fucking dead inside. I don't believe bullshit. That's all. I don't read ancient mythology and think this must be real.
Look, how about you sit down and listen for 1 minute?
Aeon, rememberedless. You want to come on?
I don't want to pick on Ragnarok.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
want
it's
to pick
been
on
picked on
Ragnarok
Ragnarok all fucking night long. It's
I'm
very
not doing
fucking
it.
showing of your
No,
characters.
I just feel like, yeah, it's obvious at this point. It's just like, I don't like punching down. And I feel
No,
at
no,
this
it's
point,
like,
that's
punching down. Really.
Yeah, this
I love the
You wanna
subtle
be- wow.
the subtle dig of calling it punching down. Like that was very clever. I like that.
Well, I have a thing called compassion, man. At this point, I don't think we're, criticizing or we're digging into someone who's playing with a full,
In the
That's all right.
book of
People like-
Psalms, it says that they have soft words, hoping that they would be saved, but really in the back of their minds, they're looking down on you.
Uh-oh.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, right?
Technically.
You're correct.
You're
You're
literally
correct.
doing definitions of the wicked.
I'm judging and mocking, and you are correct. I should not be doing that. But you have to
No.
understand the words
You're
that you're
scoffing.
saying.
Be
Hold
specific.
on. Listen. Yes, yep. The words that you're saying are wild, and it's hard for a person to believe. You gotta just, if you're gonna walk around saying shit like that, you gotta take it as part of the package that people are gonna throw.
Why do you assume I require anybody's validation?
Because you're hanging around for minutes after you said you were gonna leave.
For your benefit. You have a small moment. You have a small moment to maybe undo some of the insults and shit you did. Want to see
I
your
apologize.
character.
Listen, straight up,
Bro, what about all
hold
your
on.
insults?
Don't take away my small moment, motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
I do apologize for being flippant and for brushing you off, but you do have to accept that it's wild, man. You're saying you're not
I've
even just
already
saying,
accepted that.
You're not even just saying that, oh, I had past lives. You're claiming some of the greatest and most recognized people in history.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All of
People
them.
who checked there's people who checked if I was lying. They found out I
Why
wasn't.
would you even make the
checked
claim
that?
if there's no way of proving it? Like, why would you
Who
even
checked
say
There
that?
is
You
a
know
way.
nobody's gonna believe
There's a
you,
way.
obviously.
Many people believe me. Actually.
Guys, I would like
Nobody
to say,
believes
wait,
you, brother.
wait.
Nobody.
What is it? What
I'm
the,
just
guys,
I'm just a
guys,
servant.
Guys, listen.
I'm just a
What
servant,
does it
right?
say about us that we continue to rag on Ragnarok if we know that he's full of shit? Let the baby have his bottle, right? What does it say about us that we want to spend our time this late at night digging into someone like him?
It
Noodles
says
has
that
a fair point.
we are getting a thrill out of the judgment. That's what it says.
Yeah.
And
It's like, yeah, it says
Yeah.
says that we're the weak ones, right?
Noodles is right. Noodles is
I
right.
told you you're doing yourselves a disservice.
Noodles
Whether
is
you
right.
believe me or not.
What
What am I losing out on?
I'm not saying we're losing out on anything. It just said.
Well, no, I was asking Ragnarok. He said I'm doing myself a disservice. What am I losing out on? Spirituality, magic.
Can I ask a question? What exactly
Hey,
did
Andrew,
Jesus
what if I
save
told
us
you your
from?
father has been listening to this entire conversation, even though he's dead?
What if,
My
I told you you're full of shit and my father can't hear anything?
He's crying right now.
He's
Dude, my dad's asleep right now.
Brother, don't be gross. Like, you're being weird now. Don't talk about dead family.
No, no.
Like, don't take it. Don't take
God,
it
no. I will.
My dad's in New Hampshire.
Yeah, you're going a little too far, Ragnarok.
You guys
there.
are
But with all
too far.
due respect, like, there are lines you shouldn't cross. Like, don't be weird, brother.
You crossed
I get
every
your
single
shtick.
fucking line
I
already.
get your stick. We all get your stick, Ragnarok, but you don't need to bring reality of people's parents.
I'll go there.
Their
You
parents
have
into
no
this.
idea who you're talking to right now, and I don't care to tell you.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question.
This is the man that's in touch. This is the words of a man that's in touch with his spirituality.
Okay, who was the being that thought up and invented hell and created hell?
Who said hell is for humans?
No, I asked the question. Who was the being that, according to you, your belief, that thought up and created hell?
There are punishments reserved for those who betray the Lord.
Again, who was the being that thought up and created hell?
Both good and evil come from the mouth of the Lord.
Okay, so your Lord thought up and created hell.
You think I look at the world by good and evil like you do.
So this God of yours had to think of the most sadistic, torturous concepts he can conceive. He thought that up. He literally went inside his mental. He thought
Okay,
that up and
how
said,
about-
okay,
how about I say
I
this?
will
How
create
about I
that.
say this?
That's who you serve?
Let me speak.
That's who you want us to serve? No, seriously, that's who you want us to serve?
Put your emotions down and let me speak.
God didn't
No, not
think of
emotions.
anything. God didn't think of anything.
You
Such a
people
huge
slaughtered his
I'm
prophets.
playing
You
in a
hunted down
sandbox.
his son.
I'm
You
playing in a
annihilated
sandbox.
all his prophets and terrorized them throughout the centuries. Every
Because
single
they're probably
fucking
just as
prophet
evil as
God has
cunts as
ever
him.
sent you.
So I'm playing in your sandbox. You admitted that your God created.
No, we're not going to have this conversation if you can't shut
hell.
the fuck up and listen. You want to
You're
be
answering
Kashish
the
at me?
question.
You people want to call me a baby with my fucking bottle? Really?
I didn't say that. I agree with it, but I
You
didn't say
people
it.
want to say I shouldn't cross the line and tell you your father is crying on the other side right now, looking at you like you're fucking stupid because you don't even know who the fuck you're talking to right
well,
now.
yeah, that's a little rude and fucked up. Yeah, it is a little rude.
I'll be
I'm
fucked
asking
up and
simple-
rude because that's all
I'm
you've given
asking
me
simple
today.
questions, and you're deflecting
No.
with fake
I apologized and asked for your grace, and now you're
fake
just being
ire.
offended.
You're like fake
You don't get
indignant to
grace.
cover up so you don't get
I don't
cross-examined.
need grace. I've got the brand new Battle Damage Raphael versus Rocksteady 2-pack. I
Can
just
I
got it.
give you a
I
warning?
get it. A girl named Grace. Does that count?
Who said the divine can't get bloody sometimes? Because you people keep killing his children, mocking them every turn. You're
See, what
talking
I
like
hear-
demons, behaving like demons, seeing like demons. You're blind like demons. You're dumb like demons. Why should we keep suffering for you? Why the fuck
Is this
should we
Shakespeare?
suffer for you? No, I'm starting to comprehend why certain people look down on so many of you. I once looked down on them for them looking down on you.
Do you comprehend why I looked at? Do you comprehend why I looked down on you?
You can go suck Satan's cock some more if you want. I know you do.
Whoa, that was
I literally pulled it out of my mouth.
Dude, that is not divine at all, bro. Not divine at all.
Who the fuck said the divine can't get dark?
Dude,
he,
that's not.
He learned that one in ancient Anatolia. He brought that one from a long
Would
time.
you kiss Jesus with that mouth?
See now.
Peter,
I tried to
did
be
you-
graceful and say I'm sorry and everything, but you threw it back at me. So now we're just gonna fucking go all at it. That we're just gonna go all out.
No, I
You know
think I'm
what's
going to
so
leave
sad?
and pray
He's
for
so
you guys because
knowledgeable
you
with
guys
history.
cursed yourselves.
Yeah, how
Yeah, this is what he
convenient.
resorts
How
to.
convenient.
Okay.
His history is.
Is there anything you would like me to tell the Lord?
Yeah,
No,
tell him I
Oh,
said
you're the
suck my
vicar?
fucking dick. You can tell him I said
You're the
suck my
vicar?
fucking dick.
You're the vicar for Christ now. You took the Pope's job.
Yeah, like I need this guy to speak to Christ for me. This guy thinks he was fucking. This guy thinks he
He's
was
Peter.
fucking John. This
The
guy thinks
first
he was
Pope.
Johnny
I talk to God every
Rotten.
day.
He thinks he was Wilhelm.
is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
That was epic.
Were you actually Johnny Rotten?
Whoever the most important punk rocker was the one he was.
He was Sid Vicious. Yeah, whoever was the best one.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't fucking claim Jesus Christ himself.
That's why I thought he was going there.
Yeah,
He said son, though.
He got pretty close. Which is and then to hold contempt against me for like, come on, guy. If you were this ancient creature that had been around the universe thousands of times, you'd have a little fucking thicker skin than that, okay? Jesus.
He is a sensitive guy.
Ragnarok, come back.
Ragnarok, we love you.
Oh, now the other guy's gone.
So they leave me on the panel with some fucking filthy atheist heathen.
God damn it! Now it's
and
just
a Zionist Jew.
complete
So
Christian.
great.
Fuck yeah. I'm actually an atheist Jew.
Well, now I'm completely outnumbered. You know what? Just tell me what to say. Tell me what to do. Fill my head with propaganda because I'm.
So go find a cow that has zero blemishes and all red hair. I need you to set it on a pyre and light it on fire so we can establish the coming of the Messiah.
Dude, it's fucking 10 o'clock at night. Like, what? I got to do that.
We can
now?
start tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. If we can start
Chop,
in the morning, I guess.
Tell Hezekiah to bring the firewood.
I think it's been a great panel. It's been a bizarre panel, but it's been a great panel. You know. And once again, Noodles and I prove that we're best friends despite all of our differences.
Well,
what?
It shows that, you know, when you force two people into a place together, not that anyone's forced it here, except our boredom. Oh man, now the coolest guy is gone. Oh, damn it. Where did he fucking go? Damn it. All right. Well,
hey, listen.
Scoffers
Before we
of
go,
Prophecy forever.
Scoffers of Prophecy, dude, it's gonna be fucking awesome. This right here is one of my favorite designs of the Ninja Turtles.
Now you're
this
frozen.
is the
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
This is the Jim Lawson
I guess
Return
that's
to New
it.
York.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
This is the Jim Lawson Return to New York turtle. See, in the original design of the turtles, they all had red headbands. See that?
They all had red head. Yeah, of course. Well, Scoffers of Prophecy will be a thing someday. I like that.
I love it. Well, I don't know where we're gonna end up back east, but I think that we at the end of our lease next year, we are going to be leaving the Rocky Mountain region to be closer to family.
What? Yeah. Are you? So you're probably gonna come back, or?
Are we live still?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I'll keep it pithy. We came out here to Colorado on like a grand adventure, and it's been a couple years, and our parents are getting older, and they're looking for a place to settle down, and it's just like it's pretty expensive to live, and I don't want to restart my company out here, so we're gonna move back home. We don't know where home can mean a couple of different places out east.
All right. Well, I'm gonna end the stream then. Thanks for hanging out, man.
I need you to eat this.
What the fuck, dude? Why are you showing me that shit?
What do you think this is?
I have no idea, man. I just
It's not an animal byproduct, Noodles. I wouldn't be that fucking cruel to you. This is museum wax. This is what I use to make sure my figures stay on the shelf.
Okay.
It's an adhesive. It's an adhesive that you can pull off easily without damaging the figure.
Yeah,
All right.
I might try that actually.
It's good stuff. It's useful for a lot of different shit. I love you very much, brother. Great panel. We'll see you later down the line.
All right, man. So long.